And what's up, everybody? Welcome to Purple Pill Pod, collabing with Useless Eaters over here. So what's up, guys? It looks like there's a lot of people tuning in from your side of things. I see 35 people on your Twitter tuning in.
Oh, I think my second time live streaming on there. So
yeah, say hi to all your people. You got more people here than me. Say hi to them.
What's up, Twitter people?
Guys, we're gonna be reviewing the Rachel Wilson and Pearl versus Isabel Moody and what was the Lauren Chen, the other girl. But yeah, we're gonna be reviewing that video, guys. So it should be fun because this was a really good debate. And I think that we're gonna disagree on a lot of shit. Make sure to like the video on y'all's way in, please, on both of our sides. If you're on either side, please like the video, and we'll if anybody does any super chats, we'll definitely answer them. If anybody has any questions, I'll make sure to pull it up on the screen and answer them. So definitely ask anything, guys. Let's just get started, though.
Children, and there we deserve our respect. Then you have white knights, and they're like, women can never do anything wrong.
Yeah.
So what's going on? What's the contentious issue? Do we start with like the role of women? Lauren, your view.
Is 1.5 too fast for you, or do you do?
That's good.
Okay, just making sure. I usually do 2 times, so this is slow to me.
Pearl, your view. I know that there's a lot of conversation on X.
Sure. Well, I mean, just to get started, so I don't disagree with everything Pearl says, but I feel like Pearl is someone who, I mean, I want to hear your thoughts on this. I feel like you kind of enrage bait people with your posts because you'll post something really like a super hot take on Twitter, and then like you'll make a video about it, and the video in turn is a lot more nuanced, a lot more, I guess, rational. So sometimes I feel like I'm struggling to see like what your actual views are versus maybe what gets the most traction on X. So I'm excited for this to have a conversation about it. But I guess the role of women in society is, to be mothers, to be wives, to support their families. How exactly that looks is going to differ from people to people. That's one of the reasons why I don't necessarily associate with the trad movement. I feel like trad refers to specifically almost the glamorization and in some ways fetishization of maybe like rural 1850s middle America, at least on like what I see on TikTok. Whereas, I'm just a mom who works part-time from home and is basically trying to do whatever I can to help support my family.
Drive 50 miles east of Silicon Valley, California, and you will see.
Well, I would say there's character.
I'll pay for YouTube, whatever premium next time.
Limits on X. So, I mean, you're not going to get a full opinion with like, I don't know, is it 60 characters? But I don't know, what tweets are you talking about? And I have like 18,000, so I don't know.
Well, we actually, I wanted to be specific here because I did pull some of the ones up. I sent them to you. I didn't want to like ambush you or surprise you or anything like that. Let's see.
And the role of women in society, sorry, I was thinking what the second question was. Well, I think it depends, like what do we want it to be or what is it now?
Right.
And I think right now it's like, we're not really doing much. We're not really having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. So it's like, what do we want it to be or what is it?
Do you agree or disagree with her there?
I mean, it depends on how you quantify really contribute to the economy, because I believe it was around 40 to 60%, like 40% women contribution GDP and 60% male contribution. And you got to remember, when you factor in GDP, it's not just income earned, it's income spent. So it's like when money is exchanged in the economy. And we know like women are about 80% of the primary consumers. They do the shopping, they do a large bulk of kind of like the family upkeep. And so that's also being factored into GDP. So women's like consumer decisions are what is like considered the GDP. So it's not just, it's a compilation of all that. So that's like, which is one of the big problems I have with Pearl, is the way she characterizes things is very half-baked. It's kind of, it will be like a quarter of a truth, where it's like, yes, men contribute more with respect to like income in, but also you have to kind of look at like the like financial planning within the home, and also like even income in with respect to women. So it's kind of, it's not just like, GDP is a rough metric anyways on that front. It depends, like, because it really doesn't tell you anything.
But you would agree that in general, guys are, the bigger contributor to the economy, though.
Yeah, it's 60-40.
Yeah.
Might be a little more than that. I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was like, I remember being approximately 60-40.
Yeah, I haven't even heard that.
I wouldn't say women are doing what you described now.
Okay, well, one of the things that, like I spoke recently actually with Rachel's husband, Andrew, and one of the tweets that I mentioned that I thought was kind of strange coming from you was that basically you said evil comes from women. Andrew, in his interpretation, he made a very rational, very nuanced, actually, this is what she means. Is it not true that there is a lower moral bar for women, blah, blah, blah. And it, like, Andrew's a smart guy. It made a lot of sense. That's not what the tweet was. And kind of funnily enough, you tweeted out later to clarify, Lauren, yes, evil does come from women.
Yeah, well, because I would just look at every problem in society. It all comes from women.
To be fair, I just realized this the other day, but did you know that Hitler was made by a woman?
Well, it's like you look at the homeless. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at school shooters. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at criminals, rapists. Most of them come from single mother homes. You look at what happens when women get power. So when men get power, they build societies. They do awesome things. When women get power, we're just not very good with it.
What do you think about that?
Depends on how you define power, like economic power, like bureaucratic power, like executive power. Like, so if we're talking, like, because she's using these words in these kind of like pithy ways where you can't really categorically rebut it, because it's convenient, because it's vague. It's what she typically does is Mott and Bailey, is she consistently makes like Mott and Bailey claims where it's like a broad, like kind of absurd statement, and then she's pressed on details, and then it's like caveat, 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 caveat. And that's kind of like what Rachel was doing with respect to her tweets. She'll like say something. Sure, people say absurd things like on the Twitter timeline, and then when they're pressed in it in video format, suddenly like their 10 with respect to outrage is like a 5.5 when they're actually like forced to elaborate and defend their claim. So it kind of depends on what you mean by power.
Would you agree that there's a lot of marketing that goes into this bullshit, though, and that like she's good at marketing, though?
Oh,
like,
she's absolutely astonishing. She's a master of her craft.
Yeah, and I mean, like, and it's not even just that, but I like by the end of this video, I think they really get to the message, and I think that's what I wonder what your opinion is on that. So.
Hitler. I mean, I kind of feel like there's a lot of bad dudes,
Well, yeah, but there's also bad queens, right? If you look at queens the last 500 years, women are more likely to wage war. Women are way more violent with power, and we see that in society. Look at what women are doing in the court system today. What is more evil than breaking up a family? And women do that.
Elizabeth I.
What did you say?
So oftentimes, like, unless she's referring to meta-analysis of like, there really wasn't that many female monarchs with respect, like with like totalizing power. If we're excluding examples like Elizabeth II, where there's actually like a parliamentary like system in place where they're just a figurehead. But Elizabeth I was the reason the whole like the British Empire was created. That was Elizabeth I, and it was because, and that's precisely also why she didn't marry. She never married, so she never had to concede power to a king, and partly that's because she wanted to kind of like continue the legacy of her family. I'm rough on the history of like the Tudors and all of that stuff, but she was very industrious, and her actions like during her reign were the reason the British Empire was set up to become what it was. And she was also the one funding a lot of like, because during this time the British Empire was broke, it had no money, and so she was very industrious. She actually took lands from her father, and she took the lumber from those lands and built a fleet of ships. So she kind of like sacrificed the lands that were like in her family owned like by the royalty to create basically a Royal Navy. And that Royal Navy that she started with her own kind of resources was the precursor to the famous British Royal Navy. And so history is a lot more nuanced and kind of like, you know, you can retcon a narrative, but there's a lot of things going on. And there's a lot of like contradicting kind of, or like contrapoints. But Elizabeth I is an interesting, there's also a bunch of other interesting stuff with respect to Hermeticism and alchemy and her funding John Dee, but that's a whole different story.
Yeah, but whenever it comes to women being more evil, like that crazy claim that she keeps making, what do you think about that? Like something I always bring up is that historically women did commit infanticide and like kill a lot of their kids, like because it would be hard to have a kid sometimes, especially if they got knocked up by the wrong guys or something. Like, do you think that women have like a little bit of evil in them? And sometimes there is a halo effect, and women do get pedestalized by society because they, like they're perfect and they can't do no wrong. But would you say that like there is a good amount of evil, like because Pearl makes this stance all the time, that like women are super fucking evil, like way worse than dudes are. But I mean, dudes murder and rape, or shit, I was supposed to say that. But like you get what I'm saying. Like, what do you think about like an argument against that?
So I think if you're going to make that argument, if you're going to invoke the concept of evil, that's obviously a religious concept, right? So you're inherently making a religious argument, because evil is a little more about like, you can say a person commits antisocial acts, but to say they are committing acts of evil or they're doing an act out of an intrinsic evil is a completely different argument, right? And like now you have to define evil. And like oftentimes like there's entire fields dedicated to the air quote problem of evil. But I like the working definition, evil as the absence of good. So I don't think like, so if we define someone as having a little bit of evil, that's defining them as having like an absence, a part of their kind of motivation structure there's a part of there's a vacuum of good in that motivation structure. I would say like from a religious cosmology, we have to say that's true of all people. If we're like adhering to like an Abrahamic like creation cosmology, which is true. So I believe that men and women have like, I believe they're in that framework, they're evil, kind of manifests in different ways. For example, men tend to do evil through action. Women tend to do evil through omission of action, like not doing something or kind of a gesture. So when men are trying to even you can kind of see this in suicides too. For example, when men want to commit suicide, right, they're much more successful. Women commit about 70% of all attempted suicides are female, while about 70% of all actual suicides are male. So that's kind of that example, that dichotomy of like action versus gesture, where when women, and it's not necessarily attention seeking, it's more like a manifestation of a woman kind of saying she gives up. It's often like depression, but it's like to act that concretely and definitively is not necessarily, if we're getting to Jungian archetypes, that's not a feminine archetype. And so for a woman to like kill herself is a very masculine act, and that's like it's acting definitively and it's acting finally, as opposed to kind of a gesture or the or like creating the insinuation of an action or potential action. And so that we kind of see a similar pattern with crimes. Like female abuse of children tends to be neglect, or it tends to be like abuse via neglect, like I've seen a couple of these crime cases lately, leaving your child alone while you go to Disneyland for 4 days. Whereas male like acts of crime or violence, like, or that would be manifestations of evil, tend to be and a kind of overt affirmative act. But it's also interesting because like now that you kind of see how this manifests in the criminal justice system, we do tend to punish like a direct action more than we punish kind of a I'm stuttering right now. Gesticulation. I think that's how you say it. Of an action. And so it's if you premeditate and you act decisively and you plan ahead of time, that's obviously first degree or second degree. Whereas if you fail to act and your child dies as opposed to you like kill your child, that'd be third degree. That's like voluntary manslaughter. Or what would it be? It would be there'd probably be upgraded charges because oftentimes in these cases there's like 15 or 20 charges tacked on, so maybe the differential ends up being leveled out. But like in this like schema most people are like familiar with, people like the affirmative kind of decisive act is punished harsher and more decidedly than kind of an omission of act or like the insinuation of act or like kind of letting things take its course, but setting up the situation for it to take its course.
No, the somebody asked, with shout out to Live Love. I know it's been a while. I've been doing like my course the last couple of weeks, but the next time I'm doing a webinar series, I'm only doing it for 1 week, so I only miss 1 week of streaming instead of 2. Live Love. But she said killing oneself is masculine because you had said that. What do you mean by that?
It's a more decisive and definitive act. Like
it's like overt.
Yes, like you decide ahead of time. Like oftentimes, it's often even a subconscious kind of process where women also tend to choose when they do actually kill themselves. It tends to be less violent. They sit in the bathtub and they slit their wrist and they let it happen. Whereas the number one like way men commit suicide is like, right, they have to pull that trigger, and that pull is directly correlated with the like death. But like if you think about like kind of slitting your wrist and in the bathtub, you're dying. Like sure, you cause the like wound, but it's like slowly bleeding out, and you die from blood loss, not the impact of the knife.
Yeah. No, like it's crazy how different psychologically just even that can be when self-deleting. Another person said, based Oracle said, "Bruh, what's up, bruh?" Because you not understand. Let's go back to video.
All the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say most problems in society come from women.
So that's interesting because I watched your conversation with Michael Knowles, which I thought was really interesting. And in it, you were very adamant that people need to take responsibility for their own actions. So when it relates to women, it's not really an excuse to say, oh, well, feminism brainwashed me. You still made the decision to sleep around. You still made the decision to get an abortion.
I think if you get an abortion, you're responsible.
Okay.
Right.
Shouldn't we have that same standard when it comes to the rapists, the men? You made a decision, you're responsible. It's not really like, oh, but my single mother. Like many people have.
And they are responsible. They go to jail for it. But you have to look at, there's significant differences between single mother and single father homes. And I can't help but notice that all of the men
if something ever bothers you right side, you could just start screaming immediately and I'll pause it.
seem to lack morals. They were raised by a woman.
Right. But is the answer then that evil comes from women? We are kind of leaving out the fact that,
So here's another selection bias problem. So we have to look at the sample set. So when we look at, I believe single father households constitute around 5 to 7% of like where you have the primary caregiver is the male and the kind of subsidiary or support caregiver is the female, whereas the vast majority are primary female caregivers homes. And so in these situations, oftentimes when the male is the primary caregiver, it's because like the female has overtly abdicated, she has died. Like it is like almost like a blameless situation kind of thing. And oftentimes because like, let's say the gender roles and kind of a lack of, not necessarily lack of competency, but I guess where there is less benefit support, like there's less government benefits, so to speak. Men are oftentimes more reliant on the workforce, like for their income, for supporting the children when they're the single fathers, whereas like single mothers are oftentimes more reliant on like a combination of supports, like where it's the government, where it's child support, and where it's like a part-time job. So when the male is the primary caregiver, what kind of the studies in the survey show is that female relatives oftentimes are stepping up more often than male relatives or male kind of like cousins or whatever are in that female's kind of rearing of that like female's children. And so that offsets a lot of the kind of problems you see, just because like you have a fill-in figure. And two, oftentimes single fathers, with primary caregivers, they are in a higher income bracket. So oftentimes with single mothers, they're in something like the lowest tax bracket. Like single fathers, they're not as wealthy as like married fathers, or like when you have a dual income, or like stay-at-home mom or something like that. But they still do bring, even with their one job, they bring home more money. That obviously you can get in a better neighborhood, you can get in better schools, you can afford after school kind of activities, after school sports. After school sports are a huge character builder. And oftentimes, like single mothers, they also often come from broken homes. And some of the correlations show that wealth and middle class income is associated with higher participation in extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities build character. They make people team players, and it make people like more intersocially cooperative. And so like all that income factor and that other like familial support factor both come into play when it comes to create like character development in the children. So that's kind of that differential where you see like disparate like outcomes for those children. And that's just because oftentimes, even though most states right now are 50-50 custody, what they'll do is like oftentimes they'll look for the primary caregiver. Or if there's an absolute abdication, like the male, like sometimes like I don't know what percentage of cases, but he'll like leave and he will want like nothing to do with the child. That's, I believe, in minority cases. There's oftentimes at least like some visitation, but still, even then, like they won't want 50-50 custody. There'll be a sliding scale where they'll let the female have like 60 to 70% of time, and they'll just pay a little extra in child support, because oftentimes the child support system is an absolute scam. I will admit that. So oftentimes they'll with the father's income, they'll look to remediate the standard of living with the mother. So they're not just providing for the child's needs, they're trying to equitize the home environments. And so like often people mention alimony is a big problem. Alimony is not a big problem. Alimony is a problem if you're an NFL player with a trophy wife. Alimony is awarded in about 3% of cases, and it's oftentimes awarded when you have a mom who has been a stay-at-home like wife for 5 to 10 years. There's oftentimes a limit, like there's a minimum kick-in. So oftentimes it's 3 to 5 minimum before any alimony is even considered. But with the child support is like a backdoor alimony because it looks to equitize the lifestyles of the mother and the father.
Okay. Live Love said, does she not like Pearl? It is common sense that a man raising children will do better because of discipline. Women usually don't or are not good at disciplining children. Do you disagree?
So this is not necessarily true. So oftentimes, like in like the literature, there's oftentimes this like good cop, bad cop dynamic. And oftentimes the mom is actually in the role of the bad cop. And that's because if she's a stay-at-home mom, she's more contact with the child. But because the dad's interventions are less frequent, but when they do happen, they're more stern, as opposed to like the mom is having kind of like frequent contact, small corrections like throughout the day constantly. Whereas when the dad is correcting, it's a firm, much less frequent correction. And so that firm, much less frequent correction is necessary for kind of like structure and order in the child's life. But it's also kind of what's missing is that, I guess, that more like subtle social cues, that more subtle social decorum. But that's often remediated, like I mentioned earlier, with like other female relatives when you do have a single father, because in those instances he tends to be it tends to be a more sympathetic situation, like widowed, like the wife bounced and left, et cetera. And so like family members tend to be more sympathetic and more like willing to perform unpaid labor, like to help raise that child, as opposed to a single mother. So you'll have some of that, like obviously like the whole per capita thing, like you're going to have like anecdote, like there's exceptions to the rule, blah 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 blah. But it's kind of, you look at male and female parenting styles, and female tends to be kind of like more frequent, softer corrections, whereas male like tends to be like good cop. It's all good until something bad happens, and then it's lay the hammer down.
It's different. And then she said, plus the man usually makes more money versus the woman. Yeah. I guess it's just so your argument is that it takes the dynamic of both for it to work perfectly.
Well, it's like typically
Because it's two completely different styles that each parent
yeah does. And also like ideally you'll have like the grandparents, and you'll have, because like that aspect, because oftentimes like even historically parents have been very young, very immature, very like not, I guess, like weathered by life, and so the grandparents kind of like provide that guidance and wisdom, like for parenting styles, for kind of like what works and what doesn't. We have less access to grandparents nowadays just because it's much easier to travel. It's much easier to move to a different city. You can just up and leave like that overnight, and it won't make much difference in your life. Like if we look 70 years ago, like from like before the Second World War, people were a lot more static in their like the patterns of movement. You'd often have several generations in the same region or same town. Now that's much less common.
Yeah, it's something that I talk about often. That I truly believe like guys literally just going out of town for travel, just that temptation to be able to cheat. I think that caused more breakups and divorces than anybody could ever fucking imagine. I think that's like dangerous that people for work having to go. This is why I'm so big about autonomy and guys being able to not be controlled by their job, because I think it destroys families in a way. Somebody asked, or welcome everyone from Brooklyn. I said, what's up, Kenford? Let me get back to this video.
Man actually left the parent or his family in that situation.
Well,
there are some situations where a woman doesn't want the man there.
But most of the time, men don't leave. Women are the ones that overwhelmingly leave. And if you really dig it, if you actually do the work and interview men that are the known to be like deadbeat dads, most of the deadbeat dads don't really exist. There are exceptions, they're not the rule. So, and if you actually do the work and interview these guys, there's men that have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting for their kids. And unfortunately, we're in a society where women can claim abuse. They can say he emotionally abused me and not see his kid for years.
Real quick, what's the stat? I know that there's stats on women initiating divorce more, but how do we say that, a fatherlessness is predominantly driven by women? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, because women are choosing to leave, and the number one reason is irreconcilable differences.
But that's when you're talking about single mothers who are a result of divorce. If we're looking at single mothers who were never actually married, it's not. It's a very different group of people.
But the whole point is women have all the power here. We have a million choices. You get to choose whether or not you get pregnant. Abortion's legal, so we are 100% in control of who's born. So there is zero excuse to make a kid with a guy that's not going to stick around. Zero excuse.
I mean, I would also say there's zero excuse for a guy to not stick around.
Well, but the issue you're getting is
because you're basically saying, but what about the women though? When we're talking about the man leaving?
The difference is men cannot opt out of fatherhood. Women can opt out of motherhood.
And I think we would both agree that you should not be able to opt out of motherhood.
But we can, and it's not my point. But should whatever. Like abortion's legal. It's here to stay. Unfortunately, I don't say this because I'm happy about it, but I mean, in the UK, they're introducing a law where they want to make it legal up to birth. So abortion is legal, and right now, men are not able to opt out of fatherhood. Only women are.
Only socially, not physically. Women in the United States overwhelmingly have the right to abort.
Correct.
Or are allowed to abort. Men don't have any say whatsoever. But socially, I looked it up. It says according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 20.2% of fathers, about 7 million, are absent dads. They don't live with their minor children. So
but why?
Right. So this doesn't literally mean that 20% of fathers are like getting up and saying, "Let your kid, I'm going to buy scratchers," and disappearing. But my point was just that of this, you have men who are like, "Okay, you're having a kid. I'm leaving. You'll never see me again."
Well, but you don't understand the circumstances, because a lot of times women make men dads that don't want to be. They're like, this is something casual. This is, situationships are really common. They know that man will never commit to them, and yet they still make the choice to have his kid. I think in those situations, if we can legally opt out of motherhood, they should be able to legally opt out of fatherhood. We have all the power now. Don't make a kid with someone that doesn't want to be a father.
I see. You're saying
I think that applies equally to.
Which we've had this talk before, I think, where like I think you agree that like in states where there's abortion, you would say it's okay for guys to be able to sign their rights away in those states.
Well, yeah, I think if abortion, so that depends. So for me,
how does it depend? Come on.
I think it's rational that if abortion's going to be legal, then a father should be able to sign his rights away, but that also depends on what behavior you're trying to incentivize. So if you're trying to disincentivize abortion, that's obviously going to be a problem, because now you're like basically giving, I guess, like moral permission. like it's implicit permission to get an abortion, and like, okay, if we're going to allow, like, and the right wing is endorsing this, we're okay with the abdication of fatherhood because you can just abort it. That's not.
See, but let's like play that mind game before, because I've done this before. Think about it. Say you're a girl, you know, and you're in a state where there is that case. You sleep with a guy. You happen to get pregnant by him, okay, because you had unprotected sex. You know, at 1 month or 2 months, whenever you find out that you're pregnant, you get to make a decision. You can either
I agree with
you can go get an abortion, because you know that guy will probably sign his rights away, or you keep the baby and you know that he can walk away. And I think that actually disincentivizes abortion. I actually think that makes the woman think twice before she sleeps with that guy, because it's actually it's a perfect balance beam in my head.
I don't know about that though, because if we kind of look, like, if we look at the availability of contraception and kind of condoms and like all of these methods, people still aren't using them. Why aren't they using them? And it's like it's oftentimes it's because they're kids and they're just like effing dumb. I don't know.
Are you mostly scared that there's going to be a lot of kids that aren't going to be taken care of by the government?
I'm just graduated from law school. So this is kind of like what you think about when you're thinking about legislative intent. So when you're looking at the interpretation of a law, when you're interpreting a law from a judicial standpoint, you can take a couple methods with respect to like interpretation when you're applying that law, when you're like trying to think about anticipate how that law may be interpreted by a judge. You have textualism and you have purposivism. Textualism is interpreting that law from the plain letter of the law on paper. So what that text says right in front of you. Purposivism is when you are kind of looking at legislative intent and you're kind of saying, okay, you're looking at what they would have thought in the moment, but you're also like, if they were writing the bill today in this circumstance, what would they have potentially thought about this situation? If these legislators and you oftentimes look at the legislative history. And so that's how you can get into areas where you're like legislating from the bench. And so when you're writing a law, you have to think about this interpretation ahead of time. And a lot of times when you're writing a law, there's different kind of avenues of, I guess, like criminal justice theory, what you're looking for. Like, are you taking a retributionist approach? Are you taking are you wanting to disincentivize, or are you wanting kind of punishments, like retribution, punishment, disincentive, or just kind of like a balancing act of the three? And so when we're like thinking about legislation that allows men to abdicate rights, we think what's typically done is like case studies are presented, like you have lobbying groups that go to legislator and they're like, here's why you should pass this law. And it's because this will reduce abortions in the state by X percentage, or this will reduce unwanted pregnancies by X percentage. Now, say it reduces unwanted pregnancies by 40%, but it increases abortions by 25%. Now you have to pick your priority. Do you care more about, like, now that's going towards your religious metaphysics? If you think a life is being terminated, will you care more that more babies are going to be killed, like without like allowing men to sign out? Or with allowing men to sign out, as opposed to if you didn't allow men to sign out. And so that's that balancing test you have to do.
And we would have to but the only way to know the true answer to that is if we tested it, right? And we never done anything like this before.
Well, you can kind of like approximate, where you can do like pilot studies where kind of you can look in a county where you could survey women, let's say in high school. If you got pregnant, what is the likelihood that you think your baby daddy would leave you? And you can kind of survey sentiment before people get pregnant. And you can survey that same population group after and also see, okay, have you had children? Did your baby daddy leave you? And see if like that knowledge ahead of time, if they're already assuming their baby daddies are going to leave them, and they got pregnant anyways. And so that will tell you, okay, they know they're going to leave, but they're getting child support. And then you can kind of, because oftentimes in these same area, in these communities with high teen pregnancy, you have about a 30%, I forgot the word it's called, but basically it's not delinquent on child support, but it's like some word for like being late. It's a special word for being late on child support. And that's another thing you could add into your survey. Like, how many people do you know who's like baby? Do you know anybody in your life who has a baby daddy who doesn't pay child support? And then that can kind of go into approximating whether these women think they're going to receive child support if they get pregnant, and kind of like assess their motivations and assess that disincentive. So you can approximate these things to a certain degree, but it's still like oftentimes there's quite a large margin of error. So at the end of the day, you just kind of have to like, if there's a risk of more unborn babies dying, as opposed to, let's say, if you're risking more unborn babies dying, as opposed to risking more pregnancies in general, do you care that you're risking more babies born out of wedlock or more dead babies? Which one you just have to pick. Like, what is your priority at that point?
That's why it's good to have those thought experiences I was talking about, though, because I think there's going to be a culture wave that would happen when that happens, where girls are like, yo, hey, homegirl, I don't think you should be letting that dude fucking nut inside your vagina every weekend whenever you get drunk. Because if you get pregnant by his shit, girl, he's definitely not going to be the type of, he's definitely going to sign his rights away. And I don't know. I think that there could be a cultural shift that we wouldn't know about until we get to test something like this.
The confounder is the state, though, because oftentimes, right, like the state, like if you look at the average amount a family on welfare receives from WIC and food stamps and like supported housing and subsidized housing, oftentimes it's about, on average in the United States, 48 grand a year. 48 grand per like family, and family can be like single mother and 2 kids, etc.
Yeah.
The same, and they're working at approximately 7 to 12 hours a week. The next kind of bracket up is, they're making about $52,000 a year working 35 hours a week, and about 20 grand of that is from support. So they're already they're already making 48 grand a year without government support, or minus 7 to 12,000. So what, that's like 41,000, like 39 to 41,000, like that they're getting from the government straight. Is that really a disincentive? Like, would that really cause someone to go, oh, maybe I shouldn't get pregnant? Like if the government's going to step in, I don't think, like, because the government's going to be there for you no matter what, to like clean up after your bad decisions. So I don't really know if that will actually be a disincentive.
Yeah. There's some people talking to you in the chat. Liv said, equality is equality for all. It isn't one side. Women fought for this. Now deal with it. It all makes sense why she is so argumentative and disagreeable. She's in law school. Vale said, let's go. What's up, Vale? Kenford said, she's a lawyer. Oh, man, you're getting these guys excited about arguing with you. Please shut up on baby mama. He likes that you're argumentative. What a weirdo. I'm just kidding, Kenford. Live Love, women aren't getting pregnant left and right out here for child support. That's insane to even think that, she said. Yeah, because the government subsidies help them. Yeah, so what do you think? What's your response to her on that?
There's not real.
Yeah, you want me? I'll just go back to the video. You got distracted,
and this is why
you got distracted by the guy trying to riz you up in the chat.
I don't advocate for promiscuity. Don't sleep with someone that you're not prepared to have a child with.
But what's happening?
Is what you're
that's like, this isn't a dream world. This isn't like Make a Wish. Society promiscuity is going to go. It's not. So I'm talking about what's happening.
Are you saying that a woman who sleeps, like, let's say a woman, we'll start.
I just want to say, though, I'm definitely on the TradCon side because I just got cookies made for me by my girl, So I'm definitely on TradCon side right now.
Like, sleeps with a guy, gets pregnant, and then realizes this guy will leave her, doesn't want to be a dad. You're saying she should get an abortion?
I'm not saying should or shouldn't. I'm saying women have the choice too. Right now, men do not have the choice to opt out of fatherhood. Should or shouldn't? It's almost like, okay, I mean, this is where I get frustrated with conservatives. It doesn't matter what I say. Women are going to abort their kids. It's not going to become illegal. So if we're in a society where we can legally not be mothers, If we don't want, why can't men legally not be
No,
fathers?
I get that.
Yeah.
The question I'm thinking of is,
I keep hearing her say this, and she's been like, Dobbs have been over. Like, I don't know why. Like, it's like because it's either like she hasn't looked at the news or she's like being disingenuous because like Dobbs was overturned nearly 2 years ago today, and about half of U.S. states have had a minimum restrictive. There's been about 12 that have completely restrictive, like all abortions, including in the case of rape and incest. And on top of that, it's not a matter of just like going to a different state. Right now, there's like 5 or 6 states that are implementing trafficking laws or passing vague laws that potentially give prosecutorial discretion for a prosecutor to prosecute a woman who is crossing state lines under kind of aiding and abetting or abortion or accessing or basically like some like conspiracy charges, conspiracy for murder, these kind of or accessory to murder, these kind of like not direct first degree murder, but like vicarious murder, basically. And so it's just a bit disingenuous now for potentially attaching criminal penalties to abortion, and we're saying, oh, like it's been 2 years. I don't which is why I think this is like either she doesn't watch the news or she's being disingenuous. I don't know.
you're putting a lot on women as those who are responsible for single parent, like single mothers. And what I'm trying to understand, you're saying because women can choose not to be a mother.
What?
I can't see the video. Is that?
Oh shit! I keep fucking forgetting to do that.
Its effect. And the guy can't. That means the woman has decided to have a child knowing the man will not be there.
At times, yes. At times.
So I guess my concern then is like,
hold on, you got another response. Which thank you. Yeah, she is a wifey. Live love. She said, "So what if it's been overturned? It is still happening, and nobody can argue differently. The sad part, most states don't even report this. So that says something." My chat is coming for your neck, right side.
I don't think that contradicts anything I said.
Yeah, I mean, it's just in half the states.
Yeah.
Let's say there's a woman who deeply loves a man,
okay,
and she says, "Let's get married." He says, "Yes," and then they do, and then she says, "Oh, hey, on our honeymoon I got pregnant." He goes, "No way, I'm not doing this. I never wanted to have kids. I'm filing for a divorce immediately." What is the option? Does she get an abortion or does she become a single mother?
She can pick what she wants.
Right, but that doesn't put the responsibility on her. It puts it on the man.
No, I still think it's on her because we have 100% control. You can track your cycle. So you have plan B. You have so again, if
she married a guy she loved, she thought they were having a family, and then he betrays her.
Okay, I've never met a chick this happened to that had like a real story with facts and evidence. I've never met one. It's not overwhelmingly happening. That's one. And two, you generally, if a man marries a chick, he wants to have a kid with her. Generally speaking,
I do agree. I think,
but again, shouldn't I think that if women have the right not to be mothers, men should have the right not to be fathers. So if he wants, he should be able to say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be a part of this kid's life. I want to opt out of child support for 18 years. You want to have the kid? Good luck. I don't think that's correct, like morally, but right now we can do something. We can get abortions. We can opt out of motherhood. They should be able to opt out of fatherhood.
I mean, they can opt out of fatherhood by.
She was saying she was agreeing with your argument.
Okay.
Right side. She was saying, yeah, I was agreeing with her argument, and it was a good argument. Okay, yeah. I was a little confused.
Not getting
my bad.
pregnant.
Right, but
so that is very, very possible. Without abandoning the child, and that's the thing. Like the child does not have the ability to opt out of needing basic care, comforts, and things like that.
And that's true. But my point is, having unprotected sex, that's an equally irresponsible decision. We can agree, right?
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So, but my point is, after that happens, the woman has the plan B option. She's the only one that can guarantee she took the plan B, right? Then she had the option before also to be on birth control or not be on birth control. Many women lie about that. And she has the option to get an abortion. Now we're going close up to birth. As long as we have those extra options, I think men should have the option to not be fathers. Do you think that's unreasonable?
Yeah, I do. And I've listened to you talk about child support and child custody. And I agree with you that if a man is being kept from his child, it is simultaneously unfair to say you have to pay for him, but you're not allowed to visit him. I don't think that's right.
Okay.
Just pausing really quick because I want to tell everybody watching the video, please like the video. It boosts us in the algo, please. And then also, if you're on Twitter, please reshare it. There's like 318 people watching on Right Side's channel. So yeah, y'all share it up and show some love for her since she's doing this.
I think you're getting the worst of both worlds there. And I do agree that custody should be 50-50 off the bat. Like that should be the presumption. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't lose rights to your child just because you and the mother are divorced. But I don't think you can essentially opt out of a life that you created. When it comes to abortion, I don't think, similar with women, that you should be able to opt out of the life that you created. So
right,
what
but
we
it
have
doesn't
now,
matter what
what
you
we
think.
have
It
now,
matters what's happening.
right?
That's
So
the point.
right now, what's happening is immorality when it comes to abortion. But I don't think the way to fix that is to also extend immorality to child support. Like, this is a life you've created. You've both created. You both have responsibility to it.
Whose morals?
What do you mean?
Because
whose
it just turns into a morality police, and that's like always with these conversations.
About abortion?
Correct. Well, no. I'm talking about sex outside of marriage, that sort of thing. But let's not play pretend. 3% of people are waiting.
Yeah, Keegan, that is definitely Lauren Chen, my guy. That is definitely Lauren Chen. Yeah, Lauren did take a huge L right. Good to see you, right side. American Nerd said, "Good to see you, right side." Do you know who that is?
Yeah, just in spaces. Him,
Other man.
Keegan.
That's not really common.
Yeah, I know Keegan for sure, but I didn't know the American dude.
I mean, was anyone here virgin on their wedding night? Anyone? No? Okay. So why do we play pretend? All right. So it's like,
well, I think this gets to the heart of it. We can sit here all day and talk about what we think ought be or not ought be, but the problem is that you're not going to fix any of this without patriarchy. When we threw patriarchy out the window, we sexually liberated women. What we did was throw off a balance of power that was already there. Women historically have been, the gatekeepers of sex. Every one of us sitting at this table has twice as many female ancestors as we do male ancestors. So genetically, women have this great advantage. Then we have our youth, our fertile years.
I love
this
tremendous
way.
I love it because oftentimes, so it's acting as if there's been kind of this like successive kind like compiling of a lack of men reproducing. So if you actually scale that, if you take the numbers of basically how diverse is like Y chromosome, let's say like haplotype, as opposed to mtDNA, mitochondrial DNA, which is like passed down matrilineally.
Yeah.
That approximately equates to about 80% of women spread their genes and only about 60% of men. But that's not what happened. So what happened historically is there was these, and we have this based on the proliferation of haplotypes. So there's like these haplotype graphs that actually show like a vast male die-off. There's about 2 spikes. And then like basically it's contracting male lineage, but it happens all at once like that. And that's because in Europe, you would have these, like, for example, like the Mongols, or you'd have like 10, like, but an event like the Mongols, but like 10,000 years earlier,
or the bubonic plague
came in and they decimated just like large, like chunks of like tribes and large chunks of land in Europe, and they would just kill all of the males and they would just take and rape all the females. And so that happened, I believe, if I remember correctly, on that haplotype graph, it was about twice where you had that dip. So if you scale that, like it's about 80-60, but realistically, like that's if you're kind of evening out the haplotype and not assuming that it's these like spikes.
I actually always beat that because I used to debate these fucking dorks all the time. And like one of my biggest things, because they always bring up this one article talking about the 80-40 thing, like 40% of men reproduce for like 80% of women or something like that. And it's talking about, first off, 8,000 years ago. And like, second off, it's like right now though, if you go look, people like men above like 70, it's like 80% of them have children, or like 85 or something like that. And it's like, dude, a grand majority of guys will end up having kids. Like, guys have kids later on. So and so, like, don't get me wrong, like I think less guys are having kids, but they have like multiple chances. Like later on in life.
And as of like the numbers were like, obviously this would have been the Gen X cohort, but I believe it was about 86% of men were married by age 40 in the Gen X cohort. Obviously you're going to get a little bit different now because we're in the age of the internet, but that's still significantly like that's up there, especially if we're assuming like 5-10% alpha chads are not married or whatever.
Yeah. It's definitely just to shut up the incels, because there's so many guys that are like, oh, there's no way I'm ever going to be able to do this. No, most guys never reproduce. And it's like, no, you idiot. Like, a lot of guys do reproduce. They just, it takes a long time for them to get to that point in life where they're able to. But yeah, Keegan, we got sped up, so it's going fast for y'all, man. And the woman on the screen, has stole a bunch of Myron's arguments. The funny part is they all dislike him. She thinks she said that you stole Myron's arguments. You stealing all Myron's arguments? Or maybe she was talking about the girl on the stream. I don't know. Because that was a little bit ago whenever she said that. Pearl is the ace of base. I can't see anyone more base than Pearl. base Pearl. I didn't know that, Layla. I didn't know that you liked Pearl, Layla. I don't know if you're actually being sarcastic right now. I don't know. You're actually too good with your sarcasm sometimes.
Tremendous influence and power. And I think that's temporary on purpose. What happens when you give women equal political power and equal social power to men, and you remove the father as the head of the household, which all patriarchy means is rule by the father. When you throw that out, this is the mess you end up with that's impossible to fix, because what are we going to do about all of this out of wedlock births? And
yeah, and live love meant the person on the screen, not you.
Okay.
And my point is, we have all this freedom, so take the responsibility that comes with it. So if right now we have the freedom to get an abortion, doesn't matter what we want, doesn't matter what should be. I don't agree with abortion either, but right now it's legal. So if that's what we're doing, then take the responsibility of raising the kid. That's what I say.
So do you all agree with the idea of patriarchy?
Yes.
But I mean, how would you do you?
Oh, I'll put a caveat. Biblical patriarchy.
Yeah, I was gonna ask like what's your view on the idea of patriarchy?
I don't think it'll ever happen in my lifetime. I think it's a good idea, but I wouldn't predict that would happen in my lifetime.
Sure. How would each of you would you define patriarchy similarly? I think Lauren, you
right, because I guess just blanketly patriarchy. I think that the father's role at the head of the household, it comes from God, and it's valid insofar as he is acting on behalf of God, trying to lead his family in a godly way. Because obviously people are gonna say like, what about this abusive husband? Blah blah blah. It's like, all right, well, if he is not conducting himself in a manner that aligns with the way Christ treats his bride, the church, then that's actually not biblical patriarchy.
I'm going to shockingly disagree with this take.
Go for it.
Which might surprise a lot of people because everybody knows I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm pretty serious about that. But you guys might not know there was a huge amount of membership in anti-suffrage groups. The anti-suffragists were far more popular than suffragists. Women did not want suffrage. Very few people know that, like less than 4%, according to all of the referendums that they did at the time, women did not want it. And if you take a look at the arguments that women made for why they didn't want suffrage, why they didn't want women's liberation, they said, you're charging us with something we cannot do. So we cannot rule society. We cannot defend persons and property, which is supposed to be the primary role of government, to defend persons and property. If women can't do that, why give us political power? Why give us voting rights? Then we might have to get drafted. We might have to show up for jury duty, things like that. So I think to say, well, we'll let the men rule as long as they're doing it in a way that we feel is Christian or things like that, is kind of beside the point.
This is what I identify as right-wing woke, because, and then part of the reason why feminism, so when you're looking at, now I'm going into like philosophy and like historiography, but like when you're looking at historiography, you can apply a selective Marxist historicism where you arbitrarily like select events and you arbitrarily select actors and you tranche them into good actor, bad actor, like based on nothing other than like political utility. Basically, Marx kind of argued that economics and political utility dictate political outcomes, or sorry, political arguments, and dictate underlying philosophy. And so ultimately economics and those converging social forces are responsible for the philosophy of the day. And so that means it's almost giving implicit permission to apply his like historicity, which is like a new narrative based on kind of like select tranching. But what she's doing, and why oftentimes feminism is identified with woke as the advent of woke, is because partly this argument for suffrage was really when you see, I guess, proto-coalitional bargaining. And it was with this like, oh, women as a class are advocating for or against something, for or against women as a class. And it's like when you take a bargaining for on behalf of a class for a liberatory movement or anti-liberatory movement, what you're doing is you're essentially saying, I, as a member of this class, am saying I speak for all members of this class, and I am saying that basically all members of this class have uniformity of experience and uniformity of like basically traits, desires, like adversity, like economic status. That's obviously not true. But it allows you, it ultimately culminated in the idea of Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectionality theory. And so what Rachel's doing is she's basically saying, actually, I'm going to argue for my idea of the future using a type of coalitional bargaining. And so that's reintroducing this idea. That's saying, hey, actually, yeah, the feminists are right about oppressor, oppressed, and I endorse it. That's not good. That's not good. Sorry, were you
I'm just good. No, I'm just, yeah, I guess it just goes over my head a little bit. Here, hold on. Maybe the chat knows better than me. She said W. Rachel Wilson takeover happening. Layla said I need fillers like Lauren Chen ASAP. She looks so good. So many Orthodox Christians lately. Curious. Yeah, Soren, it's your religion. Rachel literally wrote a book which I read on this topic with several
I did too.
citations
I
and
want like
studies,
my
so I'll have to take
opinions.
her word on it. Yeah. I think she's checked out the book a little bit. Very
Yeah, I
curious, Soren.
have to.
It's almost trending. These Orthodox Christians are a lot like prison Muslims. I agree. There are a lot of Orthodox converts among lately millennials, young Gen Zers. Yeah.
Yeah, so and that problem is now you've created the exact structure they need for that dialectical movement, that furtherance of like their idea of the unfolding of history. Now you've presented yourself as the antithesis. You've just handed them on a silver platter what they are looking for. Whether like, and so when you use their language like that, so they kind of like take a word and they apply negative connotation and they associate it with this oppressor oppressed. They basically transmogrify language. And I wrote an article on X about how they do this in order to kind of change legal precedent without actually having to get an amendment, without actually having to pass federal legislation. They create a kind of cultural association with a word, and then they'll a new word or a new association with the word, but that word is old and it's already present in years and years of precedent legislation. And so what they'll do is they'll attach new meaning, and that now when you interpret the legislation with the old word, you're interpreting it with the new meaning. And so that's how you can change legislation a lot easier than through a 2/3 majority and ratification of states.
It's like basically like just getting people to just think a new definition for it.
Yes.
So, but
And
like which word are you specifically talking about that, Rachel?
patriarchy. Because when it
Patriarchy?
says patriarchy, you have several generations who have been raised to view patriarchy as zero sum oppressor oppressed. And so when she goes and says patriarchy is good, actually, let's do it, people do not hear what she thinks she's saying. People are hearing this new definition that's been kind of retconned over the past 40 to 50 years. It's
But like,
not,
should that stop her saying the message though?
well, it should make you double it should make you double think using language in a way associated inflammatory and unelaborated manner. Because I watched this section and she never actually gave kind of a, let's say, a structural idea of patriarchy and how that necessarily like explained away those implicit cultural connotations of the word patriarchy. Because you're taught in college, in high school, in middle school, and all the media you consume, that in patriarchy, women have no mechanism for male accountability. Women
Yeah.
are thrown in insane asylums. Women are abused. Like you have like, because I know in college and high school, I read books like Alcoholic Republic. And kind of like there are actual material problems in history with the legal treatment of women and actually kind of allowing for ways of like, oh, due process, so your husband can't just declare you unilaterally insane and throw you in an insane asylum for 28 years.
So like I agree that like it has a horrible connotation, horrible, and it would trigger too many women for it to ever make a really big difference, especially doing this shit online like how they do it. But the bottom line is though, this kind of goes back to that thing that we talked about like a couple of days ago when we were discussing something like this is again where we're kind of like talking about, you know, we're arguing over words because it's not about what you said, it's about how you said it, you know.
Because that's how they win.
But we got to be careful though with that, because sometimes we need to say things how they should be said, and we shouldn't be walking on eggshells.
I agree, but when you have a hot word and a word that is like literally intrinsic to the, like, I guess the metaphysical orienting of an entire belief system that 70% of the population says they identify with, you have to be very careful about not inflaming that, because now you're crystallizing that belief in their head. So when they hear you say patriarchy and they already might not like you, now they're like, oh, this is just confirming my beliefs. This is confirming my viewpoint. What you could do is you could kind of take that word and give anecdotes from history and kind of like try and create a new heuristic associated with that word instead of re-inflaming tensions. Because all that was done
Well,
here
there's
was
a better way
same
of
stuff.
doing it,
Yeah.
basically. There is a better way that she could do it, though, but stay the same thing, basically. But Live Up said the history we were taught in school was like half false, and you really don't know or understand that until you're into your adulthood. Hagelborg, they're cognizant of language on multiple levels, legal and cultural. And Layla said, I love how Right Side is explaining how using their framing will set us up to hang ourselves. Right? Yeah. Let me go back to this.
Because women only have an illusion of authority right now, basically. Like if it
What
comes
does
down
that
to
mean?
it. So men have the monopoly on force. There's no way around that. Even if you talk about, oh, well, there's women senators or there's women presidents or there's females in the military now. At the end of the day, the people who enforce any illusion of rights, women's rights or otherwise, are going to be men. Period. End of story. Nothing you can do about that.
Have you heard his patriarchy debate before? Andrew Wilson's
Yeah,
patriarchy
it's
debate?
just the problem is he's still adopting this metaphysical kind of like coalitional bargaining strategy.
Because of the word.
Well, no, this is more about substance though. Because what he's doing is he's basically saying you are defined by your class first and foremost, individuality second. Your individuality is overshadowed by this heuristic association of your class. That means no matter what you do, your merit, your work ethic, how smart you are, how much money you have, how much property you own, how self-sacrificing you are, you will never escape this identity class. And so he's basically constructing this kind of Gnostic prison for you. He's telling you, here is this prison, you're in it. He's building that for you. That's not like good. Like what you should say is like, hey, like this is the lifestyle that works for most people. Like this is what makes most people happy. There are outliers, but like we should still like work within that constitutional framework, because at the end of the day, because we're getting into Schmittian arguments.
See, but I would say that he would say all, like, if you broke down the nuance, he would say it's all in general, and like he would say this is better, this is best in general, you know, and like, but right now on these podcasts, like they're just saying it, you know, flat out.
Yeah, it's only in general because the Schmittian state of exception is the one that has the power to grant the individual exceptions under the class category. And so if you are working from a Schmittian framework, from like Carl Schmitt, like, okay, you do not earn the exception. Your merit doesn't matter. Your skill doesn't matter. You cannot earn your salvation, basically. That has to be granted to you. You have to be pardoned, like by the authority, the divine authority, like for example, the Godhead within the state, the representative Godhead, to grant you that exception. So it's not a decentralized, you earn through merit. We trust the system and its efficiencies. We trust free markets to shake out who is actually like, who deserves to be where and who belongs where based on their skills and their merit, based on what's efficient. Like, for example, we could have cut out all that federal student aid shit. Like that has that has actually caused a lot of our problems in the 21st century. I would argue, because it's extending the time people are in college. It's holding people who should have been in the workforce faster. It's making people arbitrarily wait longer and go to college. Like I would have been in college till I was 27 if I didn't double up. But now I'm done. I 9 years with the degrees at 24 because I had to double up. But like that wasn't a thing 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And so like this bureaucratic, so we keep injecting inefficiencies into the market where the market would have solved those itself, and it had solved those itself. But we didn't like the way it was solving it. It wasn't equitable enough. Like what's the problem is we need to stop looking at like a comparing outcomes perspective. Like stop equitizing outcomes, period. That doesn't matter. Like that's injecting efficiencies into the market. But like what he's saying is not that. He's saying that like, oh, even if the market would have selected for your skills and abilities and intelligence or whatever, your hard work, that doesn't matter. The state of exception has to grant you the exception, right? That's what Schmittianism is.
Okay. Hegelborg said is Gnostic social gospel. It turned the university into a federally subsidized jobs program. What was I? Oh yeah, I wanted to tell everybody. Please make sure to go subscribe to Right Side's YouTube channel. What was it again? Is it at Useless Eaters?
Yes, Useless Eaters Pod.
Yeah, everybody go subscribe to that because we got to get her up over 500 so she can get her members. Or do you get a members button yet, or do you got to get the 500?
I don't know how YouTube works.
Well, everybody go get her up to it because we're gonna be doing some really cool streams in the future. But you're gonna have to be a member to be able to get the fucking dope one. So make sure to get her up to 500 subs and like the video and push her out, please. Everybody on Twitter, thank you, and retweet if you can. We'd really appreciate it. Let me get back to the video.
So to say, oh, women have equal rights, they have equal rights that they have to appeal to men to enforce on their behalf. So is that actually equal? So I'm just saying, like, to have this idea that, well, we'll let the men be in charge. The men.
Oh wait, so like besides like the wording, is she right about like do you understand like in the patriarchy argument? Would you agree that men do have full power in that?
That's not what patriarchy is. Not men in charge. Patriarchy tends to be right, like hard work. Like it tends to center like have been heuristically associated with like male values, like meritocracy, like survival of the fittest.
But like if we're not talking about that, but we're just talking about what they're talking about, you know, which is that like men have all the control.
Is the retcon definition. The way she's describing patriarchy is how the postmodernists describe patriarchy. Like what patriarchy was, what that became is they contorted the word patriarchy and made patriarchy equal capitalism. Patriarchy equals capitalism.
But they're just saying fathers or male leadership, though, and they say that multiple times in this debate.
Well, the problem is that the reason why they say patriarchy equals capitalism is because patriarchy is male social-oriented values, and that tends to mean males occupy the majority of leadership. Like it's a competency-based hierarchy, and like that will be 80 to 90% male in most instances. And so like you don't need to put a finger. Like that's the problem with all of this. Is like with the like critical theory postmodern framework and with the Schmittian framework, it requires taking your finger and sticking it in the middle and then pushing from the top down. If you actually believe in the free market and you actually believe in the efficiency of a laissez-faire capitalist system, you believe in the like efficiency of a price finding mechanism, people will be valued according to their worth. Or people will be valued according to their marketable skills. And overwhelmingly, right, males like choose the jobs that are more marketable, choose the jobs that are more efficient. Females choose the caregiving like fields on average. You don't need to put your finger in the scale. The reason why they think they do is because they're not looking at the actual mechanisms that cause this. Once again, what injected this inefficiency? It was federal student loans. It was all of these programs dating back all the way to Wilson and the Great Society, where that started injecting centrally planned inefficiencies into the system. And that allowed the left for the past 100 years to alter the scales of the free market. They were interfering with the natural like price finding and evaluation forces that the free market has, like that supply demand curve. But the problem is the right is now offering the Schmittian solution where, okay, in order to fix this, we basically have to stop believing in laissez-faire capitalism. And they're saying we equally believe in a planned economy, but just a different planned economy. That's the problem, is like what they're like saying is they're endorsing this top-down kind of hand in the market. It's federal top-down interference. It needs to be, if you're talking about any type of action that needs to be taken, we need to be more federalist. We need to be more decentralized. Weaken the federal government. Weaken the 10th Amendment Commerce Clause. Stop interfering. Like remove the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Like, because now that, as Lauren Chen says later, is being interpreted in a different. There's some nuances with respect to constitutional interpretation and like rational basis, but that's something different. But remove these kind of market inefficiencies that aren't necessary.
No, let's see.
Are in charge right now. What's been happening is they've allowed women's liberation, and we can talk about who and why.
So you're saying that at any point, if like the majority of men in government were like, yeah, women get done, that's it.
Yes.
We wouldn't really be able to do much about it. I don't disagree, but
if tomorrow they went, we've had enough of this little experiment, hasn't gone so well. I think this women's rights stuff is over, and no more voting for you, and you're going to mostly be at home. If you have young children and you're a mother, you're going to be at home raising them. You're not going to be, trying to be a CEO. What would women do about that? Get mad, cry a little bit, yell. I mean, but
yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I feel like politically, women certainly have a lot of power. There are a lot of guys online who refer to our current Western society as gynocentric.
Here's the problem with it, like the Schmittian rights situation, is we're not giving women practical, actionable solutions to deal with the modern environment, to deal with kind of the modern precariousness of like, what if your husband dies? What if like your husband leaves you? What if your husband becomes abusive and you are a stay-at-home mom with no marketable skills? We're just saying, oh, well, F you, good luck, I guess. Like, oh, obey your husband and it should be like peachy keen. That's clearly like, I've like seen personally, like in my family, DV issues. I've seen like infidelity, and like almost all those issues like were able to be worked past, but it took like, it was precarious because like in those situations, there was a limited second income. And so we're not telling women, hey, when you choose a career, choose something with like a future kind of family in mind. Like you should keep these things in mind when you're selecting your career. Forget that bullshit of where it's like, pick something you love, pick something practical and actionable. It should be something that makes you money, gives you flexibility, and is not like ridiculous and dumb. Like lesbian dance theory or whatever, but
but so like later on though, she goes into the point how this was all to make another tax bracket of people. Like you you don't agree with that?
Yeah, so that is a whole other history. I've done actually I've done like a couple essays. I've done an essay on everything, but so on this issue, it wasn't to create another tax bracket. Like women entering the work.
Or would you say that it was one of the benefits?
No,
it was. I'm not going to say it was two on purpose just to do that, but it was a benefit.
So if we look at women working in the factories, they've been working in the factories since there have been factories around, since the very beginning. Now, if you're talking about closer in the 1960s and 1970s, that argument takes better shape, but not originally.
But the anti-suffragists were like way earlier, weren't they? Like
no,
1800s?
Women were working way before they were able to vote.
Yeah. But I'm saying like in the when were they first like fighting for this? Wasn't this like in the late 1800s?
This is like starting in the 1830s actually. And there's actually some women allowed to vote in the late 1780s in New Jersey, and there were some people of color that allowed to vote in New Jersey. And like the first state that allowed women to vote was North Dakota, and that was in the late 1800s. And actually, by the time by the late 1800s, actually like 26 states gave women the right to vote. So like the 1920 was just when like there was a federal amendment, but each state had like already passed state constitutions way before that allowing women to vote.
Do you think that like if they made it to where women have to sign up for the draft, or sign up for selective service to be able to vote, do you think that would be fair?
The problem is that is historically inconsistent. For example, white men were right in the colonies, if you were not a white landowning male, you couldn't vote. So like you had to own land in order to vote and be white. Later on, and it wasn't until I believe it was like even the 1820s and 1830s where you started having the first states move to allow women to vote, was when men, almost all white non-landowning males, could vote. And so here's the contingency though. That was not tied to selective service. Selective service did not exist at that point. In fact, selective service did not exist until the Civil War, and it wasn't was it official amendment? And it might have been later on that was an official amendment. I can't remember if the official amendment was in the 1860s or if it was later on.
Yeah, well, I understand it was there historically, but we're talking about right now.
No, I'm talking about like legal argument. You can't say women's right to vote is tethered on selective service, like women's suffrage. When male,
I'm not saying that's tethered to it historically.
No,
I'm saying that's tethered to it.
The universal you,
huh?
Like not you, like anyone who makes that argument.
Yeah.
And so the problem is like to make the argument that, you should have to have some type of stake in society. Well, that was never the original arguments that were constitutionally used.
Yeah, but I'm not. But what if that's not my argument? What if my argument is that that's just fair because that's how it is? Like that's not my argument.
I want to get rid of selective service. I believe and so funnily enough, the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment, almost passed in the 1970s. Phyllis Schlafly, maybe it was for the best, but I don't know. She disrupted the passage of the ERA almost single-handedly. That woman was a menace. It was kind of impressive, like how much they hated her. But the ERA would have made women sign up for the draft. It was the Equal Rights Amendment. And the conservatives actually stopped it. So the feminists wanted to make women sign up for the draft because they were like, this is how women get full equality. Equal under the law means equal under the law. And that's what the feminists in the 1970s, that's what the second waivers were arguing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not how it is now, though. Like, girls would never want to sign up for selective service. If it was about voting versus that, they would stop doing it.
I don't know, because, I think they could potentially hedge their bets. Because if you look at, in the last selective service was implemented, in the last 100 years, it was utilized. World War II, was it used? I think it was used it was used for sure in Vietnam. I don't know if it was used in Korea, but it might have been using it. So 2 or 3 times in a 100-year period, but it has not been invoked in 50 years. And now if we looked at the warfare landscape, right? There isn't a lot of need for mass.
It's not even gonna happen. It's more just to make us feel better on the inside.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying this is the problem with these kind of zero-sum coalitional bargaining things. It's because everything is either this identity group wins something, this identity group loses something, we either need to drag both down or we'll just blow the entire thing up, as opposed to, hey, maybe let's look at the ways in which our federal government is using kind of its power coercively and kind of top down in a way that wasn't originally constitutionally authorized by our founders. Can I take an originalist interpretation of the Constitution? And so maybe we should move away from selective service, especially now when you have all of these converging forces. We have the Federal Reserve. We have mass amounts of lobbyists in Congress able to influence. When we enter a war, we're fighting for foreign interest. Why are we sacrificing our own children so Lockheed Martin, Raytheon can make money? We're basically that's a blood sacrifice for Raytheon and Lockheed. That's a blood sacrifice.
But let's say that in reality though, in the world that we're in, we can't stop them from getting rid of the draft. Say that's just not a word in this hypothetical. In that hypothetical, would you agree that women should have to sign up for the selective service because we live in a world where we have to have it? Huh?
I would honestly, just because that is so impracticable, just logistically with respect to population replenishment. Okay, well now if 2 parents get drafted, what are the kids gonna do? Like it's just like a logistical nightmare. I would rather have suffrage tethered to property ownership or tax bracket, honestly, than not, because that's just gonna like blow it. Like
Property
that's almost
ownership.
like at that point doing that is constructing something that will intentionally blow up.
Okay. I'm about to start it.
Centrism, but I think I see what you're saying in that because men typically are the aggressive force. If they decided to, they could stop it, and women couldn't.
Right.
So I guess I'm imagining a scenario where if a bunch of, say, like Republicans came out and said no more 19th Amendment, you would have a bunch of women saying, "How dare you? We won't allow this." But I suppose the argument then is the only reason that move from a Republican would be blocked is that Democrat men would block them.
Well, that's how we got the 19th Amendment. It was actually like Gilded Age industrialist progressives, the same guys who met at the Jekyll Island Club in 1910 to draft the Federal Reserve Act, the same guys who wanted the income tax, had a vested interest in getting women out of the home and into the workforce and making them politically active.
But why is that? What was their interest?
Well, a couple of reasons. The first interest is if you're going to do an income tax, you can only tax the men's wages. Well, imagine if you can double that by getting all the women into the workforce and taxing.
Is that part triggering?
No, it doesn't make any sense logistically. So, like, when you do that, what they're doing, like when they actually kind of implemented the income tax after 1913, and it wasn't actually Wilson who pushed for it.
I'm sorry, Layla's funny. I was gonna read it. You keep going. What?
That was good.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Yeah, 10 out of 10. But no, go ahead.
So if you're thinking that you're going to, like, let's say, like the principle of the elasticity of supply and demand, and you think, oh, well, if I inject a bunch more workers, it's going to like either like devalue labor or inflate the currency. Well, if it devalues labor and simultaneously inflates the currency, now you're still getting the same amount of taxes, right? So if we're saying that a man and a woman working is bringing in the same amount of income as one man working, and you tax that, that's the same amount of money you're taking in. You're just lowering labor value. So that's not benefiting the government. That's benefiting the capitalists. This is actually a Marxist argument.
Well, yeah. Well, I thought that's what we all thought, was that it benefits the capital, or like, you know, the capitalist, but the capitalist is the government.
Well, no, because like the capital, so
because they're all working together, they're all hand in hand.
Really it wasn't that so when this like because women have been working since the 1860s. So it like when is she taught, like, because like Federal Reserve Act wasn't passed until 1913. Women have, like, poor women have been working since the advent of the Industrial Revolution. The consequential time in history, with this respect, with the principle of the I can't remember the exact phrase. It's the economic principle, elasticity of demand or supply, whatever, is the 1970s. The 1970s was when shit really hit the fan. And it was when we were fully untethered from the gold standard. And that means now you can full throttle increasing the labor force, full throttle, because like back then,
giving credit to everybody.
Well,
because women couldn't have credit.
Fractional reserve, the credit thing didn't come until Glass-Steagall, because we already had a fractional reserve system, like going back to the early, but that didn't mean much because there was already speculative caps. We had caps on speculation with respect to, we weren't able to gamble customer deposits and like in speculative investments, i.e. we couldn't like gamble them in the derivatives market.
Derivatives market, yeah.
And that was repealed in 1999, and which led to 2008. So what really mattered was when we officially pulled off the gold standard. Now, money printer, quantitative easing. Quantitative easing really, really picked up with Obama, but that was because he was trying to like fix the Glass-Steagall situation. Al Greenspan was a horrible Federal Reserve chairman, like literally awful. He was like under Clinton. He was responsible for probably if any individual most responsible for 2008 was Al Greenspan. But anyways, so Reagan. Now we're moving to the 80s. Reagan was a horrible president. And here's why. Reagan actually, one of his, I believe it was his chief economic advisor, I can't remember, but his name was Donald Regan. And Donald Regan had a meeting with a bunch of the CEOs of a bunch of the manufacturing Fortune 500s. And so what Donald Regan did is he called the CEOs in and he goes, what's it going to take for you to move your factories to China? Labor is too expensive. The unions are too effective. What's it going to take for you to move to China? Not much. They moved to China, cheaper labor. And the reason is Americans were too prosperous. Americans were making too much money. So I'll put this in perspective. From the period of 1940 to about 1979, this time in US history was the only time in the history of the world where you could actually create wealth with your own labor. The only time. And a series of policies. And that was partly because we were a manufacturing superpower. And because I forget the exact, we went partially untethered from the gold standard when we started allowing fractional reserve banking and the Federal Reserve earlier. We went fully untethered in 1971. But during this period, that mattered less because we were in a trade surplus, which means our manufacturing base, we are able to turn around our basically war infrastructure and turn that into a manufacturing superpower. And so we were exporting goods like crazy. And that's why American labor was able to generate wealth. Shit hit the fan in the 1970s when we started getting into a trade deficit. So essentially corporations started complaining, oh, the executives are only making 300 times the highest paid employee. Like they're not making 1,500% as high as the highest paid, 1,500 times the highest paid employee. We don't like the power of labor unions. The power of the labor unions, like, although a lot of people don't like unions for various reasons, they had residual effects in the US economy because there was a precedent of labor unions. Like, if you weren't treating your employees right, you were threatened with the implicit threat of unionization. But Reagan came in and absolutely destroyed union laws, basically made it illegal for any public employee to unionize. And because you have massive percentage of the US labor force who are not who are public employees, like the famous example of the air traffic controllers, where Reagan came in and fired all of the air traffic controllers because they were on a strike, all of them. And for example, part of the reason why public school teachers pay is so low and they have such garbage benefits is because of Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan made it illegal for public school teachers to strike. I believe on a federal level, I believe part of that was repealed. But what he did was he made it illegal for states to individually outlaw public employee unionization, which is now why I believe the teachers union is stronger in some states than others. And like for example, Florida bans public employees from unionizing. So now it's a more state issue, which completely defeats the purpose of kind of then those states have no leverage. Oh, so and a company's in a state where unions have leverage, okay, I'll just move to the non-union state. So it kind of frustrates the purpose. And then incentivize the states to make it harder for unions to be formed. But that combination of the factories moving overseas and deunionization and simultaneously entrance of women in the workforce. Now look at the convergence of these events. Women started entering the workforce around, people say it's the air quote sexual revolution, but it was more so because now Americans had gotten accustomed to this very, very high standard of living. Because again, this time period was the only time you could create wealth with your labor. And because they were accustomed to this, and now laborers were beginning to get less labor or less leverage in the employment market, their pay is dropping. Their pay is dropping relative to the increase of inflation. Remember, 1971 is when they started baking in a 2% annualized inflation. They implemented something called the CPI, which is basically an index that tracks inflation, and they arbitrarily tranched commodities to calculate that index. But conveniently, it tends to underestimate inflation a lot. And the last time we had to keep retranching it because it kept looking way too high. So we were like, oh, we got to take some of those things out to make it look a little better because we're supposed to be at 2%, but we keep quantitative easing and putting in a little bit too much money and issuing too many bonds. But anyways, and so why women started what really catalyzed women entering the labor market was, right, there was a money crunch. Like there was also simultaneously in the 70s, there was this like gas crisis, like the Iran-Contra affair. There was like people standing in, there was like gas rationing. People were less economically secure than they had been for the past 25 years. And so that's why women started entering the labor force in secretarial jobs, nursing, etc. And that, right, decreased the value of labor even more. And so this is in the 70s. Now you hit the 80s. Ronald Reagan goes, basically F you, and sends manufacturing overseas. Now the average American, like the main source of the average American income was just poof. They're telling people to go to China to weaken the American the economic status of the average American. And so that sets us up for the 90s, where we're basically becoming an information and service economy. And now, as time goes, you look at the graphs, time goes on, a larger and larger percent of our GDP becomes financialization and debt products. And so we started legalizing kind of insane speculation and creating derivatives and derivatives of derivatives, and these things called collateralized debt products. Or collateralized debt CDOs, collateralized debt obligations, and we would allow to package good and bad debt in these CDOs, and we would allow these bankers to speculatively trade with them and issue derivatives of those derivatives, and that's what led to 2008. And that was able to happen because like our leverage was able to be cranked up, and there was something with kind of like basically like collateral limits and like how much money a bank kind of had on a bunch of regulatory stuff, boring. But Glass-Steagall was repealed, and that increased the amount of leverage. And so now, fast forward to today, 34% of our economy is debt products. 34% of our GDP is debt products. And we don't manufacture. We're trying to bring it back, but we don't produce anything.
So it's kind of hard to bring something back that can't be brought back, really.
And so like to say like somehow saying women can't enter the workforce is going to fix, like, our economy is already fake. It's fake. It's propped up. 20% of people are net positive, like taxpayers. It's fake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Everything is completely destroyed right now. It's just crazy because the only reason why everything is messed up is because of the inflation, how much they devalue the dollar. Soren said maybe we should take a break at some point so that right so I can get a drink. I'm not speaking and I'm getting thirsty. Debt ties to feminism. Interesting. The downstream effects. Yeah, Layla, for sure. Yep, Soren. Yeah, let's get back to the video.
Their wages. So that's one. Two is a lot of these guys wanted this blend of socialism and capitalism that we have right now, this kind of hybrid system. And there was a lot of anti-suffrage groups that had posters, pamphlets, encyclicals. They even did debates against suffragists where they said a vote for women is a vote for socialism, because the Bolsheviks in Russia were saying we're never going to have full communism. We're never going to have true socialism unless we get women involved, give them the vote, make them workers, make them see themselves as labor units rather than mothers. So this was kind of the plan. So that's kind of how we ended up with the system we have now. So they wanted dual income tax. They wanted women in the workforce. What's the other big benefit of that? Where do the kids go all day? If mom and dad are both at work, they have to go somewhere. Oh, we magically get the compulsory education system right along this same time frame. So the kids are being indoctrinated with whatever values the government and the Department of Education want to bestow on them. So, and the other big obvious one is cheap wages. If you were JP Morgan or a Cornelius Vanderbilt or a Rockefeller or a Ford and you have these huge factories and you need lots of cheap labor, you can only import so many.
One of the commenters said, I don't understand why people think our manufacturing industry can't be brought back. We have 3D printers for all manner of materials and market spaces that can retool our industrial sector. He has a point that it is going to have a very big change up with AI and 3D printing of homes and stuff.
Because the will to bring it back by the corporations themselves, they don't want to. Like they're like able to manufacture like for all companies.
I'm gonna go pee really quick while you answer this question.
I
What, you need to also?
I need to fill this up.
Okay, you can go first. However, I'll try to answer what I think though. I don't understand why people think our manufacturing industry can't be brought back. Yeah, bro. So I don't know about being brought back, but I think there's going to be an evolution of what we consume. I definitely think, yeah. Everybody, this is like your potty break time. Go get your popcorn. We're going to be here for a minute, guys, because this video has still got a lot of time. Right Side's really good at giving y'all some really good commentary, so it's gonna we're gonna be here. But I kind of agree with you, Hollow. It's about the chip. It's about the chip manufacturing. I'm really big about them bringing the chip manufacturing home. If we can get that shit out of Taiwan, I think it makes a pretty big fucking difference. Everything that's coming in the future is all going to be based around those chips. So, in my opinion, I think that us bringing chips home is a pretty big deal. I'm going to go pee now, so give your commentary. And you can talk shit about how I'm saying that chips are going to come home because of the Taiwan shit, and it's going to get better after that.
Yeah, they're trying to bring the chips back, but if you notice, like some of the like regulatory interferences the Biden administration was implementing, for example, they were saying that X percentage, like 20 or 30% of the construction workers needed to be women. Like it was those type of regulatory roadblocks. There's clearly some type of interests at play in the government, like not necessarily a social interest. These social interests are used as tools, typically for financial gain. And what was happening was they kept forestalling the contract, or they kept kind of having to renegotiate the contract because of these regulations. So, like, they were never able to. Like, for months and months and months, they they put off breaking ground on these chip manufacturing facilities because of these kind of arbitrary regulatory roadblocks. And even more, like now, like X number of civil engineers needed to be Black, or they were having to meet these arbitrary diversity quotas. And I don't know, I haven't looked at the status as of the last couple of months, but I think the interest is like these companies themselves. There must have been there's obviously kind of like some type of deal between the state and the Biden administration, these companies. And either other companies are lobbying to increase like regulatory pressure because they don't want an American company taking their competition, like other chip manufacturers or other potential chip manufacturers overseas. And they're trying to hold a monopoly on like cheap manufacturing using cheap labor overseas by interfering with American companies. Because obviously then if you have an American chip manufacturer come to the US, they're probably going to be slightly more expensive because American labor is more expensive. And so therefore there's probably going to be regulations put in or a tariff put in on companies importing chips into the United States or on any product containing a foreign like manufactured chip. And so there's probably multiple different interests that are trying to like get those DEI regulations enforced because of that. So I think the problem is like there's obviously will for these chip manufacturers to come here, but there's obviously also will for like these large corporations who want to keep manufacturing overseas without implementation of a tariff.
Who else? A bunch of people were talking. Can you explain the difference between late stage free market capitalism and techno feudalism?
I think late stage capitalism is basically the financialization of the economy. So it's like, I guess, a shift from a like financial services and information economy, or service-based economy and information-based economy, and increasing financialization of the economy. So like the primary like contributor of GDP becomes financialization, i.e. like debt products, derivatives, like leveraging yourself to the tits, basically. And you're not actually producing anything. If you're not producing anything, that's like there's like you employ less people. You don't need to employ the entirety of the United States to basically create certificates for derivatives of derivatives of derivatives of derivatives. You only need a couple like fancily paid investment bankers for that, and they sitting pretty on Wall Street. But the problem though is like that continues. That doesn't stop. There's no stopgap because like the government will just like continue taxing the middle class until there's no more middle class. And so the government makes up for like the ability for the wealthy to hide their wealth in offshore banks and Switzerland and the Cayman Islands and all these regulatory and tax loopholes by increasingly shifting the tax burden to the middle class. And so you get the utter financialization of the economy, and now you have no more middle class. So the point of which you've killed your middle class, you have a two-tiered society. You have the 1% and the 99%. That's techno-feudalism. At that point, if you have no middle class, you're in a feudal state.
I wish I knew about this camera angle this whole time. This is way better, dude. Way higher quality. Also, Abominable said, "We love right side turf queen." All women are diversity hires. Okay, Steven, my one Twitch viewer, man. What the fuck? Never get people on
I was
Twitch.
the only one in my office with a master's in engineering last summer, so.
Hegel, insurance, tax credits, period, full stop. Dude, some of your comments looked really weird up here. I don't know why they look so weird, bro. Our only value comes from leveraging the production of future generations.
Yep.
True.
And like he likes to talk about how we're basically creating a futures market on speculative earnings of children. So we're using this kind of emotional social learning, and we're taking all this data. We're using CASEL, and we're using these kind of like government like contracted with companies like CASEL, and we're creating a futures market based on, we're taking these children's data as they go through the K-12 education system, and we're allowing for gambling on the estimated future earnings of these children, which is great. Which is like, if you think about how sick that is, like
all your birth certificate is a barcode. It's just your product number for the United States of America.
Well, they're operationalizing it now.
Not for real. Sorry, you have the nobles and the clowns. Yes. Hollow Vortex, the semiconductor industry are hard to get going. China had invested billions for the last few years before they started getting results. I think it does help. We have TCMC on board. Oh, you definitely are on the stock market. Coming to Arizona for federal subsidies. Of course, federal subsidies can more or less act exactly like tariffs if implemented under the basis of local production. Eagle board, we have 100. Future markets. Our future is a false flag. Yeah, I'm worried. Did you see Bitcoin? Was it Bitcoin or ETH went up like crazy today? One of them went up like fucking crazy. It was Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin had a nice little 6% increase today. Pretty crazy. Let's get back to this fucking video.
Immigrants. Better idea. Take the women who are going to work for a lower wage, put them in the factories, which is exactly what we saw happen. So.
I suppose with industrialization, you immediately. Let me pause. Go back before industrialization. Conscription became. Okay, I got to slow down. Obviously, conscription's been around forever. Guys were forced to fight, but it became substantially more viable to have a conscripted class when, like breech loaders, muskets, and more easily loadable weapons became prominent.
Yeah.
It used to be back in the ancient days. You had a warrior class, men who were born from the day they were born, every day trained to be fighters. And they said, these guys are going to be the fighters who defend this nation. And they had spears. But then all of a sudden, they're like, this is a gun. You point it, you pull the trigger, it works. All of a sudden, they're like, we could take literally anybody, hand them this, and they can fight on equal. So all of a sudden, I was reading about the fall of samurai in Japan. And this warrior class had tremendous political power that was lost the moment rifles were introduced to the country. All of a sudden, they're just like, we don't need you anymore. Yeah. Your political power is gone. So I forgot exactly where I was going with that. But
probably that it's the Industrial Revolution is what allowed feminism. If you ever wondered how come women's liberation didn't happen for 2, 4, 6,000 years before this, it's because technology is the thing that makes it possible for women to feel they're equal with men. Look at this studio. Were any of these lights, this Wi-Fi, these computers, any of this designed by women?
No.
Do the women upkeep it? Do the women build it? No, the men build this technological world that makes us think,
and it's so
I
funny.
can be a career woman. I can be in
It's so
charge.
funny because women will come on the show and say they don't need men on a microphone that men built in a building that men maintain.
And I agree with that. And my counter, because I was talking about this, I have a segment we'll get to in a second. All of these women these feminists are online saying, we're great inventors. Actually, I was just screwing with ChatGPT because it's super woke and I'm trying to get to admit reality. And it was like, men and women are completely equal and have contributed equally to society. I'm like, I agree that's true, but tell me why. And it starts going on about great inventors. And I'm like, no, spare me this. It is strange to me that there are so many feminists that want to talk about the masculine things women have done instead of literally just being like, how about every great world leader was made by a woman? How about the fact that women are the ones who create the people in concert with men? Yes, but women, if a guy's like, I invented the light bulb, like, congratulations, you were created by a woman. Like, can we give women credit for being the creators of life?
No, and what's interesting is that feminists basically have masculine values. They only judge women as successful or useful when they are conforming to masculine norms. Yes. That's why they love the CEO, feminine girl boss. They love those female fighters. They are only proud of women when they're behaving like men because that's where their value set comes from. They basically disregard
a product of secularization of society, because what happens is like society progressively moves towards secular materialism, and what that does is like, okay, that means you're basically telos is accumulation of resources. It's maximum efficiency, and in a secular material society, we equate value with efficiency, and what efficiency is the ability to generate capital. Basically the time it takes to generate capital versus how much capital you can make in a set amount of time. And the problem is, right, that leaves zero room for basically unpaid labor, like domestic chores and domestic skills, like the childbirth. And so what we've said as a society is we're going to set our primary value system oriented around capital. And so what that's telling women who are not engaged in basically production of capital is we're telling them that you have no value. You are not societally valued. And it's kind of obvious that all kind of like they're mentioning, like he's mentioning, like, oh, women produce the babies. That's just a platitude to get you to shut up kind of thing. Because it's very obvious, like it's one of those things where you look around, like what is glorified in media? What is glorified by the government? What is on everybody's lips? It's money. Money is our God. Money is what we turn our attention to. And so if that is our primary orienting value, where does that leave basically the non-material or non-monetary things? It leaves them worthless, valueless.
Or secondary.
Yes. And so
secondary at best.
And so that it should not be a shock whatsoever that you have a portion of society that's saying, I don't want to be seen as like valueless by the system, because especially as people get progressively more secular, they're not actually like the fact that you should value money, you should value fame, these things that produce money, is being glorified at every single turn. So, in any kind of reinforcement of any other value system is secondary or ancillary. You go to church and still like oftentimes the conversation within the church is like economic difficulty or financial difficulty, or like the primary acts of service people are doing in the church are like basically like relief, aid to poor people. So, and it seems like everything in our it's just the nature of like material, like that. This is kind of the flaw of the free market, is it kind of sets your value system for you, like this, like kind of like
I was about to say, like, you sound pretty anti-free market right now. So, but what's the alternative?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people, this is why I listen to a lot of leftist podcasters and commentators. It's because the right wing refuses to kind of acknowledge the problems on the right. They kind of refuse to like acknowledge these metaphysical kind of like questions. And the problem is the right like keeps pleading to these Christian values. They keep pleading to these ideas of family and kind of blah, 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 while basically putting this idea of like the free market as their Hegelian idea of the Geist. Like this is the presence, this this presence of divinity on earth. Like for example, Adam Smith, like the idea of God's hand interfering in the markets, performing that price finding mechanism. In the early 20th century, like there are superstitions, like, and there's beliefs even on Wall Street that God was literally the one setting the price. Like
Well, they called it the magical hand of the free market. I don't think they said God specifically.
No. You actually had people believed it was like a system that was given to us by God, and it was God setting those prices, because like economics
it was divine.
Is not intuitive. Like for example, like if you like are not into, like, because it's a compilation of lots of numbers, lots of transactions. And so like if you don't have a system to visualize, if you don't have computers, like it's hard to fathom that millions and millions and millions of transactions are being compiled into one number. You get one number at the closing bell. And so like that led people like even like traders to think that was literally God setting that price.
But isn't it just the value of negotiation? I mean, like, it's like, how valuable is this to you? Like, I think that's like the coolest part about the free market, is that, you know, your value is truly determined by the market. You know,
I like that. I like that because I'm good at making money and my skill set is valuable. But like, we look at the problems it's causing, like when let's say our economy, we're moving into techno-feudalism. When we have a set of skills, like when manual labor is, even at this point, it's not as good at producing value anymore. Like I believe it was like 7 to 10% of our actual economy is by hard manual labor. And like the rest is information, service, and finances. It's all digital. It's all kind of fake. And so your ability to manipulate paper, your ability to like create documents and distribute them to fastest is what determines your value. And this leaves an entire subset of society. Like if we view IQ, like if we like view IQ on a distribution and we think it once it's crystallized as an adult, then we're basically saying X percentage of people are valueless. And if we're saying this while still kind of operating off of Christian metaphysics, that's a contradiction. And I'm not advocating for anything but free market capitalism. I'm just pointing out the contradiction that the right wing wants.
Yeah, because Christian is kind of very socialist. They're very like egalitarian almost.
Well,
Soren
also decentralized is the key. Like you can't achieve communism without top-down control. But right, Jesus said, like, give Caesar what is Caesar's. Like against top-down kind of interference. So that's another contradiction, which kind of leaves you, like basically I am responsible for redistributing my own wealth, for doing good acts. Like and also like it's harder for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to get through the eye of the needle. Like all this is reified over and over and over again. And so we also kind of have to blame ourselves if these ideas are kind of are able to infiltrate our society. That means that we have become too selfish. We become too selfish, either like via like the lack of Christian values, secularization. We don't individually do enough for people. So if there's a push, a broader sentiment, a push to centralize kind of like altruism and goodwill, maybe that's a sign that we as individuals or people who kind of subscribe to a Christian like moral system or metaphysic have failed in their duty.
See, and this is where I heavily disagree with you. I actually think that capitalism goes hand in hand with Christianity.
No,
and altruism.
It does. If people are still generous, if people are still Christian, operating off of a Christian kind of moral system metaphysics.
But since people aren't like that today, technically, yeah. Soren was saying that your video quality I fixed it. I had to like do something to fix it, but he was like, it's good again. And then obviously we had to make fun of him a little bit. Shout out to Jay making fun of him for trying to make sure your video quality was perfect. Keegan said, can you explain the social and financial dangers of adopting a CBDC, central bank digital currency?
This has become a finance and economics stream, not the trad I guess like
Well, you just do like a fast explanation of it.
Well, obviously the problem is like, well, if the government controls the blockchain, like if you get to the CBDC where it gets to the point where it's totally centralized, like how do you like? Sure, you can have a blockchain that's like non-fungible, but come on, like if the
But what's the problem with that one if there's a bunch of other ones too? I don't see a problem then.
well,
but if they restricted all the other ones, then I'd be like, oh,
that's
fuck
the
that.
problem. Like if like that kind of like the allowing the existence of the other ones kind of frustrates the purpose of having a CBDC, and so the government will just be like, okay, enough. They'll just come up with something like, oh, too much gambling, too much speculation, kind of like what they did with like the GameStop, like AMC, like Robinhood, like button. They'll just tell you to turn it off. They'll say, you don't turn it off, then you're going to incur insane liability. You're going to end up in jail. Turn it off. You'll get the call. You'll get the call like, blanking on his name, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. You'll get a call like Mike Johnson did, and like the feds will talk to you, and suddenly you were anti-FISA, and the next day you're like, oh well, the CIA called me up and the NSA called me up and I heard some convincing arguments. So everyone should actually vote to be spied on by the government, like immediately. Like it's that easy.
So is it? I care about the quality. It must be prestigious for you. Soren, you want to call right side milady so bad, don't you? Oh, sorry. Well, it's because if you want to find out why anything exists in the West, you got to follow the money. Yeah, I guess he's just going to ignore the milady comment. All right, Soren, that's fine. We'll get back to the video.
Art, the homemaker, anything feminine, nurturing, caring, childcare, they think of that as unimportant, which is ironically actually sexist.
So I want to pull this up. I was talking about this the other day. This is a great thread. We have Catherine Brodsky. She posted this image of this Taekwondo black belt woman doing this absolutely amazing bow staff routine. She's spinning this aluminum staff. It looks absolutely incredible. Wow, real talent there. I sincerely mean that. Look at that. She said, if you run into her in the forest, I pity the man and the bear. She then responded, the number of unfit, unskilled men claiming they can, quote, take her merely based on the fact that they are men. Yes, men are on average stronger, but take an unfit man in a somewhat similar weight class and she's winning.
No.
So the first thing I want to say is the caveat of an unfit man in the same weight class after saying, I pity the man and the bear. So this woman, tremendous talent. I mean, no disrespect, but she's 5'1", 100 pounds. Right. Yeah. She has her stats are available for her, like fight record and everything. There's a reason why a man who is 6'3", raw muscle.
Do you think these arguments are stupid when women try to make these like physical arguments with men?
I mean, this is like this conversation is kind of
I'm about to
like also like when you're taking like I really hate when people take like something that's supposed to be obviously facetious, like haha, like she can take a man, like it's a joke, and like it's not meant to be kind of.
No, there are some feminist right side. There's some feminists
I know,
that
but like
say
that's like saying like taking like the transgender biology argument seriously. It's a fucking joke. It's not to be taken seriously.
Well, I mean, those feminists though really need to like understand, because they spew their bullshit online saying that women are equal to men and a lot of things that it's just not fucking true, and it's kind of dangerous. Like I'm not saying that you shouldn't teach women self-defense, but I definitely think that it's ridiculous to tell a woman that she could possibly fight a guy.
I agree.
Yeah.
With average women in this country is also like 150 or something.
I'm going to keep fast forwarding until we're past this part.
Something or whatever. But if you take out the average guy who's got 5'8", and let's say 5'8", 199. Oh man,
right.
You're going to the range and then
you got to have a speed loader. But
right.
And what about carrying? Do you think that every girl should just carry? If she could,
not if you don't like practice with like if you.
But if she practices, you would say a girl should
why
carry.
not?
Yeah, that's if anything, that's the biggest thing that I would push into a girl's hands if I could.
We go to the range and I'm like, I've got 17 rounds to load in this thing. Just give me the speed.
To my husband when it comes to stuff like that, but that's like very rare. Usually, it's like on average, it would if you the best sharpshooters or whatever in the military, they are men. Yeah. And I know like that's one of the things where there was this whole debate about should women be in the military, should they serve in combat roles? I don't think so, but people were like, well, they can still fire guns as
well. Oh, what did you say?
There's actually a couple Olympic sports that have been co-ed, and skeet shooting is actually one class where women, for whatever reason, are actually like better than men at. And actually, they were until the 1990s. Women and male skeet shooting was co-ed, and then this was the second year that this was a sport in the Olympics, And then a woman, like she's a Chinese woman, she spanked like her male competition, got the gold, and then suddenly it was
I don't believe this.
No,
I'm gonna have
I
to look
posted it.
this up.
I'll show you. I have it.
But this is the one thing y'all get fucking skeet shooting. But you can't beat us in racing.
Horse
You can't beat us
riding.
in
There's
you,
horse
what?
riding.
Because y'all are smaller.
Well, actually, so horse riding's a bit.
A woman jockey's smaller than a male jockey.
There's no jockeys in the Olympics. It's like dressage, show jumping, that kind of thing.
Oh,
So it's
oh
like,
yeah, you're the horse rider. I don't know about
like
this shit.
technical skill and like fine tune, like precise movements.
Are you talking about like barrel racing?
No,
type
barrel
shit?
racing is not in the Olympics. It's English riding, so like show jumping and dressage, and I believe 3D eventing now in Olympics. I don't think 3D Olympic is now an Olympic sport. Is it just show jumping and dressage? It might be. I think it just show jumping and dressage.
Trust me, guys are better at everything right side. Just stop it.
Well, I don't know. The Charlotte Dujardin and Vallegro. Look up. I mean, they destroy everyone in the Olympics. So
Hey, okay. All I gotta say is the greatest tennis players ever got destroyed by like a 90th ranked dude.
Yeah.
Okay, like.
But there are certain quirks of like I guess center of gravity, like for whatever, like that skeet shooting event. There's very few of them, but there is some interesting ones.
That doesn't work for me. Get those likes up, gents. Yeah, everybody get the likes up, and also go and if you're a real homie, you should be opening multiple browsers and opening up her browser and my browser and liking the video. Come on, if you're a real homie, that's what you're doing. Who's better at shooting stuff we can eat?
I don't know how many things have you killed, Sergio?
I actually killed a deer and lots of dove. I like dove hunting more than anything. I was raised by my stepdad mostly, and he was a full on redneck hunter, and he definitely took me to shoot my first deer, and it was a hurt deer, so it wasn't even like a one that was very proud of. Like,
have you ever gone spotlighting? It's really fun.
Like, are you talking about like with the fishing? Like with the spotlight in the water?
Not spearfishing. Like you go out in the woods. I probably shouldn't be saying this on camera. But
you already said it, you gotta do it now.
So you got in the woods, and we did this with armadillo and possum. Because possum, basically, they can give horses this type of almost like bacteria. It's like something equine encephalitis, and it like causes them to go in like basically mad cow disease for horses. And then armadillo, they create holes in the ground, and it will break your cow's leg or your horse's leg. And so we go out in the night with 4-wheelers, and we would shine a spotlight, and we'd have a gun, and we go.
No, the only thing that like the spotlight was for coyotes. Here in Texas, we have huge coyote issues.
We do coyotes and hogs too.
Yeah, well, we didn't have hogs like 20 years ago. Whenever I was hunting with my stepdad, there was no hog.
And they just suddenly, boom! Like I was riding, I was driving my Jeep on a dirt road, and like I was wearing my glasses at the time, and I like squint and I see these like little things run across like there's like 8 of them. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Bunch of little piggies.
Yeah, and like I got by the time I got close enough, they were like already. I would have gunned it. I would have crushed them motherfuckers.
No, dude, they'll fuck your car up, man. Those things are fucking.
They were like new.
Oh, they were little piglets.
Yeah,
yeah, you're a piece of shit. You're fucked up. I actually accidentally hit a squirrel today with my girlfriend, and she lost her mind. Like I felt so bad. Like she felt so. She was like, "It's because you were using your phone," and like, yeah, I shouldn't have been on my phone. I'll admit.
I would have just taken all those pigs out.
No, that's messed up. All right.
Oh come on, they fuck everything up. They're awesome.
I mean,
they'll tear you up.
Yeah.
Like, there's been videos of them like attacking like kids in the front yard. Like they do not play.
Dude, Bryce, I don't know how you have 588 people watching on
I don't
X.
know either.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. They're just boosting you in the algorithm now, so it's just a bunch of random.
Does that mean like 500 people are like actively watching?
Well, so I've been talking a lot about this. X is doing a lot of fishy stuff.
Yeah.
And I think when they do this type of stuff, sometimes it's a lot of bots. Like, don't get me wrong, like some of it's real people. But and the thing is, say like you pop up at the top of somebody's feed right now of your 50,000 followers, they're going to see that there's 588 people watching you, and they're gonna be like, huh, I want to watch because there's 600 other people watching, you know?
I was like,
But it does encourage more real viewers to watch you though. So I don't think there's anything wrong with it, even if they weren't all real people.
I was like, what we're talking about is pretty interesting, but I don't think it's that like interesting. I get like 12 people in my space and I talk about the same shit. So
Well, it's just about also consistency. This algorithm's gonna always watch if we're consistent and we keep doing this, and I think it'll start pushing people out more that do this more. Here, let's go back to it. And actually, this video is interesting as fuck. Let's be real. Everybody wants to learn about the Tritons. What did Soren say first? I think it's people passing by. Layla had a similar numbers, but it's still better than YouTube. Yeah, for sure. YouTube doesn't push shit in the algo. I'm a bot, and what is this? See, they're not bots. There's real people watching you. I told you. Beep boop. It's our bot friends.
yeah.
As well and stuff like that. It's like actually no. Actually, yeah.
Well, and just because some women can do some things doesn't mean that all women ought to do those things.
It's the exception, right?
Yeah.
And then it just proves that women need men. And back to this post, like all the men commenting, it's like, okay, well, who's really to blame for feminism if men, these simps, like allowed women to have this power? And how do we actually combat
If you count how many times Isabella talks, this is like one of probably 2 or 3 times she talks the whole video. It's so funny.
feminism today? Because like you said,
Yeah.
women are controlling the emotions and they're the ones driving this hysteria and making the men vote this way and enforce these things. So really it's up to the men. And I saw your husband talk about how men need to create like men's rights advocacy
They've
groups in
had them.
Washington.
They've had them
Yeah.
for over 100+ years. The first men's rights advocacy group was in the early 1900s. The reason that it's so ineffective is because women are the biggest swing voters.
Yeah.
And so like that's why I would say
Well,
women
that's
are more responsible
because-
for feminism because
Huh?
Women
That's
turn
why
out-
MRAs suck.
women turn out to vote and much more reliably than men. So
Yeah. Oh, I see it with my boys all the time. I see
So
it whenever it comes to whenever I door knock, because I was door knocking for some campaigns last week, and it's crazy. Like the women who open the door, they're so likely to sit there and bullshit with you and be like, and that's what you're looking for. It's like sales. You're trying to find somebody who's like a crazy voter who will like go and tell their other 10 friends that like they should vote for this person just because you talked to them for 10 minutes, you know? And it's so crazy, honestly, how much you gotta like that Dale Carnegie book, like How to Win Friends and Influence People, is the most manipulative thing ever for politics. It's crazy.
But yeah, so if Donald Trump loses, we can't blame the women and the liberal women. I'm gonna like, it's the men. Remove the 15th Amendment or whatever. I can't even remember what amendment it was. The 14th Amendment that gave kind of universal suffrage, or like not tether it from. I can't even remember what amendment. I know it's bad. I don't have.
You think I read these things? I don't read those things. Like, what the fuck? Vale said women shouldn't vote. Yes, Vale. Thank you. Thank you, Vale.
Shouldn't vote. Vale. People who score 100 points on the autism assessment shouldn't vote.
Yeah, man.
Vale is the only one who can't vote.
Vale's for man's rights over here.
most men do not have political power other than one vote. And even if they do vote, women will always outvote men because there's more women than men.
I do think though that part of the reason that women, I would say that men should be, they need to have higher standards when it comes to women. I do think that if women, like the reason why so many girls are on OnlyFans or are whores are because men still sleep with them. They're paying the OnlyFans subscriptions. I know it's easy. Like,
what did you say?
I said topic change. Woo.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
this is not what's happening. This is what they ought to do. But if we ever want to change the culture, we have to start somewhere. And I do think that if more men's advocacy groups arised and more men were like, I'm not going to give women and feminists the time of day. If they're pro voting, if they're feminists, like make it so unfavorable, bring back shaming to such a high degree, as rabid as the feminists were, where they took over everything.
So I disagree with you. I think women want to be on OnlyFans because they enjoy being whores. So I've interviewed so many sex workers. They just like it. They get off on being naked in front of men. I don't think it's this like the men are giving that. Like I think
the men are there to be in front of.
Yeah, but they're also there to be in front of when they walk outside. And I see this when I go to Vegas. Women just get naked on the street. Like you see them, they have like stickers over women. I've never seen women fight harder than for anything than the ability to be naked and the ability to be whores.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's absolutely appalling. But I think men should have the discipline. And I know it's tough because I'm not.
What?
I think the people who like Pearl, like I keep hearing this OnlyFans argument. Women whore OnlyFans. Women whores OnlyFans. Like it's just like y'all spend most of your time on the internet just streaming with absolute degenerates. What do you think you're gonna get? Like you go on whatever, and you get the most shocking examples of the human race. Like they look like I can smell them through my screen. Like it smells like salmon and like tilapia. And like the number of women who've signed up to be content creators, I believe there was like an estimate, like based on like the male to female ratio on OnlyFans, less than 1%. So I'm like, there are a lot of whores, but let's talk about averages and like realistically.
Hey, there's a lot of girls that are doing the OnlyFans thing.
Yeah, but it amounts to less than 1%. It's a lot.
Oh yeah,
1% is still a lot, but like
yeah.
that's like, I mean, like for example, like 3% of people like commit suicide. So like, what like are you gonna walk around like?
But the reason why they're bringing up the OnlyFans girl thing is because they're going to talk about how, like, like if you watch this, they're about to bring up how those girls specifically were kind of propping up that OnlyFans girl, like not a month or two ago,
Oh,
and
right, you're right. The Nala conversation.
Yeah, and that was a big deal.
I don't think I had anything to disagree with that. I agree.
Yeah, you had 99. What's he talking about? Women shouldn't vote. You had 99. I'm lost.
No, he's talking about the autism.
Oh yeah, you had 99%. Right side wants to repeal due process.
Yeah, I want to be.
That's what the 14th was.
I want to be Supreme Emperor of the World.
Okay, yeah, I don't like that one. The 19th, I think. Yeah, it's the 19th for women. Yeah.
No, I wasn't talking about women. I was talking about for men. Like,
oh, you wanted to get rid of due process. No, people that know how to cheat the autism test should definitely vote.
So he's meaning people who are autistic but like cheated and said they weren't autistic when we are all supposed to be taking the autism test. For the record, I'm not autistic. It's a test to convince that therapists give out to pathologize people.
Yeah.
I didn't have very many friends growing up.
Yeah, and I'm not autistic either. Like, you just had to pause like 3 times right there. You're definitely worse than any of us. Yeah. I think it's so funny when we try to deny this shit around here. On a scale of 1 to 10, how degen is TikTok? Fucking 15.
Listen. I spend probably, I would say, a combined 30 minutes a day on TikTok looking for content. I it's my guilty pleasure because like some of it's like funny, some of it's funny.
See, but we need to do like a day where like we like scroll through TikTok on here and like and we just sit there and just judge people on TikTok.
So much material.
It's not.
There's so much material.
There's so much. Yeah. And the thing is, like, we're able to scroll through it and still react to it. And then you can clip that stuff up and then post shorts of reacting to it on long form. You know what I'm saying? You can,
under certain hashtags, I can only stomach probably like 7 to 9 videos before I just like, I start getting like vertigo.
You need to give me these hashtags because I need to find better content. So. Are you able to remove the little TikTok fucking icon in the videos?
Yeah.
I like tried, like I watched YouTube videos on how to do it and like all the fucking things they told me sucked. It was pissing me off.
Go to Google and type in TikTok video downloader and you just don't use the app. Yeah, because you pay for it. It's like the first search. It's like SS something and you just put in the link and it's like immediate download.
Oh my god, that's so cool. I just like how their whole little streaming thing that they set up is so fucking cool. All right, back to the movie, kids. I'm sorry.
Not trying to blame it all on men, but at the end of the day, it's like sales. It's like if there's no supply, there's no supply.
But I'm saying even if there was no OnlyFans market, like women would still figure out. There's been escorts, prostitutes, since that's like the world's oldest profession. That's always going to happen. Well, but back to the whose fault is it? I think it's women. I think we're always bringing the blame back to men, but most women vote just because women had the opportunity to leave their husbands. They didn't have to pick it, and I think we're ultimately responsible for the downfall of society. Most men have very little to no political power other than one vote.
Isn't it then fair to say it's actually men's fault for telling women to do these things?
What did you say?
For example, like prior to women getting civil rights, there's a lot more prostitutes. So approximately 10% of women in London, in the Victorian area, were prostitutes. There was brothels like everywhere, and that was actually an argument made during like the expansion of the West in the U.S. that brothels and prostitution was an acceptable price was willing to pay to keep good Christian men faithful, but then simultaneously to keep men like with their wives. But the problem was, right, this was just obviously like an excuse because the culture was getting kind of rough, because around the same time was like the United States turning into like an alcohol republic because alcohol was actually cheaper than clean water at the time. So
Jesus.
people were just absolutely, this is like why it's called the Wild West. Everyone, like, cider was cheaper than water. Cider was cheaper than food. So people would literally drink liquid calories in the form of cider. And actually, at one point in the Northeast, they passed a law where they had to chop down all apple trees because it was getting them. They chopped down, and then they just switched to grain alcohol, so it didn't really fix anything. And then that's what led to like prohibition in the 21st Amendment.
Yeah, that was a pretty hardcore time, man.
That's like
What is
my utopia. I'm like Jesse James in the Wild West. That's like if I was shooting for a utopian kind of society, I would be either like Bass Reeves, the outlaw catcher, or I'd be Jesse James.
why?
Because I don't. I just had like they
That's
were
your
like,
era. Do you like John Wayne movies too?
well, I watched like every Wild West documentary there was, and I was obsessed with like the story of Jesse James because there was like Confederate gold and there was like the Knights of the Golden Circle, and it was like it looked super fun because they got to like shoot people and like hold up trains.
You're such a fucking dork. What is going to happen to all these OnlyFans girls when AI takes their jobs? Yeah, dude, I honestly can't wait. I really like. Actually, I wanted to ask you that, right side. So they used to make that excuse that prostitutes help keep husbands with their wives. I actually firmly believe that that pornography helps husbands stay with their wives or from cheating in Christians
Well, I
in
believe it
Christian
does
marriages.
when with birth control because birth control and SSRI. So birth control makes
Yeah,
you
because the
depressed.
wives don't want to sleep with them.
Birth control makes you depressed and it reduces your sex drive. So you go to the doctor, and after they put you on birth control, they put you on SSRIs, you zero sex drive. You will have zero sex drive.
So you think that if women fix that, then the husbands wouldn't have to watch pornography?
I think, for example, like 30% of divorces in some surveys are because of like basically dead bedrooms. But a lot of this isn't because they aren't sexually attracted. It's because there's no sex drive on one or more parties, and simultaneously.
And like I would agree with that, but have you ever heard like the saying that women want quality and men want quantity? Have you ever heard that before?
Yes, but also like the covenant of marriage was kind of like created to like ameliorate the
Yeah,
risk
to
of
balance it.
conflicts,
To
like
balance it.
of STDs and like
Yeah.
because like that's why a lot of women will
Historically,
say,
it fucking destroyed societies. Yeah.
why liberal women, even like liberal women, like they will not touch a bisexual man with a 10-foot pole because
Yeah.
of the risk.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. Like it's really like 50% of I believe like bi or like gay identified men have HIV. It's that high. So it's an
Like if
obvious.
you had a husband and say like he never told you, like it was a secret, but would you rather him masturbate to pornography or fuck a hooker?
I don't
If it was a hypothetical and like
honestly
your husband
like are we
happened to be one
talking
or the other.
like an occasional masturbation to porn, or like we're talking like like a porn addiction where it's like
No, not an addiction. I
yeah,
think
well,
there's a
yeah, like I
fuck
said,
ton of
rather
guys in the
like
world that definitely watch pornography, and it's not an addiction, and it doesn't stop them from having sex normally or anything.
yeah, I'd rather
Like
have
it's just like women. A lot of women can healthfully watch porn, and it doesn't fuck their life up. Like it just depends if you're an addict or you started at 8 years old or something. Yeah, then
Which
you're
a
gonna
lot of
probably have
people
issues,
like
which a lot of people
it's
are.
like
Yeah,
it's like the age of first contact with the actual use of porn is like
is way younger
9,
now.
10. It's like crazy.
Yeah, and I used to barely see a fucking nipple when I was like 12 years old on HBO
Right?
at 3 o'clock in the
I
morning.
honestly did not know how people. I didn't know how babies were made. Like official, probably until I was 14.
That's funny. That's actually your parents did a pretty good job. I'm proud of them every time you bring them up. So, someone said we're going to see a lot of funny CVs. CVs. I'm fucking retarded. What's a CV?
Resume. It's what Europeans and maybe Canadians call resumes.
Oh,
It stands for curriculum vitae.
retarded ass fucking French shit. All right, back to the paid programming.
in the first
Well, I
place?
think
Okay, so
that was the point I was
wait.
making.
I want to actually break that down. So, okay, you go get married. Let's just say tomorrow you find your chick, you get married. And then she says,
Oh wait, that's why I was gonna bring up something else. So I was gonna say, like there's like an evolution in this where like it went from prostitutes to pornography. It's about to evolve to the next stage is gonna be robots. How many relationships or super rich men, weird couples do you think they're gonna be where it's gonna be like a guy and he has his wife and she lets him have a robot girlfriend?
Did you see that Twitter post went viral like 2 days ago where it was like someone accidentally ran over a Japanese sex doll, and it was like they thought they ran over a real person.
Oh yeah. I only saw like a picture of it, but I didn't watch it. Yeah.
But it like the comment was something like if someone like basically denigrating people who use sex dolls, and it had like 113,000 likes. I believe like it's still on like it's such almost like a shocking thing that it's going to be like even if it gets because those things are still expensive like because they're large. I don't even know how you clean. I don't know what thing.
No, dude, there's a dude in my group chat who has multiples of them, and I thought he was kidding at first, and then he like sent pictures, and I was like, oh my god, he's serious. He really does have 3 of these bitches. Like, what the fuck? And yeah, and they were like thousands of dollars, and he was like, that's still way cheaper if you factor out how much it costs for dates. And I was like, okay,
where are people going for like I have never gone to a like
shout out to Kulak.
I like whenever like go anywhere I've ever gotten anywhere for a date, it's been like Domino's or Chick-fil-A or Dairy Queen.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are dating girls that don't like them at the end of the day.
Clearly,
Like,
clearly.
and this is why like I do what I do is because I have to get them in their head that, yeah, if a girl's even asking for all that bullshit, she probably isn't that into you, bro.
Or she's very high maintenance. I mean, if you're into like high maintenance, then
You gotta understand, like the single people are the most fucked up people. Like I used to always have to explain that. It's like y'all like y'all are fucked up, and like that's why you're single. Because if you were a good person, you would magnify. Like it would be like a magnet. Somebody would magnify to you because you're such a good team player. But like the fact that you repel people, even especially women, considering women have a million dudes coming at them, it's like if you can't get a relationship as a woman. It means that you're attracting the worst type of shit possible, and I think that you attract what you are.
I will say though, like if you are like let's say a middle class kind of like straight edge, like even like centrist center right woman, it really like I really think it would be difficult to find someone who, if you have any idea for like going part-time or being a stay-at-home mom, to find someone who can kind of either match or beat your income. It really is. Because like for example, my law school class, I would say I think it was like almost 60% women. I mean, my engineering class is a different story. Like and like the field, it's going to vary by field. Like I was the only woman in my like summer associate like patent like class, but that's because it's like a male oriented field. But
you're basically a dude. You're always gonna bring up certain things, and you just gotta realize that like you just might. You know how like you can genetically kind of be like a guy a little bit. You might have the genetics just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I have a tomboy sister, and she's dope. Like, she's really good at sports. Like, she used to beat my ass at everything. Like, I hated it. Honestly, she was younger than me, and she beat me at everything. It drove me crazy.
We need more dudes to be tomboys and get into engineering instead of like gay shit. Like, there's a shocking amount of dudes in like sociology. Like, if you are a male and you're a sociology major, you're not.
What if why can't a guy be into sociology though? That's messed up. What if I'm into sociology? Like, what's wrong with that?
I can't say a slur. Probably because this is streaming on YouTube.
No, you get. I say it all day. What does that make me a faggot? What? I don't care.
That is some faggotry.
Nah, man. Because here's the thing. Like, I don't like this whole like profession gender argument. It's like the cooking thing. Like, I don't personally cook, okay, but I know some guys that are fucking amazing cooks, bro. Like I don't see why they can't be like the
So,
cook of their household.
My
you
thing
know
is
what I'm
it's less about sociology as a field, like as like people who had an idea what sociology was in university in the 90s. It's what sociology represents now and
saying? Okay.
what you
Okay.
have to do. If you are a sociology major as a guy, you either literally want to kill yourself. Can I say that? I don't know. For 4 years.
Yeah, you can't say shit like that though on YouTube. You
Oh,
gotta say
okay.
You gotta say no. I'm dead ass. You can't say that S word. You need to say self delete or something like that. Yeah. Come
Rather
on. Yeah, I gotta teach you the basics of YouTube.
rather say intuitive and coherent set of guidelines. But if you are a dude who is enjoying your sociology classes and you are not wanting to self-mark or self-delete, then you're not a dude. You're a dudette.
Okay. I'll remember this one. Keegan said Sergio Wise Pro built like a member of the Dallas Cowboys. Bro, she's 6 foot tall. I actually got pictures next to her. Like she's not that big. She's like a little bit under me. I'm a little bit bigger than her.
But like, what's her wingspan? What's her like? How like broad?
Oh, she got some long ass legs for sure. Like, but like, I don't. The thing is, there's some guys that want that. Like, if she finds some dude that's like 6'4", he's gonna be so happy to have some basketball babies. You know what I'm saying? So I think that her height isn't even that bad of a thing because she's an athlete. She's probably gonna find a guy who like wants that similar type
No,
of
it's her
lifestyle.
personality. Because here's the thing: the type of guys that she's going to attract with what she's preaching, they don't want her. They don't want a pre-built Pearl. They want someone like who is not Pearl, and they want to try to make them Pearl.
What? No, dude, I'm telling you from a guy's perspective, a guy would really like a woman like Pearl who understands men, like
No,
understands them.
sure, as a buddy, as a drinking bud. Yeah, that's
No,
yeah.
no. I'm telling you,
Then
like,
why is she single?
she's not single. She has a boyfriend. And he's actually
Is he
I'm
real
not gonna
or is he
reveal the next part
imaginary?
actually. No, but she does have a
Is he
boyfriend.
a polemical boyfriend? Oh,
She really does. I've been talking. Yeah, like, and she just revealed it like on her stream, like too. So it's like more official now. But I've known about it for a little bit. But like, yeah, it's like she definitely has a boyfriend, and I think she's gonna be smart and keep it off the internet because the last time she had a boyfriend who was on the internet, everybody saw that.
but
You
like,
know
look
what I'm
at
saying?
her ex. Her ex left her for a woman. Am I not allowed to talk about
What's
that?
wrong? But what's wrong with this? What's wrong with her ex? Like,
Well, that's my point. Is like, look, this woman has like a baby dad or another baby from another man, like has tattoos, pretty sure was like a stripper. If you are into the trad, you want to develop a trad. You don't
oh,
want
she wasn't like that before though.
okay, then maybe that's a
This
different
was
scenario.
before the red pill stuff when she was dating that dude.
But this is kind of the thing, like with if you it's this weird dynamic. If you actually
Live that life, then
people
you don't want to be a
say
hypocrite.
they want one thing, but they have this idea of what they want, but they kind of want they don't want it easy because if it's right there and it's like that available, it loses its value. Things don't have value unless you kind of have to work for it a little bit, unless you kind of like people want to like grow and kind of like develop with someone. They don't want something necessarily pre-built. They kind of like project like they say what they want, they project what they want, but then they want the opposite of that, and they want kind of almost to build or evolve something.
I actually agree with you on that, but do you think that's for men and women, or do you think only guys like to build their girls?
I think that's both.
You think that's both?
Yeah.
Actually, I agree. Like hot take. I didn't want to agree with you, but actually, when I think about more in my own situations, yeah, I actually kind of agree. Hollow Vortex said red pill culture is basically sociology. I know that's why it hurt me that she said that. Fucking asshole, dude. I actually get like felt that in the soul. She's right, Serge. I know, bro. Stop attacking
You know
me.
the
Why?
founding father of
Why
sociology?
is your chat attacking me? I'm just kidding. Yeah.
You know who the founding father of sociology was?
Of what?
Of sociology, the founding father.
Who?
Karl Marx, Max Weber, and Max Weber.
No.
Yeah, look it up.
That's crazy. Yeah, no, that's definitely weird. Hey, Rice, do you know the preamble of the United States?
It's So I used to have it. It was written by John Adams.
Yes.
I memorized
Yes, I have
it.
something
I memorized
memorized
it in
that
the fourth
you
grade.
don't. I got it memorized still to this day since the 4th grade. Fuck off. How about that? I actually beat you at something. I'm so proud
I
of
can
that
see
one.
that one. I started trying to remember the first couple words and I blanked.
Yeah, I got you on that one. That's fine. Just understand what comes with that. He was talking to
Oh, we
Omega.
got a tussle in the comment section.
What did Omega say? I don't even remember what he said. I don't even see him in the thing. Oh, he's not a Nigerian. We need to actually get Vale to send his
How are you seeing these comments? Oh wait.
Yeah,
Oh,
are
there
you
they
able to see
are.
it? Yeah, if you look over to the right,
Okay.
there's like comments, and yeah, you can start seeing all this shit. You don't even have to like. Oh, another thing is that at any point, if we wanted to, we could even post a link in the chat for people to come.
Oh, that'd be
And
fun. That'd be fun.
I know, and that's what we should start doing in the future whenever we do this type of stuff. Whenever it's not a long ass video
I
review.
want to leave you, and I want to take half your business and your stuff. What do you do? No, don't do it. Well, no, I really want to. No, please don't. Let me go.
Well, but my point was pre-women's suffrage. It was men, it's patriarchy. And then the men go, I had an idea. Let's divide power amongst women.
Yeah.
Couldn't you then blame men for being weak?
Fine. Maybe 100 years ago,
Failure
sure.
of
But I'm
leadership.
saying any person born today or in the last 50, most men didn't have anything to do with that. Like you weren't alive. I wasn't alive. So yeah, sure. A few men you could say are responsible, but by and large, far more women have opted for this stuff. Far more women have gotten abortions. Far more women have gotten on OnlyFans.
Only women have gotten abortions.
Yeah.
And because, like you said earlier, when women get power, they're terrible. They don't know what to do because they're higher rates of mental illness. They're just way more abusive. They are power hungry. So
Yes,
because men allowed those men,
Yeah.
allowed them to have the power, and now women have the power. And look how terrible society is with sexual revolution. And now it is because of women today and them having power.
What did you say?
That's not a good argument because high performing women, like for example, like if you're making it to like a executive, like the C-suite, typically you are very low and your big five looks male. You're disagreeable, but you have a decent, because being an executive isn't just IQ. Otherwise, you'd have more autists in the suite and the C-suite. It's a level of kind of like social savvy, cutthroatness, disagreeableness, and very high conscientiousness. So there isn't a lot of like trait neuroticism. There's high conscientiousness, and mental illness is associated with trait neuroticism, negative emotions, what like trait neuroticism is. So that argument is thrown back. It's just like discarded. Like, not saying there's not other arguments, but like that one's not good.
I remember actually when we were discussing in that space a long time ago about how you were saying, you know, that that they had done those studies in the Scandinavian countries, and it was showing that even in those countries where women, you know, that women wanted that in the personality 5 test that they had certain traits that were the same as men, right? I think that was your argument.
So I was saying that. So, right, there's certain like big five kind of also correlates to a degree with major or career choice. And in the like the most egalitarian countries, pointing to the Scandinavian countries, and we see that even in the Scandinavian countries, we still have about 20 to 30% of like working women who choose engineering. So there is like a percentage, like, but like
in those countries, those women choose feminine jobs more.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, yeah. So that kind of like that's what choose the baseline is like there is a correlation between kind of like your, I guess, like sex and preferred career path, like that can be kind of, let's say, we're ignoring nature versus nurture, but we can assume that it's mostly nature because of the fact that it's like egalitarian, like selection, like the selection sample controlled. But women on average choose more like people-oriented fields. Men choose the Jordan Peterson thing, people versus things. But there's still obviously outliers with respect to women, like 20 to 30%.
Yeah, it's always just the exception, though. And I wanted to always bring back up to you because I wasn't thinking in that moment, but my favorite book by Dr. David Buss, he did his study across 37 cultures, you know, the Scandinavian countries all the way down to Papua New Guinea tribes. And he really did prove that there is very distinguishing differences between men and women's traits, preferences, you know, all types of things.
But it's also kind of like big five, all of that is true. Big five is kind of like height, and with respect to like men and women, there's a distinct difference like between like there's a difference between average height and average traits between the sexes, but there's more intra-sex variability, as in like the tail, like it's skewed. I forget the statistical term for it, but basically like it's a wider variation within a group, intragroup, than it is between groups. And so when people say things like oh, women, like people think when they say that, oh, the exception and the outlier, they're thinking like 1%, but it's actually more like 20 to 30%. So it's an outlier, but it's still like if we're like the working population, let's assume that's like 60%. That's still like, let's say 15 to 20% of women who have like male orientation or male personality traits. So it's not like how people tend to like think about it, which is like, oh, the outlier 1%. People tend to associate outlier with 1%. It's
hopefully you might be projecting though, because maybe not
no,
everybody.
I'm not talking
sees it
about
that
you. I'm
way.
talking about like I know you know.
I think the general populace sees it as like not just 1%. I think when people hear
general
exception,
populace-
they just think 20, 30%. That's
The
what I
general
would.
populace doesn't know what per capita means.
Yeah, I guess everybody is pretty stupid. So whenever you say certain terms, they're
The
like,
average reading, sorry, for 60% of Americans can't read above a 6th grade level.
I actually want to do like a little poll on my Twitter and say, what does in general mean to you, and what does the exception mean, and see like if people think it's like 1% or
average
50,
or outlier.
Yeah. I guess that's a good way to put it too. But it's I guess there should be better terminology that I should use and probably other people should use when talking about these things.
Hmm.
And it sucks because we can't go back in time. But what can we do now?
Right, but that's my point.
Wait, what did you say?
I can't see the video.
Oh yeah, I'm about to pull it up. Sorry, I'm the worst about this.
We're gonna go like back. If we're gonna make the argument, whose fault is it? Far more women are at fault than men because a very small percentage of men had anything to do with this.
But I kind of feel like the generations just have different problems.
Okay.
And if you go back to the stark patriarchy, there's war, the bloodiest war, Civil War, World War II. There's bad things that existed under patriarchy as well. And so if you look at society today and you say, degeneracy and these things that came from the sexual revolution, these are bad things. But does it mean that it like was there ever a utopian society? I mean, how do we weigh the problems today against the problems of yesterday? There were always problems we're trying to fix.
And I think the problems of the past were more due to like lack of certain technology we have that improves things. So we often conflate the effects of like the industrial and technological revolutions with the social revolutions, which feminism is by far the biggest and most significant social revolution of all time. It was not an organic grassroots movement. It was totally astroturfed. It was completely engineered. It was societal engineering. But I think this is my hot take, is that we're not going to fix this. We're not going to culturally go back. There's no going back. But what is going to happen is this is completely unsustainable. This situation, totally unsustainable. And here's why. Birth rates in South Korea right now are 0.78. In the United States, in the entire Western world, in fact, in the whole world except a handful of countries, it's well below replacement.
I disagree. I agree with everything you just said, except for there's no going back. I think what you described is going back. So when you look at the birth rates, yes, in the United States it's below replacement, but look at the conservative birth rate.
Right.
It's not above replacement, it's not, but it's higher.
Yeah.
Which means that there's this dip happening predominantly among liberal groups and feminist groups, and it's much lighter against conservative groups, which means over a long enough time scale, conservatives rebound, liberals.
That's exactly what's going to happen. But I don't think it'll be going back. It'll be a rebirth, and it'll look different.
Did you say something?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that was them.
And I also disagree that that's really going to happen, because you can't make your kid be conservative. And I've seen kids, and maybe this is anecdotal, but I've seen kids with very conservative parents come out very liberal.
Right. Sending their children to college.
Yeah, they've actually done studies. If the greatest single predictor of what your political ideology is going to be is the ideology of your parents, there's actually
that's before the age. That's before the age of 25. After 25, the number one is your husband's. There is spouse.
There is a genetic component to political beliefs. People are uncovering more and more. But if you homeschool your kids, you definitely don't send them to public school. There's a good chance that yes, your child will be conservative. If they get married, then that's
you are correct, and I think you're going to agree with me. You said that you don't think it's going to go back because you can't guarantee your kid is conservative, but after 25, the husband is the biggest predictor.
Husband's number one. Second is where you live. Third is parents. Yeah.
So let me bring up this image right here. This is just a couple of the data points that we've seen from various countries. Men skewing conservative, women skewing liberal. Yep. So Pearl, what happens at 35?
Okay, but women aren't going to get married.
Right.
Wait. I want to, and women still have the most political power.
So,
go ahead.
Right. Do you believe that all women hold these views? I would argue that many of them are just following social trends.
Yeah. I think that. Do I think all women are liberal? No, I think some are. Yeah.
I mean, of liberal women, do you think all of them inherently do believe this? I believe that when you look at the data from Instagram and TikTok, where women are like young girls about Tourette's from watching videos of Tourette's, very social
Everyone's
influence.
autistic now.
So I think here's my prediction.
Yeah.
When you look at men skewing conservative, and it's happening now, Gen Z, predominantly among men, very much.
Ram said testosterone treatment causes redshift in politics.
I have no idea.
I didn't know that there was an uptick in testosterone treatment. If there was, I feel like less guys are fucking getting their testosterone checked.
Maybe it does, but I also don't think that's. there isn't enough young Gen Z on testosterone to have that type of, I guess, statistical power. This is
Well,
caused
Gen Z
by,
shouldn't be on testosterone. Probably they're too young.
yeah, the divergence, I think, is very obvious. It's very obviously caused by social media. Like people get like you're targeted in your algorithm based on your sex. Like when you sign up, you put in your sex, you're immediately like that's already shaping your algorithm.
And we know that the Biden administration is paying for fucking people to post stupid shit.
Yep. And like we know people are getting funneled into echo chambers. Like on here, it's like you like something or you interact with something and you're immediately seeing like that stuff is constantly in your algorithm. Same thing with TikTok. And like if you're interacting with, if you're a woman or you interact with some type of like product advertisement associated with someone who's associated with like liberal beliefs, now everyone in your algorithm is going to be tied to that that person just because of that product advertisement, because right now companies are selecting their influencers not just based on their ability to move product but also their political views, because obviously with Dylan Mulvaney that increases their ESG score. So they're even the people they're selecting, like for example diverse or like correctly, like let's say correct ideological leanings and like what they advocate for and like what organizations they're affiliated with, that can boost a corporation's ESG score by even selecting someone like Dylan Mulvaney to push Bud Light, for example. And so now if like now if 80% of consumers are women, and think about who is getting the brunt of this ESG programming. Who is getting the brunt of these influencers who are selected to be woke in front of their faces? And who's interacting with those creators? It's women. So now they're immediately not only are they funneled into like a product funnel, they're like by even interacting with a product, they're funneled into an ideological funnel.
Ideological funnel. Ram said men have more testosterone was the idea. Has a huge effect, but there's a biological disposition to what you're going to be more likely to interact with.
Yeah, but
of course, SM has
testosterone levels don't, like, if anything, testosterone levels are dropping in the general population, and we see like there really isn't like, there's been like a couple point difference between male and female kind of like political ideological differences over the past century, and it's remained pretty steady. And actually there's one point closer to the 60s or like early 60s, late 50s, where women were more conservative than males. But like this divergence is too rapid and too like drastic and too population wide to be kind of caused by a hormone fluctuations or hormone changes.
I definitely think it's a big deal though. The hormones is fucking massive. These dudes be acting like bitches today. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit past these graphs.
Sounds good.
Much moving towards
patriarchy, going, wait a minute, this was really bad. This was a bad deal. The sexual revolution was a really bad deal for men. Men are figuring this out now. And exactly what you said is true. Men can wait. They don't have to start a family before 30. And by the way, women aren't having children until they're 30, 31 years old now, which is why the birth rate is so low. It's not because people are having no kids. It's because we're telling all the women to spend their fertile years in college, going into debt and building a career. And we think they're going to flip a switch at 30 and just start popping out babies. They have one, maybe two, because it doesn't make sense to have all that debt and invest your whole 20s in your career and then suddenly say,
this is what I,
but the men aren't gonna keep going.
Yeah, this is what I would predict in terms of outcome. Young women have no evidence that they care.
This is a function of credential inflation. This isn't caused by women or woke, which is why like this is what happens when you don't like kind of approach like social issues kind of like with an intra-domain, like I guess like vantage point. Because then you can end up you end up assuming that like social phenomena are caused by like have a univariate causation. And so like basically, like fertility rates, these women go to college. Well, actually, right, we see like there's been studies that show that like fertility rate is actually associated with secularization. And we see this like there are studies in 18th century France that kind of like there was a region in France that was associated with rapid secularization in the late 18th century. And we see that the fertility rate in the span of like 3 decades went from 5 per woman to 2 per woman from like the late 18th century to the early 19th century. And so secularization seems to be the initiator and the driver of fertility decline. And we kind of see this replicated across different communities and like globally, where the most religious communities have a higher like fertility rate. So, and that, like, so like what to look for, we try to weed out the noise, like the correlational variables. Like, so it seems like here we're oh, women go to college, we're correlating that fertility rate. Well, actually it's secularization. Like all the other things are like confounders or accelerators, but like the initiating variable seems to be secularization. Because of that variable we discussed earlier with respect to value orientation, what protects against a materialistic, like almost like instrumental framing of people and the world and their like relationships? It's secular materialism and a value orientation that privileges efficiency and money. Secularization safeguards against that, because it puts things higher above material gain and material wealth. It puts family, like kind of your relationships, God. But when you get rid of that, that's replaced. Now, like what's above family, it's money. It's money and social status. And so now, like, what does that mean for people who like women? That means that women are immediately in a position where their value in society is knocked down. Their value society, like, because the top value orientation society is no longer family, it's not money. You're when you look at women now, you're telling them to make the choice. Be fine with having limited, like, to like low social value, or make money. Because like that's really what you're asking. Like, because it's basically voluntarily make yourself like because
lesser than.
Yeah, and this is the equivalent of basically like be an indentured servant or be a free man. Like,
yeah, it's on the guy's side, like it like what we call it, or like what Rolo would call it, is the men being on the plantation, like getting married and like having to work for the woman, and it's like it's either be free or go to the plantation. But that's like the counter, like horrible man side of it, like of the red pill.
Which is kind of confusing how like so he identifies this in kind of like a roundabout way, but his solution is simultaneously more of it, more secularity, more let's accelerate it for what?
Yeah, he's very weird because he calls himself Christian now and he's married, but then he says the opposite of all of it.
Yeah.
Basil said, two of my favorite mofos on Twitter, keep fighting the good fight, guys. No, shout out to you, Basil. Thank you. I don't know who this person is. Emithius, they were on your Twitter, said Fedora birth control. What's he talking about?
I have no idea. Oh, fedora hat wearers are birth control. If you wear a fedora, it's birth control, I think.
Oh, yes, very true. It is. Yo, what's up, Red Pill Crip? Good to see you, bro. It's been a fucking minute. All right, back to paid programming, guys.
What men want. When you poll them, they say that they care about men, like they care about traveling more. They care about other things more than men. If I had to predict what the future will be, I would say single parenthood. And I would say that IVF is going to, and women are just going to have kids older and older. It's actually going to get to the point where they don't need a man. They can just get a sperm donor.
That's true, but I don't believe it will outweigh. I don't think the numbers can ever reach that point. Especially single parenthood will not be nearly as successful, as you pointed out, with crime and homelessness. These men that are becoming more conservative are going to make demands. And everything you pointed out about divorce, it's a really great point. A guy says, I could no fault divorce. You could just take everything away. And what's the point of getting married? Yeah. So that means you're going to get more and more guys who are shifting conservative, going on dates when they're 30, and they're going to say, "You were really sweet. I really enjoy your time, but I will not date a woman who believes in no fault divorce and abortion." And this means that those women will have to go towards IVF. They won't have kids. If they don't have kids, then
or
their line ceases.
But they will adapt to the views of their husband. But it doesn't. Right. We looked at the results of the 2020 election. Married women voted Republican on average. And this is something that is not that uncommon. White women also voted Republican. Right. Guess what? Majority, of all the social demographic groups, white women most likely to be married. Married women are conservative because men are conservative. And I believe, we've talked about service guarantee.
What did you say?
Asians and Hispanics, I believe, have higher marriage rates than white people.
Yeah, so I found it funny that she's saying this because I don't know if you've ever heard my takes on this, but I actually think Asian women are the worst to be with. And it's partially because like I lost my virginity to an Asian girl, so I understand Vietnamese like very well. And I was with her for 4 years, and her mom was a psychopath. And I don't know, like it just what I learned about them was that they were extremely cunning. And like, and her aunts were like this too. Like I watched them like all do extremely manipulative, like conniving things, and I was just like, they're just very racist, and they're very low key about. Like they're very low key though, like super low. Like I don't like how covert they are. And like honestly, white women are the same. Like if I had to tier it, I would say Asians are like the women that I would absolutely not marry because they're definitely gonna divorce me and ruin my life. Like they're either gonna, but the thing is, it's either gonna be the greatest wife ever or the complete worst thing that's gonna ruin your life. And if she divorces you, she's fucking taking you for everything. And that, but I always put it: Asian women, white women, and then Hispanic women, and then black women. Like I actually don't think black women are that like they're super over, and same with Hispanics. Like they'll straight up be like, "Oh, you fucking did this. Well, I'm gonna fucking go do this." Like instead of doing something behind your back and like planning a whole fucking revenge thing, they just fucking do it right there. And I personally I like that more. Like I like knowing what somebody's gonna do and not backstab me. You know.
I'm going to the bathroom and then I'll answer Keegan's question, and then I want to hear more about the specifics of this.
Keegan, can you explain why the nuclear family is a product of consumerism versus generational family model? And why are materialistic values considered bad motivators in an ever accelerating atomized society? Okay. Can you explain why the first part? Can you explain why the nuclear family is a product of consumerism versus generational family model? First generational family model. This is definitely a right side question. Keegan, why did you ask this? You know I can't answer. I'm just kidding. But it's a good question for right side. Definitely a good one for her. But it does make. I get what you're saying though, because yeah, I don't think it is a bad motivator. You know. Nuclear family is a product of consumerism. I do. I will say, like, I know y'all always talk about the nuclear family, and y'all like to usually, say that that's just like a cop out to the fact that it used to take a tribe. And I think they say the nuclear family because they're trying to get back to the tribe, to the family structure being bigger than the nuclear family. Like basically it's like a stepping stone. I don't think that people say it as like it's all the nuclear family, because everybody knows it takes a village. Like everybody knows it takes their family. That's why I'm so against people moving away from their families sometimes. I'm really crazy about I don't like that careers move people away these days. I think it's very damaging. I personally saw it in my own family a lot, and I personally don't like it. Ram, women are more susceptible to nudging social engineering. Not sure why that is just yet, but it relates to why social media affects women more significantly. I I think the reason why they're more susceptible to social engineering is because they had to historically fall back on the group to survive. It was very, very intelligent for her to do what her neighbors and her peers. To be ostracized as a woman could have meant death. To be ostracized as a man might be that you learn something better than everybody else and you take over the world. So I don't think it's that. I think for women, ostracization was a really big deal. They historically fucking avoided it as much as possible. Man, we're about to hit 1,000 viewers on this bitch right now. 893 people on right side stream and 97 on mine. Yeah, we just hit 1,001. This is crazy. I gotta take a picture. This is dope. That's crazy, bro. Goals. Yeah, this question's for you, right side, because I can't answer this fucking hard shit. They be like saying big words and stuff to me. Like the fuck.
Keegan's.
Yeah, dude. Check this shit out.
Can you explain why the nuclear family is part of the generational family model? That's because post World War II, there was kind of a desire to reinvigorate the economy, because you remember that this was in the context like post Depression, and so there's mixed motivations for entering World War II, and there's like conspiracy theories that air quote conspiracy theories that we kind of facilitated our entry, and we kind of were antagonizing Japan by basically putting an embargo on the trade of like gas or food to Japan. I can't remember what specific commodity it was, and we kind of facilitated that entry into World War II because we are trying to kind of recover our economy post Great Depression. And after the war, we had this like manufacturing base set up, and we were trying to kickstart the economy to like make sure we are officially out of the like woods economically. And part of the way they did that was to the GI program. So the GI Bill was a program implemented for veterans or people who had just like fought in World War II, and it basically gave them a down payment or however much money for a house. And so that facilitated the move out of multi-generational family households or homesteads to the suburbs. And that migration to the suburbs is what kind of broke up that multi-generational family model. The multi-generational family model is the actual trad family model. It is what has been around for generations, centuries, where you have kind of and it was like the model, especially pre-industrial revolution, where the household was kind of the economic unit. Everyone pitched in economically, the children, like the grandparents, the wife, the husband, to make the family economically viable, to create like trade products, so they could generate money and get other commodities, goods and services, etc. But with the GI Bill, that for the first time kind of facilitated a mass kind of destruction of the nuclear family, and like it enabled, whereas it just really hadn't been possible like previously in history, like unless you count like Manifest Destiny, but oftentimes Manifest Destiny were not just, they were like entire families moving west and claiming like 40 acres. But so the suburbs, like migration to the suburbs and like the separation of the family from the grandparents and the extended multi-generational family created the idea of the nuclear family. And if you look at the nuclear family, the name is kind of a tell in and of itself. Nuclear, atomic bomb, like core. That language wasn't around until like Manhattan Project, and as we know, we dropped the atomic bombs in World War II. So the nuclear family, like to say nuclear family and trad is oxymoronic unless you're interpreting trad as like recently as the last century and no further back, because the actual trad family is multi-generational. And the problem with nuclear families is that it isolates the family culturally from tradition, from religion. It isolates the family from kind of their like cultural and historical and religious past. It severs that connection of the youth from this kind of like tradition of people that created them, and thus their values. You're limiting attachment and cultural exposure to values. And so, and additionally, you're losing an aspect of like knowledge and know-how, like especially with respect to parenting, that was passed down from like father to son, from mother to daughter. And also you're removing this direct influence of the grandparents in the raising the child. And everything, like just from an evolutionary perspective, like male testosterone drastically drops post 50, and like obviously women start menopause, and this serves a distinctive evolutionary purpose. It's because like men with high testosterone, men with higher testosterone are more likely to engage in risk-taking behavior, to get into fights, to like risk their lives. And obviously on the female side, childbirth is dangerous. And so clearly, like there was some evolutionary function there to preserve and like extend the longevity of the grandparents. And that's because information is integral to humans. There's three species of mammal that have that inter stage of menopause for like female mammals, and it's whales, elephants, and humans. And the thing they all have in common, whales, animals, and humans, is that childbirth can be dangerous for all three. One, two, all three of these species rely on information for survival. And so the fact that if in this evolutionary paradigm that we have evolved to shut off reproductive function to extend longevity and survival for the purpose of transmission of information, should tell us something about how we're meant to live. And the nuclear family was a complete kind of like completely threw that for a loop. Grandparents are off selling their home and vacationing in Cancun instead of, you know, assisting their children and raising their grandchildren. And this is a frustration of kind of like the natural human life course, where like becoming a grandparent became more of a hobby, and like embarking on leisurely activities and playing like croquet and cricket or whatever old people do was the number one priority. And so there was a kind of subverted like there's a kind of like a subverted priority with respect to the rearing of children, and that's because of like the boomers were the first generation to move out of this multi-generational household. And so because they did it, they raised their children without help from their grandparents. They expect everybody else to. But the difference is the boomers grew up in a time of mass economic prosperity. So although there were problems in the 50s and there were problems in the 60s and 70s, what they had to offset that was they had lower economic stress and they had an easier time buying houses. Like, for example, 30 grand in 1980 is the equivalent of about $170,000 salary now. That's how drastic like our purchasing power has like decreased. And now that we had this economic crunch and simultaneously are cut off from the support system, and especially with increasing mobility and like increasing requirement to move to a city to have a like an economically viable job, we're really feeling the crunch. And the first generation to really feel that crunch was Gen X, raising their children. And Gen Z and millennials watched Gen X raise those children, and they saw how their parents struggled. They kind of saw that detachment of the grandparents. They saw like how hard it was for their parents. And I believe that's kind of part of this like reaction. Like, for example, the Gen Z females watch their mothers have to work in order to keep the family afloat, but also be like strapped with the majority of the domestic tasks because traditional mindset never changed. And simultaneously, like the Gen Z males watch their fathers take on extra economic, extra jobs, work harder, like probably like potentially become alcoholics, like bicker with their moms. And so what happened is, I believe, is Gen Z and millennials kind of developed a vendetta against their opposite sex parent. They relate more with their same sex parent, obviously. And so they ended up blaming the opposite sex parent for the strife that they witnessed their same sex parent go through. And this strife would have been greatly reduced, right, if there was assistance, financial, economic assistance, like housing assistance, childcare assistance, like even informational assistance with respect to child rearing, like just domestic chores from the grandparents, and that wasn't there. And so I believe that has been a huge contributor to kind of like this like psychological block that Gen Z and millennials have with like starting relationships and forming families. But I think honestly the only thing that's going to change that mindset is religion and an economic crunch. I think the economy will continue to get worse, not better. I don't believe there's going to be any remediation with respect to the housing situation. I believe it's going to continue getting worse. Like millennials are already struggling to like actually like come up with the financial resources to own a home or buy a home. And so like Gen Z is going to struggle even harder. So that creates a like, okay, we're going to see like leaving later and later, like leaving the parents' home later and later and later, eventually to where people just start raising families again, I believe, in their parents' home. But in order to be okay with that, in order to like not feel like a failure, you're going to have to readjust your value system. And what that's going to take is, right, a shift back to religion. Because like, what do you need in order to like be okay with being your status, not kind of you having low financial status, and also but kind of like moving away from valuing the material, valuing the white picket fence and the like 2-car garage and all that kind of stereotypical 1950s picturesque stuff that was really kind of like it was an artifice. It was a corporate construction. And what you're going to need to do is to be okay with kind of like feeling like a failure by never being able to get out of your parents' house. So you don't have to readjust your value system with religion. You're going to have to find ways to prioritize things above that kind of those markers of success, which really are arbitrary. And we see historically they are arbitrary because we've never relied on them in any capacity throughout history. That white picket fence, this in the suburbs, away from the grandparents, for the creation of families, or the like self-conception of success and like self-confidence and like self-worth, that was gained through the formation of a family, through relationships, interpersonal relationships. Your value you bring to the family by being you and contributing to the family, as opposed to the value you bring to the economy and what you contribute to the economy.
I think you answered it perfectly for Keegan. Keegan, that was like as thorough as it could have got. What did Ram say? I sure wish I was a housewife.
I answered Keegan's and Ram's.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, did you already read that? What would you suggest to bring back generational mindset? Yeah. Okay. Let me get back to this.
To citizenship, what is the ideal like electoral system? I think, you know, vote per household led by the husband would be one good thing. But I think like my husband firmly believes that if a man is strong and leads, women will follow. And I think that is also true in relationships. Like he has friends who are very, very right wing in you know, Quebec, very liberal area. They do not have like they're young, they're in shape, they have good jobs. They do not have problem, even the super libby area, finding women to date, because it's true. Like when you present yourself as a strong masculine man, you have these opinions, women follow.
But it doesn't matter what women say, it matters what they do. And if I had to predict in the next 5 years, again, that the system is still the same. Women can still recommend in family court. So why would it be any different the next generation? I mean, you can say what you want in the dating phase, and there's many women that do. I interview the husbands on the other side. They say one thing and they do another 5 to 7 years in family court.
I'm just saying,
divorce rates are actually going down.
So the only reason it's going down is because COVID set the numbers off. That's one. And the average time before marriage is going up.
And nobody's getting married.
And no one's getting married.
Yeah, no one getting married wouldn't affect the divorce rates.
Law, morals, none of it matters in the mathematical argument. If it is true that even if like there's still going to be high rates of divorce, the fact that men are becoming more conservative, this is going to apply a pressure that over a long period of time there will be attrition away from divorce and abortion and all these things. They'll still exist. They'll still exist for a while, but over a long enough period of time, if the math is trending this direction, even if it's 0.1%, this is why casinos make money. Yeah. Most of these games are 49, you know, if the casino has a 50.5% chance to win to your 49.5, they don't care if they lose $1,000 because over the long enough period of time, they make money no matter what.
Yeah, I just think that's selling dreams. Okay, guess. 10 years from now, are there going to be more single mothers or less single mothers? Guess. More or less? More.
In 10 years.
It does matter.
That's why it's like in Boston, for instance, it's illegal to put a pie on your windowsill on Sunday, but everybody does. There are a bunch of blue laws that exist in the book that are never enforced. Right. It's because people fear more social than they do legal. For instance, why are criminals still going around raping and murdering and shooting despite the death penalty? They don't care. But why is that canceled?
Oh, this was a good point.
Like,
this was actually a good point you made. So I mean, yeah, right.
Young men.
That's great.
Women are going to like Wicca and astrology and all this garbage nonsense, but men are going back to like the traditional churches. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to say, I will marry you through my church. We will have an ecclesiastical marriage where our church and our community kind of govern the terms and enforce the contract rather than just going through the state.
I just wouldn't predict it, because even if you do that, you can't out religion the state. At the end of the day, the state is still the enforcement arm. And if you have children in this country, they're not yours.
The state doesn't matter. All that matters is cultural enforcement. That's why.
No, it does matter.
That's why it's like in Boston, for instance, it's illegal to put a pie on your windowsill on Sunday, but everybody does. There are a bunch of blue laws that exist in the books that are never enforced. Right. It's because people fear more social than they do legal. For instance, why are criminals still going around raping and murdering and shooting despite the death penalty? They don't care. But why is that cancel culture dramatically shifted major parts of our market for the past 10 years, only up until now? Why did Target abandon, in many of their locations, the Pride section? Cultural enforcement is stronger. When you have people who grow up in a rural community going to church, and that there's a man and a woman, and they think to themselves, if we get divorced, it is going to cause major cultural problems for us at church, at community, and our bake sales, in the fire department. We can't live with that. We have to deal with it. The pressure is on them. If you're in a big city, perhaps yes, but cultural enforcement dictates how people behave. If they could pass a law, and as long as there were cops in Seattle. Antifa was threatening a guy. The guy's backing up. And he's like pointing at him as he backs away. Cops jump out of their car, arrest the victim. Why? Because the social order in Seattle and Portland is we do not take action against the far left mobs. So the cops' mentality is if I go after the protesters, I'm gonna get into a fight. People are gonna get mad at me, and then I'll be on the news as attacking.
Audiences probably for my political channel around 80% male, and I was excited when I started my pop culture entertainment channel. I was like, finally, I can have more girl audiences because we're just talking about movies. No, 95% male. So I don't know. I guess I'm not talking about the right movies
or the right activities.
Yeah, so I had a question with the Crowder case. I told you I was going to bring this up. Why, you said on stream there's some information behind the scenes, but if you're willing to say, this vague stuff, like what is it?
The Crowder part's so fucking stupid. I'm gonna fast forward a lot of this.
So a fish one who is in this industry who has,
and you would think that's.
So actually, Justice Warrior did this whole breakdown about it. That's something that Crowder's team is
do you think you should be able to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his house?
I think that men.
But this is.
I actually want to see your point on this one.
We're going to the what about. We're going to the what about. You're changing this topic.
No,
who are you? No. It's a different because
It's the same
my original question is, who are you to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his home?
Well,
do you think you should be able to tell a man how to talk to his wife in his house?
I think that men should conduct themselves with biblical standards when it comes to.
But answer my question. Do you think it's your place to tell men how to talk to their wives in their home? Answer yes or no.
I think it is perfectly reasonable to say that a man should hold himself to a Christian standard.
So you do think it's your place, and this is what I mean when I say a lot of conservative women aren't really conservative.
That's true. What it ends up being is woman sad, man mean. Woman sad, man bad.
Because you're first from a biblical point of view, you were supposed to be obedient to your husband in all things. So before conservative women will talk about the disobedience, their first thing is their tone.
Yes, the tone policing.
That's super
before. Out of control.
And I can show this because there's video after video after video. Not a single conservative woman said, "Oh, hey, she didn't listen to her husband." Mm-hmm. Not one. That's crazy to me. And then we want to say men go get married to conservative women. Most of them aren't really conservative.
Let's bring up the Lauren.
What do you think about that?
That one. So there's actually studies on this with respect to if you are operating your home like basically a tyrant and you're setting the mood and it's negative, and when you walk in the door, everyone is taking breaths, as soon as you open the door, everyone's checking to see your mood, to see if you're going to act like a piece of shit or you're going to be normal, then you have a problem. And if that's the standard you're setting, that is abusive. And it's not with respect, just it's abusive to your children, because then that's creating an insecure relationship with someone they're supposed to trust and have a stable a stable figure in their lives. And so when you're creating the type of insecurity, that it's almost like that rat gambling experiment where the rat is getting an inconsistent reward and it can't predict the reward. That creates children who go on to get in unhealthy relationships. They think that they associate a parent with security, and if the security the parent is offering is inconsistent comfort or stability, then they're going to try to replicate that in their future romantic relationships, and they're going to get attached to people who hurt them, because when you get in a romantic relationship, you shouldn't be looking for a partner who is inconsistent in kind of their reward that they're providing you, aka attention, stability. You shouldn't want someone who's treating you bad one second and then suddenly love bombing you the next. And so with respect to the idea of it's just, and also the studies with respect, they've done studies on the complementary and egal dynamic. And for example, so a lot of them will cite this study where Christian couples have greater marriage satisfaction, but when you break it down, they break it down into complementarian and egalitarian. And so what it showed is that there's an absolute egalitarian is not conducive to marriage satisfaction, but the type of complementarian you are matters to marriage solvency and also marital satisfaction. So what they found is that couples who adhere to biblical principles, but both deferred to each other in decision making and kind of played to one another's strengths and deferred when one another was, let's say, if one person is good at one thing, instead of just going and doing that thing without consulting your spouse, even though your spouse is more sufficiently skilled in that area, then that's not good. And because it causes marital dysfunction, it causes financial dysfunction, and it causes chaos. Because if you are basically, if you're letting your ego, your pride take over, and you're not consulting somebody who you acknowledge is better than you in an area or more competent than you, then you're not really operating the family from the standpoint of the family's best interest. So from the get-go, that's kind of a frustration of purpose.
But what if the guy is good in all these things? You're saying if the guy is like this, and if the guy, is doing all this, but what if it's what if he's actually good and he does all these things correctly?
The guy knows more about breastfeeding or child care with respect to newborns, diaper rashes. Typically it's the woman doing those
I
kind
mean,
of
I did all that stuff for my daughter whenever,
well,
like,
it's
I mean,
but, like,
I broke up with my BM 3 months after she was born, and it was 50-50. Like, I did everything.
then fair, then that should be
Didn't
equal
bother
as
me.
well.
Like,
Um,
but I'm saying, like, don't get me wrong. I understand there's a lot of guys that suck, and a lot of guys like don't play their role like they're supposed to. But would you say, everything that Rachel and uh um Pearl are talking about right there? If the guy is that guy, like he's doing everything correctly, would you say that they're right? That like the woman should, because what they were talking about was how the woman will use tone policing to control certain subjects. And I'm not saying that you've ever done this, because like you're actually extremely logical compared to most of the girls out here. So I want to make sure, like, whenever you talk about this stuff, try, I don't want to say dumb yourself down, but try to put yourself down to the position of like a normal girl. And they kind of do manipulate, and they kind of do some of these like weird little tactics in an argument, just because they have the power to. It's not even that like the guy isn't the best for the job or something. It's just because they can, like, maybe they're the ones who
I think I'm gonna need an example.
well,
Like,
like,
I'm having a
like
hard
what she
time.
just said right there, like I could rewind it just barely, like,
Said, oh hey, she didn't listen to her husband. Not one. Not one.
yeah,
That's crazy.
not like no woman will ever be like, why don't we
Yeah,
check
but like
if the white's accountable?
that's
But that
kind of
is
like
true. Like if I asked you, like, why aren't we, checking these women? Like, you would probably be like, well, what about the men? But what about what the guy did? It's very rare to have a woman be like, yeah, the woman probably did do something wrong in that relationship.
well
We
without
automatically always assume it's the guy that sucks. And you even just did it just a few minutes ago.
when
Like, because I had to walk into this by being like, hey, I know guys suck. Like, I know guys can be really bad, but
well
because even you
I'm
were
mad
doing
I
this.
caveat everything I say, but like from this perspective, that position's laid out. So I automatically view myself as the counter arguer. And because that position is the one being advocated for. So like all those caveats are laid out. And so I'm gonna need the way Pearl said it, it's like broad principles of like defer. I'm gonna need like an example, like because like for example in my relationship we defer to each other because there's like we have very obvious and like difference in competencies, and like those are very he's much better with people and negotiation than I am, and so I just let him deal with that. I'm more better at like the technical stuff, like respect like business we run, like identifying good product when something's a good product, identifying prices, price matching, price setting, etc. And the other things we just kind of like I feel like if the dynamic is healthy, there should be a will to like not want to hurt your partner and to recognize that like completely disregarding their wants or needs in a situation.
I
Like
honestly think most relationships do what me and you were talking about, and our relationships do. Like, I think it's only the shitty ones where like a guy like doesn't do what we're talking about, or a
I
woman doesn't do what we're talking about.
well, I agree, and I think where probably it breaks down is where like arguments like, they begin being used as proxies for like larger arguments or disagreements.
Yeah, and I think most people know better to do that though. Like even me, like whenever I talk about being the leader of my relationship, like I've told you 1,000 times, it doesn't mean that I like lead everything. Like there's tons of things that my girl leads, but it's just like in general. And it's more like, does my girl want a guy that's faster than her? Yes. Does she want a guy that's stronger than her? Yes. Does she want a guy that's smarter than her? Probably a little bit. She wants a guy that's better than her at the end of the day. She wants somebody, and that's why she's with a guy who's 33 and she's 24.
When I
You
hear
know,
leader, I like, but also I hear like tone setter. So like set the tone for the operate, like basically the ground for which the relationship is operating. And like I mean, it's like when you walk in the door, like you are like for example, like the example I gave earlier, you're
if you're the leader, then
dictating,
you need to have a
you're
good
setting
tone
the
because,
tone.
yeah.
Yeah. And so like
And I agree. Yeah.
if you come in and you've done your job and you have a bad reaction regardless, and you've set the tone properly, then that's like a time to have a conversation like, hey, I'm doing my part, why aren't you doing your part? I think that's how a leader operates. A leader operates by setting example and setting tone. And
Yeah.
if there's a problem, when you're like setting the operation, setting the tone, then that's the conversation like, okay, I'm doing my part, you are creating strife and chaos, and I'm making a conscious kind of effort to enter the door and set a tone. We need to have a conversation about this because there's something wrong in this picture.
Well, I usually just wouldn't even like talk to the girl if she was trying to change the tone or trying to make it bad. I do agree with you though that the guy does have to change or control the frame of the entire situation if he's going to be the leader. He has to be the one that does all of it. I agree with you on that. Wait, Omega said raising children is harder than any paid work in my opinion. Just because someone is a woman does not make them ideally suited to raise kids. My husband is way better than me. He has a lot more patience. I don't know if it's always gender when it comes to the patience because yeah, I've definitely seen some guys with really good patience and some women with none. Do you have good patience?
No.
Yeah. I guess we'll see whenever you have kids one day.
Easy to be. And then we want to say, like, men go get married to conservative women. Most of them aren't really conservative.
Let's bring up the Lauren Southern story because I think this was actually a big component of Lauren's story. This article was written, I think it was Unheard. It was written by a woman who got divorced. And in the story, I think one of the issues was Lauren realizing that just being this obedient, good wife to this man wasn't working. He kept threatening to divorce her, and it seemed like nothing was working. That was her.
That's her side of the story.
For sure.
And so I doubt it. You were just, okay, let me get this straight. Okay. So nobody asked questions.
Did you hear the Lauren Southern story? I want to skip this also, but did you know about it?
Yeah.
That was just also stupid to me. I don't even know about that chick, but the whole story is retarded because Rolo was like writing emails back and forth with the dude, and then he got pranked by he thought an email was real. Dude, people are so stupid. It's so dumb.
Buster, you were like, no, but that's my point. Even trad women do not behave trad.
But what is
that?
So
when I say traditional is family first above all. The family comes first before me.
But I think maybe there's a bias in the system because the women that we
Would you agree with that? Would you say that trad is family first? Or in your opinion, not what everybody else thinks.
Because here it seems
not what everybody else thinks, what you think it is. Like, what do you think traditional is? Do you think the family should be first if you're a traditional woman?
I think trad is another corporate product, right? Because I associate trad with the nuclear family, and I think it's a farce. I think it's a simulacrum, like in Jean Baudrillard's simulacrum simulation.
But do you think she's right in the fact that a woman should be concentrated on the family? Let's not play semantic games, but would you say that she's right in that, in her actual idea that she's trying to portray?
Well, right. It's not trad unless both parents' priority is the children. And that's kind of the problem is right, with this idea like secularity and modernity, one party cannot have their value orientation be career success and getting status and that being the number one priority. It should be bettering the financial status of the family. And if people are working for another reason other than securing the future for their children, if they're working for their own individual aggrandizement and status, then that's not trad.
How is somebody working for their own status in today's clout economy? Because that's what we're in a clout economy today. How is that? How is them getting status not securing security for their future? How is that not securing funds for their future?
It's right. So there's a balance, right, between focus, you have the idea a workaholic, where your one focus is basically your career and how I guess esteemed you are by your peers, and then there's working enough so you are continuing to secure putting a nest egg away, putting for your children's college, putting savings for down payment for a house. And there's balancing that with spending time with your family. What's the point of a father? How is if a father, if he's never home, then how is that any different than a single mother?
Oh, I agree that you gotta have work-life balance, but you could also agree with me that because of inflation, it's more expensive than ever for us to be able to do this. Yeah. So, but if a father is able to pull it off and still be there for his kids, and still be there for their family, he's a fucking super dad today. Where if the mom's able to stay home and stuff, and he's also able to do those things, yeah, it's a rare thing. But I think it's something that we should encourage. I don't think that we should. And I understand the whole workaholic dad thing being a bad thing. My dad worked a fuck ton. He worked all the time.
Encourage instead of what? Why would you do for example? Why would you kind of strive to have your own place as opposed to oh, you had the opportunity to go have your parents move in with you or move in with your parents?
I like those ideas way more, but nobody else does.
Well, right, because people like status. Because like centrally, like ultimately there's that competition between like family and selflessness and also gaining status and wealth and material benefit. And there's always that tension, and that's the tension that's going to be when like the external society is privileging efficiency and capital. And
there's just so much nuance to it, though. Like,
well, yeah, but I'm speaking broad, but like generally, that's the tension that exists.
Yeah, well, like I just wanted to give an example. Like for me, like I would have stayed with my parents, but they kicked me out at 18 because I smoked weed, and it's just like there's certain things that like can't be avoided. Or like my case, I was excited to get my own first place because I could have sex with women. So like I think that if you live with your parents, it encourages society for you to stay virgins and move in together when you get married and lose your virginity together.
No,
like I think it's way better to do it that way.
I wanted to get the hell out of Dodge immediately. I want it out immediately, like stat.
Yeah, and that's what most people do. But I think that that's a bad thing, though. Basically, what I'm saying is like it wasn't a good thing.
I was up to absolutely like I had never drank alcohol in my life, and then like I was 18, I didn't even know that I was chasing Jim. I was chasing Jim Beam whiskey with Powerade.
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Hegel, trad is a brand. LARP now. Traditional is an identity. It's values. That's what they bring up in this video. Like, really, Pearl really does expose the trad women for being feminists, and that shit is fucking hilarious, honestly. Right side. What's the brand name of the cool looking vape you have?
It's a Views.
Oh, do you like nicotine a lot?
Dependent.
I'm trying to come up with a nicotine product soon. I'm gonna have to have you test it out whenever
it's like my pacifier. It's really bad.
It's a good thing, I think. It's better than a lot of the other bad shit that you could have, honestly.
Yeah.
Way worse habits. You don't do drugs.
It's so tasty.
Hold on.
We hear about our prominent political commentators that are working women.
Yes.
The traditional mothers don't go on. This is a really good point in terms of the rise of feminism as a whole. All these news articles and these columnists, these women writing about what women should or shouldn't do, are not traditional mothers. They're working women in offices, so they have this natural bias. My life is good and everything I'm doing is correct. And then the women who are like, my family matters more than anything else, and I'm not concerned about what's going on outside this house. What matters inside this house is my thing. She's not writing these articles. We're not hearing her perspective.
Well, I mean, I don't call myself traditional or conservative because I'm like, who's tradition? What tradition? That's very vague, very nebulous. And conservative, we haven't conserved anything. There's nothing that's been conserved. So I spent 20 years raising a family before I started doing this, and I kind of got into it by accident. I wrote this little book thinking maybe my dad would read it and maybe my grandkids would read it.
I find it funny though.
So now I have 5 children. I've homeschooled.
How Rachel must scare the fuck out of everybody because no one comes for Rachel and her like 3 baby daddies. So like she must intimidate the fuck out of these women because that is like such low hanging fruit. If I wanted like that's like, oh, that's interesting, Rachel.
That's what you think until I'm telling you. I told you this a long time ago. Go look at Tree's links on the actual like where she got her info from. Tree Logic's video wasn't 100%.
There's a video of Rachel saying, "I have 3 baby daddies."
Yeah. So don't get me wrong. This is where like. And this really bothered me because I got my ass kicked whenever I debated Andrew, and like if I would have known a bunch of shit, like him talking shit to me about having like step parents, it's like if I knew that he had stepdaughters, I would have been like, well, how can you talk shit to me for doing like a step thing when you have a stepdaughter? It's like I didn't know anything though, and like I didn't know about Rachel having multiple, but like the thing is, I'm one of those fucked up Christians that like tries to be like a good person now, that's trying to like do the better thing. So I can't talk shit on other Christians that are doing the same thing. Like
I have a hard time. Like when I see a stupid comment on my timeline, I'm like, shut the fuck up, you fucking like, are you fucking serious right now, you retard? Like you're so.
I mean, this is your call out right here. I guess we gotta clip this and we'll send it to them so they can so they'll come debate you, man.
But then like, and then like when I'm typing something, for example, when I'm quote tweeting, I can like just because you can send a comment really fast and it's like, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch.
Yeah, no, you just need to quote tweet it and like you'll get a good response.
Well, you start to quote tweet it and then because it takes more time and it takes more thought and then you're like, I better not.
I always do both. I always comment and then I do the quote tweet better than the comment, but basically like kind of what I said in the comment, but better.
I've been taming down my like dunks on my time, like because I haven't been like. It made me feel kind of like grimy because I was like, because it was kind of like doing the like clickbait type stuff, like wanting to like put like shocking stuff on titles in your videos or like make fun of them. And like sure you grow less, but like it just feels
Sometimes you're just such a nuanced Nancy. You need to have some fun a little bit. Like you're being way too robotic. Like have some fun on here. Talk some shit. Be a little hyperbolic. It's fun. You could be the next Pearl Davis. All you gotta do is talk shit.
My dad told me never start fights, but to finish them. So I'll listen. I can if someone wants to throw down, I will throw down. Okay, but I try not to be the party slinging shit first. I will sling it back though. I will sling all the cow patties.
Well, I'm gonna teach you that you gotta start slinging some shit to get some shit slung back at you, I guess. So you'll see over time. This is gonna be fun.
Them like I spent 20 years in my house, in my kitchen, chained to the stove. No, I'm just kidding. Doing all of that before I started making commentary on this sort of thing. And yes, I'm sorry, but if you have a whole career outside of your marriage, that complicates things. Women don't want to talk about that, about how difficult it is when you are over here trying to hustle for your career and you have goals that are not related to your family and antithetical to your family, how that is going to interrupt your family life and your marriage.
I want to trigger as many feminists as possible, so I'm going to get into this.
Let's go.
Get to this point. So there was a bunch of data that was released by like dating websites on the societal value of men and women. And I think it was OkCupid something like 20 years ago or 15 years ago, showing that societal value tracked among like the willingness of people to interact with each other. Women start their whole lives from zero through all their teen years at 100% societal value. They're protected, they're offered opportunities, they have easier time getting entry-level jobs, and men start at zero. Yes. Young men are considered unskilled, non-valuable, break rocks, kid, earn your place. And then around the mid-20s, a shift starts happening where women start to experience a decline in social value while men experience an incline. Yeah. Men are becoming more skilled and more valuable as they become stronger and more capable. And not even all men, only a small percentage of them. Whereas as women age, society values them less and less for the obvious reason of the intrinsic value society had was the ability to have kids. This results in, if your whole life, everyone around you is saying you are the best, and then one day you start hearing everyone say you're not so great and men are better, you start to feel like something's being taken away from you. Yes. And so one of the hypotheses I have is that for the average guy who grows up in the gutter, is more likely to be homeless, more likely to be a victim of crime, less likely to get entry-level jobs, much harder at a younger age to get a job than women in their teenage years. These guys are like, man, it's rough. Now they're 26 and they're like, life is finally getting good. They're tolerant of the crap. They're used to things being cruddy. And so now they're kind of comfortable. They start hearing women say, man, it's not fair. I'm having these things taken away from me. And the guy thinks, this is the least concerning thing I've ever had to deal with in my life. But that then confers to the men saying, sure, fine, whatever, I don't care. I don't care if...
Is like, this is going to be dependent on your value orientation. Like if your value orientation is maximizing your like value in the sexual marketplace, that's one thing. That's one thing. And so then we're assuming that status, right? Because the ultimate status, right, is money. Because money confers power. Like power confers the ability to command the labor of other people. That's what ultimately money is. Money is a proxy for commanding the labor of other people. And that's
slaves.
Well, that's how like the Marxists construe capital. Like capital is the command is basically a proxy for slave. That's what they call it, wage slavery. But the problem with this is that now in this paradigm, if you are, let's say, tied up like sexually, now we're implying if our value orientation is the availability on the sexual marketplace, that affects your value in society. That's the problem with the value orientation, is it's based on degenerate concepts. It's either based on like absolutely like some status game where your abject goal is money, power, status. Or like on the alternative, your goal is basically maximizing how many bar women you can fuck. I don't know, like how people do.
Yo, you need to stop talking shit on status right now. Yo, status is everything.
Hey, it can help
guys.
you.
Don't listen to her. Status is everything,
if
man.
You're in the market, yeah, it can help you. Like, but I believe like money and status is proxy for competency. It's not
Absolutely.
in itself. And I think they're like, maybe I'm not the best person to talk about this because I've been, let's say, not socially popular.
And for men, it's about respect. Like you get stature from it. It's about getting respect from other men at the end of the day. Sometimes.
But I think too is like there's also an intrinsic. I think everybody has an intrinsic kind of need to be needed, and so people that can kind of get contorted. And then like to be needed can get kind of extrapolated to broader things. And it can be like you can kind of like hijack and parasitize that need to be needed and like, oh, people need me type of thing. Like it's not about giving to those who need to those who need me. It's about maximizing the people who need me. It's not a like an act of giving, or let's say an act of generosity / altruism / like goodwill, like to your fellow man. It's an act of getting power on the fact that people need you, like they're in service to you, they need something from you, as opposed to you're in a position to give to them. And that's easily like contorted, and when you kind of like frame people as objects of value, whereas like they're like, I guess like kind of like those like commodities based off of the kids, like the kids' future earning potential. Like that sounds super disturbing when like that's framed that way, but this is essentially what that's doing. Is it's commodifying human people, and that is the logical endpoint of a rote secular materialist viewpoint. Like you view everything so kind of mechanically that the end conclusion of that is viewing humans and like human beings as tools to get status and power. So they're tools to you as opposed to like fellow people.
Definitely some sociopath, psychopath shit for sure. Like, I wonder if altruism is even something that they're able to conceptualize in their head. I got a couple super chats. $2, man. What's up, Don Juan, my boy? Who's more based? Hard question, right? Rachel Wilson doesn't understand Orthodox failures. Dude, I know, man. I want to debate her at some point, or Andrew, but we'll see what ends up happening. I'm a little scared still. I'm still scarred. I still get comments every day on that one fucking video, bro. Like literally every day, I still get attacked. I don't know if I can handle another fucking war with him. It's gonna be it's scary.
Can you imagine if their kind of like reaction, like their like I guess fan base is that aggressive? Can you imagine like getting in that type of tussle with someone like Nick Fuentes?
Dude,
that would be.
The Groypers are even worse. Yeah, they're definitely even worse. But the Ortho Bros.
I'm not touching.
But the problem with the Ortho Bros, like, and what's crazy is they're both incel movements. So, like, the Ortho Bros incel movement, though, it's just the orthodoxy style of it. And the Groyper one is mostly just the Catholic style.
Yeah.
And it's just, it drives me crazy because, like, they'll never come to terms with that. They're actually just kind of religious incels.
They're
and, like,
instrumentalists. They're using religion to fulfill secular values.
It's kind of an excuse of why they can't get women, too.
Well, and they're using like orthodoxy as a tool of like they think there's gonna be some like long shot. There's gonna be like some grand like almost inquisition like social backlash where they'll be able to like oppress this thing they perceive that has power that they believe is oppressing them. And so because they latch onto this tool of like social coercion, social power, when it's supposed to be a benevolent leadership, like a benevolent kind of like you're supposed to be servant leaders, like kind of like Jesus washed the feet of the disciples type thing, where that's not how they view it. They view orthodoxy as an instrumental tool for gaining material, like secular material gain. They're using it to gain status in this hierarchy where secular materialism and like efficiency and money and status is still their number one point of orientation or like value orientation.
I still just don't get their point though. Like, to me, it's like for some reason the logic doesn't work in my head. To me, like when they say that, like they're better than me because say they don't have a kid out of wet, like they don't have a kid at all. To me, they're a failure because they don't have anything. Like I'm more, but then they'll be like, no, but you're bad because you did it the wrong way. But it's to me that's like virtue signaling that they're better, but they're not really better. It's like a weird virtue signal, but you're still losing the game.
I
And
was
it doesn't
talking
make
to
sense.
Rob about this, kind of like in the context of my sister, which I won't talk about here, because that's still kind of a private matter.
Yeah.
But basically, he said it's like they blame their moms for a chaotic upbringing, and oftentimes most of them will have had a chaotic upbringing, and because their mom was likely the one that was most in contact with them, they see their mom, like they have this need for intimacy and human care and connection. And they view their mom as simultaneously the source of this like intimate care and connection, but also the person who violated it by creating a chaotic upbringing. And so like that terrifies them. They're scared, like, because like they now view female intimacy going forward as something chaotic, as something not like a stabilizing force, but as something that's like destructive and like maybe associated with like drug use or abuse or like yelling and like kind of fear. And
Or
so
manipulation.
yeah, and so when they go into their relationship in the future, they select an ideology, and they weaponize it to the point where they're trying to control, like it's fundamentally like a fear-based reaction. And they're trying to like basically do whatever they can to control like that chaos, but they still have that need for intimacy. And so they're basically trying to control their mothers and their partner.
How funny. Don Juan, another two, he said Lauren Chen doesn't understand men. She doesn't, bro. That shit was so funny. Pearl doesn't understand shit.
I don't remember her being like this a couple months ago. Was she always like this?
Who, Pearl or
yeah,
Chen?
no, Lauren. I remember her being like, I guess less overtly, like more kind of secular a couple months ago. Maybe I'm misremembering or confusing her.
I don't know any of those fucking bitches, honestly. I should probably learn more about them. Trad Cats will win. Watch though. Over time, we'll see. Most migrants are trad cats. Jose wants marriage. That is true. That's a good point. Even Andrew Wilson, whom I've disavowed because he agrees with Trollo, says most migrants are God-believing people. Yeah, they are. So it's gonna be hard to stop those fucking Catholics, those little fuckers. Those little wetbacks are coming across like crazy right now. What? Oh, did I say a bad word? My bad.
Is that allowed on YouTube?
Yeah, dude. I've never gotten in trouble for saying wetback or beaner or anything like that. They're like border hopper. Like they're pretty good on this app. Like I gotta say, like I don't think any of that stuff is bad when a brown person says it. Like if I was saying it from the perspective of like you, then yeah, you're a fucking racist piece of shit. But that's not me.
Well, what if I just said I was like Latina or a fourth generation Mexican immigrant?
You know what's crazy is lots of Latinas look white. Like it's very normal. So I bet you could get away with it. Like
what's the Spanish?
A gringa. Or I don't know.
Sure.
I don't speak Spanish, dude.
If you're gonna do X, Y, or Z, or the law says this, I've literally eaten out of a dumpster before. This is not my problem.
Right.
And so women experiencing decline creates a pressure on our legal system and our society to continually shift everything back into benefiting women.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of women in their 20s and especially into their 30s, they experience this. And there are so many TikTok videos of like women in their 30s in their car crying about how they're no longer desirable because a lot of, women's worth is the dating marketplace, the sexual marketplace. So when these women aren't married and they don't have kids, they are faced with the reality that yes, they do have less societal value. And it's terrifying for them because it's only going to get worse. But that is why as a woman, motherhood is amazing. Like I'm going to be turning 30 and I have a lot of friends who are single, 30, like unmarried, they're freaking out. Their prospects look very different from mine. Like, I'm married. I have a family. Like, I'm actually of the opinion.
Unless we pass DEI laws.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if this is a dumb question, but why does grip strike have to do with CEOs? Grip strike have to do with CEOs.
300.
Oh, I wanted to watch this part with you because I remember me and you talked about something like this. I thought it was stupid that they correlated it to fucking grip strength here.
Yeah, this is the most
It kind of pissed me off that they correlate to
brain
grip
dead
strength
way to like
to
try
explain
to
it.
tie.
Men
And then
being
Pearl,
better.
I thought it was like Pearl spends all her time like in red pill spaces. She's never heard of male variability hypothesis. Hypothesis.
But yeah, I know that was pretty funny
I
too.
was
But like,
what? How? Like, do you literally not ever read? Because I've probably known about that since as long as I can remember. Like, if you spend any time reading and less time talking, you're gonna hear about it.
no, I didn't even know about it though. I mean, I might have read about it once and it just went over my head because I was like, "Oh, that's common sense, duh," and then I just like went over it. Sometimes things that I consider common sense, I don't remember when I read it or something because I'm like, "Yeah, I thought everybody knew that."
So, but what's interesting though about IQ is like as time, like as kind of like I see more. I guess, for example, my sisters, and I see more kind of IQ is definitely it's a lot environment. It really is.
You think so?
I really think so. And partly because I think it's environmental and dispositional. Obviously not all. It's obviously polygenetic. I would probably say like there's estimates with like the twin studies and the adoption studies where the ranges for the heritability of between group differences or like inter-individual variability of IQ ranges from 40 to 80% genetic. And I'd be willing to bet it's probably more generous with respect to nurture. And just because of how, let's say, plastic that human brains are, especially in their infancy.
I agree.
And I think, and also like there's also other things like the uterine environment, like not getting sufficient nutrition and like your mother not taking prenatals that can have like huge impact on IQ. And because it's this kind of correlation never equals causation, so you can never actually you can never really, unless you were to create a human in a lab and test it. You're all with these kind of broader population based questions. You keep running into that problem of confounders and correlation not equaling causation, and that issue comes up over and over and over again. Same issue with IQ, same issue with any type of do environmental variables cause criminality? Do environmental variables influence drug use, or is it genetic, or is aggression genetic? Blah 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 blah. It's the same problem over and over and over and over again. But just anecdotally, I kind of see my youngest sister is the same genetics as me and my middle sister, and me and my middle sister are. We both are in law school, both doing dual degrees, or I just graduated law school on my dual degree. But my younger sister, completely different. But she was also raised. She was on TikToks, and she was young. I wasn't allowed really on social media until I was much older.
Remember, you're not the same genetic. You're the same phenotype.
No,
Isn't it phenotype? What?
We look nothing alike. Phenotype is the outward expression of genotype. We're the same. I believe siblings share anywhere between 40 to 60% of their DNA. Or sorry, they are 40 to 60% more similar than the average randomly selected individuals in your racial group or your ethnic group. And still, I noticed because me and my sister, we were raised more similarly and we're the same genetics. And there was a huge difference in how my youngest sister was raised. And there was a huge difference in outcomes. And obviously it's an anecdote, but I still think I think it's environment is extraordinarily significant to the point of probably 20 to 30 IQ points.
Would you say, the way that I always kind of explain this, it's have you ever had a moment in your life that drastically changed your entire life?
Probably not a singular one.
Not a singular one?
Actually, maybe.
I've had actually quite a few singular moments that drastically changed the path that I was on. So for me personally, my environment drastically affected my life and
Well,
what
they
I.
affect your decisions, but the question is, do your decisions affect your IQ, or does your environment that
I
affects
think
your decisions
decisions do
affect it?
affect your IQ if it's
Yeah.
you're making a decision to read more books or to study more or go for a higher level of a degree in school or something like that. Especially kids when they're young, like you're saying.
I think when probably the ages of like
4 to
18
like
months
8.
to like 7 to 8 years is
Yeah,
probably like the critical window.
I agree with you on that, like big time. And I see it right now with my daughter. She's absorbing shit like a motherfucker. It's pretty insane. Keegan asked, "What aspects of feminism do you find most troubling or objectionable?"
Probably like the inherent Gnostic structure in it, because like like this idea of basically patriarchy creating kind of this like vacuum of patriarchy kind of like sucks out the natural, allegedly, it's not them repeating, the natural way that femininity and masculinity would express itself, and it has to contract that natural orientation, and then which is the equivalent of like Simpson. I won't go into this because it's a whole spiel, but what that contraction represents is the contraction of goodness, right? It's a metaphor for the contraction of God. And if we define evil as the absence of good, it's a contraction of goodness. And so what's left in reality in the material world is a primordial evil, or evil. And so that kind of like, I guess, like construal of the world and construal of like human relationships, that has a tendency to create this idea that the body itself, as it interacts with those social structures that are created when the goodness is sucked out, basically creates this idea of the body, whereas like the flesh is bad, the flesh is evil. And so while they simultaneously blame patriarchy for causing like their oppression, they kind of like, there's this negation of the negation that goes on in order to kind of like try to like synthesize this conscientization, this awareness, self-awareness as the slave, the master slave dialectic, as the slave in relation to the guys, the oppressive structure. They've gained they gained consciousness or critical consciousness. And so what happens when that happens is there's an attempt to sublate this relationship between the body and the structure. And that results in the negation of the body and then attempt to negate the structure. And so what that ends up turning into, that higher level synthesis, like the Hegelian dialectic, is queer theory. Because what is queer theory? It's the hatred of the body.
Mm-hmm.
And that next step of sublation is like surgical alteration.
And also, Don Hahn said, Sergio, she's saying she wants a quarter Latino inside of her. What the fuck are you talking about? Maybe, I don't know. Was that what you were saying, right side?
I don't recall saying that.
Yep, something like that. Awesome job, you guys. We're at over 1,000 views. Yeah, right side's at over 1,000 fucking
Oh
views.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Like I said, it encourages people, that even if they're not all real, it makes people be like,
Not no.
it makes other people be like, hey, this person's streaming. I gotta watch this. Got to go. Take care of y'all. By the way, read and you won't be red pilled. LOL. Yes, definitely read the books and you won't be red pilled. Don Juan's one of my biggest red pill attackers, so you would actually love him, dude.
Oh yeah, Don Juan.
Yeah, you need to go add her on Twitter, bro, and go add her YouTube channel.
I'll follow you back. I meant if your name is the same.
Yeah. She's definitely based. Like, she'll follow you back. Brainwashed. Got it.
Hatred of the thrownness, yeah. The flungness of existence, the flungness after the contraction of God, the goodness. That's what Simpson. I have an entire thread on this kind of concept pinned to my profile. It's long.
This person must read a lot of your stuff, it seems like, on X.
Yeah.
They definitely get you.
Yeah, Stan. I think I've known Prometheus for like over a year on there.
Click the button.
30 million Americans. Let's say there's 150.
Wait, do we even need to talk about this part, or are you gonna disagree with me that guys are best at shit?
At physical, obviously, we're talking about averages. Then
Yeah, because that's what this is basically trying to prove, that like guys are better, like at the extreme ends of the spectrums, but y'all are better like in the middle of things.
What's interesting about that is the IQ. Like, so the male. So there's actually a couple things wrong with the kind of I guess methodological structure of male variability when it comes to IQ. For example, a lot of these IQ data sets in the United States context are based on SAT scores. So they're based on proxies of IQ. That's not a problem. But the problem is that low IQ females take the SAT at a much higher rate than low
That's
IQ
fucked
males.
up, right side.
Well, low IQ males just don't take it.
Yeah, we're just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go to the trades. I don't gotta do that stupid shit.
And so now overall, you have more females taking the SAT than males are taking the SAT. So when, even though, for example, you may have the same number in each IQ bracket all the way down to like 4 standard deviations from the mean, but the problem comes when you compare it as a ratio of total number of test takers in your sex cohort. For example, if you have 5 geniuses in the female cohort and you have 5 geniuses in the male cohort, but all of the stupid females took the SAT and only a fifth of the stupid males took the SAT, that will produce a ratio that is 5 over 100 for the females and let's say 5 over 80 for the males. So it will look like genius is more common in the male distribution than the female distribution. And this all has to do with sample sets and intraset ratio. So because they're comparing them as a ratio, so the number of geniuses compared to the total number of test takers in the female cohort, and the number of geniuses in the male cohort is compared to the number of male test takers. If there's fewer dumb male test takers, you're going to have a stratification.
Oh yeah, you started lagging. You got knocked out for a second. Hold on, yeah. Let me reset it. No, it's just lagging for a second. You'll be back. You having to use Wi-Fi?
Yeah, on Wi-Fi. I'm gonna talk some shit here. I feel like I'm a monopoly. Some anomalies that are garbage.
You're just roboting for a second. I'll just start the video, and then you'll probably be back to normal in a couple of minutes.
Let's say there's 80 million adult males, unless we pass DEI laws.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if this is a dumb question, but why does grip strength have to do with CEOs?
But men, look at this.
I think IQ is similar.
Yeah, IQ is similar. Again, women are more clever.
Your point. You said women make worse life choices. I'd say a man who married a woman who divorced him and took his stuff made a poor life choice.
That's true. People make their own decisions, responsible for their own actions.
Yeah, I think the equivalent of that would be if I get into a contract with you and you're paid to fuck me over, steal my kids, and take my money.
Yeah, that's your fault.
Right. So then men shouldn't get married by that logic. So
don't get married unless you're absolutely sure.
Or have children by that logic, because women are.
Do you think that our internet's out, guys? She got knocked out. Maybe she'll be able to come back. We will see. She was roboting, bro. We'll see if she's able to come back. That shit, she got knocked out there. If she's not able to come back because of internet issues, we are coming up on 4 hours. Let's see what she's doing. She's in text. Maybe she'll be back. I'll just start the video, and if she comes back, she comes back.
Are always paid, and they're paid to leave.
Well, I mean, I'm back on the idea.
I actually want
to. If you're married to like a rich guy, you are better off if you're just interested financially. You have access to greater resources by staying married.
No, that's not. Men should get married anyway, even if they risk divorce.
No. My argument is that men should pick for themselves, but I would never downplay the risk of marriage, and I think it could happen to anyone.
Poor life choice.
Even a good woman, even all right, rude, but even a good woman. Sometimes women in their 20s change, so they might say one thing in their 20s, and then their 30s and 40s they might switch. Look at conservative comment. No, because they are still incentivized to leave.
Right,
and
so men shouldn't get married.
Oh wait, should or shouldn't? Well, I'm saying men should pick for themselves, but I would never downplay that risk. But I want to go.
If they're going to listen to everything you just said and then choose to get married, they made a poor life choice.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I am saying that from a contractual standpoint, it would not be a contract that favors them.
Right. So the point is, if your argument is the system is weighted against you,
correct,
you can get divorced, then the logical thing a smart man could do is not get married and have kids.
Yeah, if they wanted a contract that favored them, yes.
But
But I want to go back to the homeless, and the problem you get with a lot of this stuff is that there's not a lot of studies put into men's issues. So a lot of times, what you see with the data is you're not getting the full picture, because most studies that are funded, it's for women, and the government is run by feminists. So there's a guy, he's out of Michigan. His name's Terrence Popp, really, really smart guy, and he actually followed 1,800 divorces in Michigan. And what he did was he found the reason for the divorces, and he actually followed a lot of those men to homeless shelters. And he found that if he goes to homeless shelters, 70% of the men owe child support. A lot of men are become homeless because of the system.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but that's my point. So, but but the way you're painting it is like, oh, if they're homeless, that's just a poor life choice.
But I mean, from your own logic, you know, if you have sex with a guy who knocks you up then leaves, that's a poor life choice, right? These are all, we can say, poor life choices to some degree. That gets you there. Doesn't absolve the other person of responsibility either, but you are.
Probably another plane storm. What's a plane storm? WPPP. Yeah, bro. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for coming in. Always liking the videos. Always helping out, bro. I appreciate you.
Ultimately, at least a little bit culpable for the
I'm not saying they're not culpable,
in.
but what I'm saying is that he shouldn't have to be enslaved for 18 years to a woman because he made a poor life choice. And there's no female equivalent of that.
I mean,
no, because the woman can always put the guy on child support for the most part.
Having to raise a child that perhaps you did not want in single motherhood, some women would say that.
But she still has the choice to abort. And adoption as well. You know, there's a case in Utah where a woman wanted to give up her son for adoption. The husband wanted it. He wanted to raise. He said, "Please let me raise." He had no rights. The kid's gone.
Do you think women should be drafted?
Right. She's definitely swapping out the batteries, bro.
Now this is a gift I didn't
know. Man.
So my wife just grabbed me this 24-karat gold Ridge wallet, and it's
I think as long as we can vote, we should be drafted. I think it's better that we didn't vote.
Agreed.
But I think if you're going to give women the freedom, like as long as we have the freedom.
Thank you, fucking my brother Vale. Thank you, my brother. Yeah, I'm gonna keep watching just a little bit just to give her a chance, but I'm guessing that she's probably done if she's having an internet issue. I'm just keeping it rolling. Probably another storm on the plains took her out. Yeah, dude, it's crazy out here. I wish it would actually rain some more. Y'all know I'm fucking crazy about the rain. I love that shit. Shit's relaxing.
Freedom, give them the responsibility.
Actually, I'm sorry, Vale. I don't want the rain if it's in Houston. I'm sorry what you've been going through, my boy. My boy Vale hasn't had electricity for a couple of days, so I feel bad for him right now.
Comes with it, or you can opt out.
Yeah. I talked to Vivek Ramaswamy about this a year ago. He doesn't really stand in this position today, but it was a brilliant idea. He said, maybe it should be, if you want to vote, you have to sign up for the selective service.
Service for citizenship.
So this doesn't mean you will be drafted, because we haven't had a draft in 50 some odd years. It just means that men and women both would have to say, I am willing to fight when the need arises, and then you're allowed to vote. What would happen? Overwhelmingly, liberals would no longer vote, and women would no longer vote.
Yeah, right. But that's why you also have to get rid of the 19th Amendment, because I don't know if you guys saw this, but Sheetz, Tim, we're going to do this. So Sheetz, it's this like kind of gas station company. They're actually being taken to court by a federal agency for discriminating against Black applicants. Why? You might say, well, it turns out part of their screening process is they do a background check on applicants, and they don't want people who have a.
This is what me and Right Side were talking about earlier, you know, about the should women get drafted. I totally think they should. I think that if a woman is you know, she wants to fucking vote, let's make them like we should draft them, you know, like why not? Oh, look, she's back. She made it. What's up? Did you fix it? What happened? Your internet went out?
Yeah, I guess it was like buffering real bad, and I had to restart my Chrome browser.
You have to do the whole reset your router. You didn't have to do all that.
No, I just like shut off all my my Chrome browser and closed all my tabs and just reconnected. Yeah.
It's actually at the part in the video right now where they talk about if women should be drafted or not.
Oh boy.
Criminal background. Sounds reasonable enough. But what the government found was that Black applicants were actually being ruled out of the running for jobs at a higher rate than white or Hispanic applicants.
What does that do with the 19th Amendment?
No, it's the Civil Rights Act, right?
Oh.
So basically, the federal agents are actually acknowledging that perhaps this discrimination was not purposeful, right? They weren't trying to discriminate against Black people, but still, because the outcome was inequitable toward Black people, they were still running afoul of the Civil Rights Act, which prevents discrimination based on the immutable characteristics. So I am in favor of service through citizenship, but the reason why the 19th Amendment is a problem with that is that if it were to be the case that there was some sort of metric for service for voting, and it happened that women were disproportionately not represented, I could see they would absolutely make the case that that requirement was running afoul of the 19th Amendment because the outcomes were unequal. Yeah.
Does everybody agree to get rid of the 19th? Is that what
yeah.
What are your reasons for it, Pearl?
That women shouldn't vote because we don't do equal work. So I think if we're not running the infrastructure, if we're not in the military like men are, we're not paying taxes like men are, I don't think that we should vote.
Or dying on oil rigs.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you agree with that?
Um,
I know you don't.
I just think tethering, right? Because it's clearly we don't like the way this demographic is voting. It's not about actually caring about if really it's very obviously disingenuous, and I think most people recognize that like on its face. That's why they use the argument, oh, that's interesting, because you have white women as a demographic who voted in 2020 54% for Trump, and then you have like black people, or even in the male demographic of black people, 80% of like black males voted for like Democrat. So it's like, okay, that's interesting that you go after the 19th Amendment, not the 15th Amendment. And the reason why is because it's more acceptable to target women. Like the Overton window has now moved to where it's acceptable to target women, but it's not acceptable to target black people still. And they're looking, I think the conservatives right now realize they're in trouble with respect to like the younger generations, because they're not actually offering any like vision for the future. They're just like pinpointing an arbitrary time point as the ideal traditional conservative like time of values, and it's meaningless. It's just like setting kind of like a timeline goal, an arbitrary place in history, and be like, that one, we want that one. And then it's like, oh, that's interesting, why? And they're like, because it's trad. Okay, well, why that trad? Because 20 years earlier, it was a totally different trad. And they're like, because, well, conveniently, the 1950s trad corresponds very well with secular materialism. It was a time where consumerism was really kicking off. Like that was when kind of like that Bernaysian psychology was being employed in advertising. And Americanism, like being an Americanism became synonymous with consumerism and like buying things, and like the next best thing to improve your life. There was a time of like great optimism and great innovation. But that's because American culture and American like society was centered around consuming things, consuming TV dinners, consuming like you had this idea, like kind of like the Jetsons. All our media was around getting the next best gadget, and that obviously being like tethered to status and kind of like keeping up with the Joneses type thing. But right, and conveniently, right, conservative, like the conservative establishment, the RNC, like they're conveniently in bed with the corporations. So what do you think? Why do you think that the Conservative Party, who's like the RNC, is tethering it to 1950s? Because, and not further back. Well, it's easy, because like what point of society is air quote trad but also compatible with consumerism? The 1950s. And people have short memories. People don't watch silent films. People don't read. People have this like kind of archetypal image, because the TVs and shows from the 50s still have some like modern relevance. Like for example, I Love Lucy, like Beverly Hillbillies, kind of that kind of
really I Love Lucy mostly.
And so like there's kind of this recent cultural image of the 50s still, whereas try and think of a single movie besides, for example, like Casablanca from like the 30s and 40s. Really not, like I can't think of many.
Schindler's List, the only one that black and white movie I know anybody watched.
90s.
Oh shit!
That was
I just know it was black and white.
Yeah.
I've never seen Schindler's List. I thought it was an old movie. Oh no, actually, one other old movie I saw was
it has Liam Neeson as Schindler.
How crazy! Yeah, no, I've never seen it. I just know it's black and white. No, I like what's the Christmas movie? It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
I like It's a Wonderful Life.
That's from the 50s, I believe, or the late 40s or 50s.
But like that's like a cool, like I can definitely see guys wanting like whatever his name is, Clarence, or not, is his name Clarence? I don't know. Clarence is the angel. Whatever like the guy's main character's name is in that movie is like, you know, like that stereotypical like wife and 5 children in a fucking 2-story house, and
right,
the regular dream, the American
all
dream
things that are now unattainable, but we're still selling it. Oh, look, all these convenient things that like, oh, we're gonna keep selling you this cultural image, but we're gonna like, sorry, but keep buying shit, keep filling that void by going online and going on Amazon and buying 20 like fucking Kylie.
I always agree with you, but it's just like I like free market cap because like you bring up a lot of the negatives of it, but I love what it also brings us, like all the technology and the iPhone, and like I feel like we have like free market capitalism does a lot of bad, but it does a lot of good too. Like
so I get that, and I think that like laissez-faire capitalism is the best that humans can do, but also to basically hold laissez-faire free markets as above critique is to create a utopia out of laissez-faire anarcho-capitalism.
oh, but it's never supposed to be held away from critique because the only way that capitalism
Right,
works
but that's why
correctly
you
is
almost,
if we judge it correctly.
right, you almost can't say these things on the right because then you get accusations of you're a Marxist. Like, no, I'm not a Marxist whatsoever. I'm very like
That's what I want to call you when you say this anti-capitalist shit.
I am one of the greatest like beneficiaries of like the free market system. Like my like skills in the free market system are like valued very highly. Like I benefit a lot. Like, and these same skill, like patents aren't a thing in Marxism because patents are a form of property. They're a property right. They're considered a monopoly over an idea.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do
doesn't
that.
exist. So
Yeah.
like my entire like air quote profession is like
Marxist.
is entirely like rested on this idea of laissez-faire capitalism, the idea of free ownership, free trade, and private ownership. But also, but it also be disingenuous.
You just want to always be critical of it.
Not like perpetually critical, but honest. Like,
well, no, I think it's good to be critical. Like the only way capitalism works is if it's based off of having a good, solid, intelligent market base, like people buying the product, like consumer base. But the consumer base is retarded, so it doesn't. So that's why it fails, is because the consumer base doesn't watch the media. Like Coca-Cola can dump a bunch of oil in a river and cover it up very well, and we might never find out about it. And that's where capitalism fails. That's the only thing that I don't like about capitalism. But and because they can control the media with the money that they make, and then they can control the politicians because of fucking lobbying. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like if the money was separated from these things, I think we would, be in a better position.
But I want to be careful with the word critique because like critique has the like connotation of like wanting to fix it or wanting to like thinking there's something inherent in the structure of laissez-faire capitalism that needs to be fixed. And I don't necessarily think that's true. I think like
we just need awareness. But nothing needs to be fixed. There just need to be more awareness.
Well, right,
because it works if there's more awareness of the bad that they do.
Laissez-faire capitalism works in a pluralistic democracy is because of Christian values. That's how it works. And
morality.
So, morality is having something above the greed and the sheer driver of money. Having something above yourself that isn't just your own status. And so when that starts going away, you kind of see a breakdown in this societal trust that was built under laissez-faire capitalism, this like societal prosperity, because you have less generosity and you have like less, you have less altruism, you have less caring, and like every single interaction, every single interpersonal relationship becomes a transaction. Everyone becomes a tool and like a way to make money. Everyone's a scheme or some type of like get rich quick like scheme or whatever. But I'm not critiquing laissez-faire capitalism per se. I'm critiquing American values and in how that interacts with laissez-faire capitalism. I think there's a big difference. I'm not critiquing the economic structure itself. I'm critiquing
specifically secular American values.
Yeah, how Americans interact with markets.
Yeah. Let me read these real quick. More rain, less than women to the front lines. Fuck yeah. Typical Android lies. She doesn't use an Android. Are you using your phone right now?
No, I'm on my Mac.
Yeah, she's on her Mac. And she doesn't have Android anyways. But yeah, oh dude, shout out to Michael Mitro, #1 mod. I will try to stay here. Thank you, Sergio. No, I appreciate you, Michael. Thank you so much, man. Mythius, having the best economy after the wars probably helped when most major economies were war torn. Yeah, Gone with the Wind, Citizen Kane, Wizard of Oz. Yeah, Wizard of Oz, I guess, was kind of black and
That was
white.
like 1939, like late 1930s.
It wasn't really black and white. It was like that brown black and white. It's like that
It was
weird
in black
color.
and white, and they added like Technicolor.
Yeah, color after. Wealth gains equal material gains. Marxists don't want to fix with their critiques. Absolutely, they just want to tear things down. They don't want to build anything.
The purpose of a Marxist critique is to accelerate the contradictions. It's to actualize synthesis in the next higher level of like, you synthesize the contradictions. It's the negation of the negation. So you reach a higher level of, let's say, societal consciousness, societal geist, through the unfolding of history. And it's the purpose is revolution. Critique is a revolutionary act. It's to catalyze revolution. But in critique, you are critiquing the structure itself and you want change. So you're catalyzing critique to catalyze social change. That is not what social change as it relates to the object of critique, specifically structurally. You want to supplant that economic structure, the societal structure, not necessarily the value system, but the structure itself. They don't critique the value. They think the system itself is corrupted and must be completely gone away with. The problem is that with respect to capital, like I'm not critiquing the structure of laissez-faire markets or the structure of liberal pluralistic democracy. I'm critiquing the American value system, the American values and how that interacts with it. There's a difference between critiquing an aspect of a society as opposed to critiquing the structure of the society itself.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So it's basically like women aren't contributing enough to society in the same ways with like the taxes and stuff like that.
I think that men are more capable than women by and large, like as a group. But I was trying to think about how you could apply it to today, because I don't think today you could just say women shouldn't vote. I mean, I do like the t-shirts. Go get them at the audacitynetwork.com. They're funny t-shirts, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think the only way you'd limit female vote.
But I guess I want to know, I want to get to your reasoning why.
Because I think if you're going to have a say in the policies, you need to have some skin in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to be running the infrastructure. You need to be a net. I think only 20% of people are net taxpayers anyway.
Very small, yeah.
I think maybe own land. We could go back and forth about what exactly you would need to require in order to vote, but I think you have to have some skin in the game. Otherwise, you're just going to keep voting for benefits.
Net taxpayer, real quick, just so everyone understands, something like only 43% of people pay taxes because the rest are on, they don't reach that threshold.
Right.
But of that 43, many are receiving more in government benefits than they actually pay.
Still not net taxpayers.
I like the net taxpayer.
So continuing on that, do you also support repealing the 15th Amendment?
Give your projects a friendly jolt in Slack.
Oh, we were doing so good.
I don't have to remind me what the 15th
Do you
Amendment
think
is. I'm sorry.
it's basically like the 19th, but for Black people?
So it says the rights of citizens in the U.S. to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the U.S. or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
I don't think so, but I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Is that what you think?
Well, again, I'm for like service guaranteeing citizenship, and I don't think being a woman should give you the right to vote. I think the same thing applies to race. And if we were to, do something like net taxpayer, property owner, et cetera, or even like married households, Black people would be disproportionately underrepresented like women would be. So if the 15th Amendment's on the books, you're also going to have discrimination that way. So that's why I'm asking why exactly.
You're saying by that they would claim discrimination if we passed those policies?
Yeah.
Well, then I guess by that logic, it's.
What did you say?
It's not how that works. So the legal technicalities, but basically there's different standards of review. They call this judicial review, and they're basically reviewing a law enacted by a state, the federal government, like legislation. They're reviewing it for constitutionality, and there's different tiers of review. There's strict scrutiny, there's intermediate scrutiny, and rational basis. So this depends on like the suspect categories. These tend to be immutable characteristics, but for example, in the strict scrutiny category, there is a higher threshold that the government needs to meet with respect to, let's say, comparing like the interest of the government interest. There's a higher like standard of government interest that needs to be met as compared to the harm it caused to a suspect group in strict scrutiny. And the categories of like the suspect categories under strict scrutiny tend to be racial identification, religion, racial category, religion. What else? Race, religion, a couple others.
Race, religion, sex.
I'm gonna need to study for this. No, but sex is intermediate scrutiny. So the second tier of review, it's a slightly lower, like it requires a lower standard for the government to prove constitutionality, or like a government, an imminent government interest. I need to study for the bar. Well, I take that.
Yeah, you need to study.
But intermediate scrutiny is sex, disability, veteran status. Let's say, I think age falls into intermediate scrutiny. That one might be rational basis. The rational basis is the base standard for constitutional review. So like something is like, oh, hey, this is unconstitutional. If there's no suspect category involved, what the judicial review that's undergone is rational basis. And if there is a suspect identity involved, it upgrades the threshold of proof the government has to prove from intermediate, and then to strict. So she's basically saying that she's making an argument. She's not really right. Because it's not the same standard of constitutionality that's applied with respect to like sex and race, with respect to like suspect categories when it comes to constitutionality. For example, the government needs to meet a higher burden of proof for like laws concerning race or regulations concerning race than it does for sex. And she's like basically saying that it's actually a big difference when it actually comes down to like the judicial review process. She's arguing about like there's no way that that's going to pass constitutional muster, because there's like you're not, especially with this Supreme Court, there's no way. There's no
with
way.
the Supreme Court.
Seems like that would make sense too, but I don't really know.
I think I figured out the problem. I think the 28th Amendment, the right to vote shall be, or voting shall be granted only to those who have 2 children or more and are actively in the lives of those children. Now, how you make that legal? The general idea is you got to have 2 kids and you got to be actively parenting them, or they must be adults, and then you're allowed to vote.
No, I still think military members should be able to vote.
And military members, I agree with that.
Yeah. So, or like men that have very big like tax, like, you know, like if Jeff Bezos didn't, I don't even, does he have kids? I don't know. But I'm saying like big companies like that, I think it would be fair.
I think all of these things together make sense. Like the idea that someone can show up and, you know, when I think it was 2020, Andrew Yang said he was going to move to Georgia. End of 2020, he's going to move to Georgia to help, who was it, Warnock or whatever, and I remember his name, in Georgia win. It's like you don't live there, and you're going to go to their state and vote on how they should be represented is insane. And that's because in this
country, men are going to be better. Why would we want to task women with defense of persons and property? So why would we want to grant them voting?
I would be so pissed if I called the cops.
I am of the belief that if you are a new convert, you should not be in any type of leadership position at a church, especially as a woman, like pastor. No,
I mean, women should never have any leadership role in a church.
Yeah,
to begin with.
That's a red flag.
Yeah.
Basically, if you're going to church and it's like, this is the female
so
pastor.
We'd agree.
Well, hang on. But so I don't disagree with everything you said about her.
Okay.
But basically, you had some tweets saying like Jesus won't save these hoes. And I think it's reasonable to be skeptical. And, you know, you were kind of digging on whether Nala is or is not still engaging.
She raised her OnlyFans prices after this is confirmed. She raised her OnlyFans prices after she was
Nala again.
Yeah. They ended up bringing her up. Like, well, what is your opinion on Nala? Like, I think that's fucking ridiculous. Like, I think that if you're a Christian and you're actually doing it right, the last thing you fucking do is post about it. Like, what's his name? The guy from the Disney Channel, Shia LaBeouf. He like started doing like the whole Catholic convert thing. He didn't fucking post anything. He didn't say anything about it. Like, he just went and acted like a fucking monk.
Well, the problem is like by talking about it, like they've been talking about it incessantly for months. 4 months. They're making it into probably 2,000 to 3,000 times bigger. Like,
but do you understand the point? Like, do you understand what Pearl and like Rachel or like, and what even some of the other child
but like really, like, why is this a public debate? Like, also, did the church like? What the church had her like in a minute, like they had her like recording videos on behalf of the church. What do they have her do? Like, what do they mean she was in a leadership role?
I don't know. I have no idea what they're talking about when they come to that. I just know that like she was selling shirts. 1,000% started selling Christian shirts right after she converted. The biggest thing is that like I really think it makes a mockery, like literally like makes a mockery of Christianity. Whenever, and like this is the problem once again. This is like Pearl's whole point, and she says this multiple times throughout this video. It's just that whenever we try to judge a woman, it's like like they really prove gynocentrism every single time something like this happens, because all these women, especially like the Christian conservatives, were all like, "Stop fucking saying this about her. Stop doing that." that's bullshit.
Well,
Okay,
like
that's
these things
bullshit.
happen in their respective echo chambers. Like you have like Andrew Tate echo chambers where he gets like it really.
But when
depends
it's
on what side of the internet
99%
you're
of
on.
women and it's only Rachel and only Pearl saying that this is a bad woman, that looks bad.
Only public, but really there's very few public speaker like public people on the right who talk against Andrew Tate, in fairness. Like for example, you had Tucker Carlson in his pocket, you had like Candace Owens. There's it like this echo chamber thing creates this is what it's meant
But
to
like,
do.
how can we compare those two? I don't think that we can compare those two. Like, I want to find like a different comparison because I feel like that's not like a good comparison.
But like he's trying to do like the conservative trad adjacent grift with the Islam.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. And I would agree he's not righteous for doing that either. Like he's not a good person for doing it in that way either. I completely agree with you on that. But it's just like my biggest thing though is just that we like okay, perfect. I like that you brought up Andrew. Everybody fucking hates Andrew though on both sides. Like there's tons of men. Like if we go on Twitter, there's literally Crayon. There's so many people who hate, like who run accounts that are just Tate hating accounts, and they're men. And there's tons of women that do that too. When it comes to everybody on Twitter, it is literally just Pearl and just Rachel who are talking shit, and then a bunch of very, very small accounts of TradCon women.
Because if you look at the comments, like when that blew up a couple months ago, there was a lot of dissenting voices in the comments. The problem is like it wasn't like it was such a stupid thing that it wasn't going to get picked up and evaluated by like people like Candace Owens. It was just so dumb. It was like some OnlyFans whore on whatever podcast starting a t-shirt grift.
Yeah,
and it was like
it's just bothersome.
Well, it's
man.
because
Like,
people get in this mindset, right? This is what the echo chambers do. It puts you, it almost has you viewing yourself synonymously with all members of your class, and therefore, when someone is attacking a member of your class, it's almost like they're attacking your identity because we've gotten into this like habit of like coalitional bargaining, kind of like I mentioned with Rachel earlier with respect to like how she's turning this into like, oh, women as a class, and therefore you have to have that state of exception that grants the exceptions to the women in the class. And that's kind of how it's going on social media with like people identify like whenever a member of the in group, like as in the identity group, is attacked, that's kind of because of the way we've kind of like constructed these arguments. You almost are like felt like you need to defend yourself through that person, like by proxy. And I noticed like because a lot of men feel compelled to do this when like men are attacked or an individual man is attacked, because you'll see comments where it's like using this like bad individual as basically like representative of all men, and whereas like this Nala case is being like used as a like kind of how they do with the OnlyFans people, these are representatives of all women. And so because they're associating this one bad individual with the identity class, all people in that identity class now feel attacked because they're like, oh wow, you're associating this with me by something I can't control. I now have to go on the defensive on behalf of this person, using this person as a proxy, as a pawn, to defend myself. Because now my reputation isn't based on my actions and my merit. My reputation is based on the actions of another, the worst member of my sex, of my race, etc., where I can't control what they do. They just share my like basically immutable characteristic with me. And so now I have to defend myself by defending them. And that's what's kind of happened. And you see this. You see this
so
every
weird.
single time.
But it's just so crazy. Like I can't express how many TradCon women, big women accounts, massive accounts, went and stood by that woman. And that's it's just I get what you're saying. Like I understand why.
Men do it too. Men do it, like for example, like when you like this happens like where men's like behaving like he's like kind of bad, but it's like borderline. You have a bunch of like and like it's always sex skewed. It will always be a majority of men defending a man, a majority of women defending a woman. Now that's clearly there's something going on that's not when you have a spirit like that.
But there's some people like me. I am super not biased. I attack dudes fucking sometimes way harder than the women.
Like both are right.
So,
I attack them
But like in this case, I can clearly see like it's fucking crazy biased in her favor. Like it's bothersome when we got pastors defending this girl. We even had our friend who's that Catholic pastor defending her like a couple weeks ago, and it was like, bro, like you're our boy here in Spaces, and you're a Catholic fucking preacher, and you're fucking saying this shit about her. Like this is crazy. And like
but I noticed the same thing with respect to the female like side, where like they're and now like we're sucked back into this kind of like dynamic where we're having to like defend, like now like I input, like even in you saying that, I felt like compelled to like defend the people defending her on behalf of my sex. Now it's like, oh look, this sex is like biased, like they hate, like now like because like even you saying that, like just because of the environment social media has created, I felt compelled to like, well, there's men, like, see, like it's a trap because like, like if you're heuristically identified as like, if every member of your group is representative of you, then you have no agency. That's what the Marxists do. That's what they tell you. They say they want you to externalize all forms of agency, but that's the power of like, right? Like individualism, like in a laissez-faire market model is like you get to internalize control. You're happening to the world isn't happening to you. But this dynamic that's being created by social media, what's happening is individuals are put into this mind frame where the world is happening to them. They're like they have no agency because every single individual is like conflated with them. Nothing they do will be able to get them out of that assumption about them. And so that's what's happening back and forth.
Yeah, all day long.
Yeah, all day with every single identity, like trans, queer, straight, cis, gay, race, sex, every day in every comment section.
You know what's funny? It's all also what we talked about the other day. It's all also intersexual competition a lot of the times.
Yeah, that's what kind of like in the kind of like you'll have a break and you'll have like the like minority women or men like the simps and then like the pick-me's, like trying to like differentiate. Oh look, I'm not like the other girls. I'm not like the other guys. Like I can see this subjectively. I'm not that like. But like if
I'm not like the other girls, I'm better than them.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, oh, I'm not like that guy. I respect women.
Well, you thought objectively, you'd be like dishing out. Like I put like in my bio, it's like equal opportunity hater because like I try to like dish it out evenly because like obviously I don't want to become like I'm trying to avoid feeding into that because like I recognize it, and because I recognize it, I kind of feel like guilty if I do play into it. Because I like that's just making it. It's creating. You're part of the problem then.
But I like. Don't get me wrong. Like it's always nuanced and it's always being centered is the most intelligent thing. But choosing a team is sometimes necessary.
Yeah, that's the like. I got a good chunk of my followers by being an inflammatory prick, like by being basically a bully.
Yeah, and kind of right wing. Like some people would say maybe like more like one sided. And yeah, I think that you can't live on the fence is what, and I've had a lot of people tell me that.
Like, because then you're but I've been doing that. I mean, it's been going fine, but like,
I've been doing it for 2 years too, but it's not great in the long run.
Yeah, my account, like it's like for the last 8-9 months that I'm like, okay, I need to chill.
Yeah, quit being such a nuanced Nancy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start calling you a nuanced Nancy.
It's still growing, but it is. I was getting like 300 to 500 followers a day for probably about 6. Like let's say I have like 3 good days a week where I get between 300 and 500 followers a day. Now I'm like, it takes me a month to get 100 followers. I say 2 weeks to get 100 followers, and it just like I will get 200 to 300. I'll go up like 200 to 300 followers, and then like I'll fall back because I'll say something and piss somebody off.
We'll definitely be changing. We'll fix that maybe with live streaming. Yeah, thank you, bro. Yeah, like my guy's always gonna tell me I'm right. So thank you. $2 from Don Juan. The ultimate value is not status or money. It's fun. I agree with you 1,000%, bro. The fun guy gets everything at the end of the day, and it doesn't cost money to be the fun guy. The pick me synthesis. Hollow vortex question mark. I'm confused what you're putting question mark for, brother. just an identifier signal. Maybe you are talking to each other, yeah, and I'm just not in on the conversation. Shit, I can't believe you got almost 1,200 people watch. I got 213 people watching on mine. I gotta take a picture of this. It's like a record or some bullshit.
I wonder how many of those are bots.
I'm gonna say none of them.
to make us feel better.
I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's just about having fun and like doing these streams to entertain, man. I really appreciate you doing this with me. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna have to go to bed soon anyway. It's my bedtime at fucking midnight for me, which is soon.
Oh, we go 4.5 hours. Damn.
Yeah, but I mean, this is good. Like, honestly, we need to get better at this and possibly going even longer. Real streamers do this shit for 6 to 10 hours, man.
Wow.
And like, you get more viewers the longer you do it. Like, it's a kind of a compounding effect, and the more you work, the better it gets. Anybody that's watching this though right now, please like the video. Obviously, you are some real ones if you're actually watching right now, and it's been this long in. Y'all some real ones. So please show some love. Please become a member, or if you want more, we're probably gonna be doing some really fun debate content in the future where we go attack other people. So be prepared for that if we end up doing it. Also, go subscribe to her on YouTube at Useless Eaters Pod, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Useless Eaters Pod, because we need to get her to 500 as soon as possible, guys. Go ahead and give them like a little goodbye and like where they can find you and stuff.
Yeah, so you can find me. I have on Twitter or X. You can find me at X Exclusionary. I'm Hagelborg is my main account, and my podcast account is at Useless Eaters, but with the Z on the end because Useless Eaters was taken, and then Useless Eaters Pod was too many characters. But anyways, you find me on YouTube at Useless Eaters Pod with a regular S. I need to fix that. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
Switch that back. I like her. Yeah, Mike, she's fucking cool, bro. You need to go add her on everything. She's really fucking cool. Entertaining, which is fun. Yeah, we got to practice being more entertaining and yelling at each other. I should have,
and not just lecturing. I need to get better at that because I can go.
I should have cut you off and just told you that you're fucking retarded more, and it would have been better. Girls just want to have fun. Yes, they do. Useless Eaters Pod. Yeah. Favorite, like, subscribe. Remember the script, bro. Yes. Y'all found it. Sounds like losing weight. Yeah, it does sound like losing weight. That's what they want you to do in the future.
Like human weight.
Yeah, they're gonna want you. Yeah, they're gonna want you to be. I hate him. Who is this person? Or I have him. I don't know who that is. What up, Beto? But no, thank you everybody for coming all across all the different platforms. It's so crazy how we had people on. There's a lot of people watching across all the different platforms. I really appreciate all y'all, man, for real. Actually, let me take a pretty little picture because this is such a cool number. Holy shit. Yeah, but guys, I will see y'all soon. I don't know what our plan is gonna be. Maybe we'll be able to do this every Monday, right side or something. We'll see. I want to do like guys where we go attack people on X Spaces, and it might be a few of us that might do this, like maybe me, right side, and a few others. But we're gonna plan that out. It's gonna be really fun if we can do it. If we do, we'll probably do it another day of the week other than Mondays. And then obviously I need to try to make some more content for y'all for Status Hackers. So hopefully another day this week, I'll drop a video on something for Status Hackers, guys. On the 25th, I'm dropping the new course with some other Twitter gurus, dating gurus. We're going to drop the course down to $40. On top of that, it's going to be way more valuable because you actually got some really big dating gurus that are going to come on that bitch. So if anybody that's here for that, please make sure to check that out whenever I drop it on 25th. This was an awesome stream. Congrats, Sergio and Russ. Thank you, Keegan. I really appreciate you, bro. It's going to be way better next time, probably, as we get better, and then especially when we do the debate stream. So, yeah, everybody tune in for that. I'll see y'all next time. Thank you so much, Right Side. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I had fun.
No, I mean, well, thanks for having me. It's like a duo stream, so it's like it's like a two-way party. But, yeah, we'll see y'all later, guys. Peace out.
See ya.